ouais choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrive que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Judgment Day is finally here. A magnificent trophy awaits those who dream to lift it. BDS, the superstar team armed with one of the greatest to ever do it. W7M, the historic franchise with young bulls charging into their own era. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of the Blast R6 Montreal Major. That's what it's all about, that trophy right there, and two worthy contenders that will battle for it in a best of five in our grand final here live at the Blast R6 Montreal Major. I want to check with our crowd. Are we ready? Now, the grand final will be the culmination of what has been an epic weekend here in Montreal, but we've got plenty to get through before we get there. I just need to check with this tremendous audience who they think will raise this trophy. Will it be W7M? Or will it be BDS? These guys have got some preparations to do right now, so they're going to go off into the wings and get ready for a phenomenal grand final. For now, you are very excited at what's to come, including the panel reveal.
When I enlisted, I was told what was expected of me. Be unwavering, unstoppable, unbreakable. It's about time the gear matches the operator.
In the home of Siege, Montreal hosts the final major of the year. BDS take on W7M. Europe go toe-to-toe with Brazil once again. Joining me on the desk, I've got Leo. I've got my boy Laxing. And at the very end, we've got Jack. How are we doing, Leo? Are you excited for this one?
I'm so excited. It's Europe versus Brazil. I want to define who's the best region in the world. Obviously, I'm kind of, French, so I'm kind of for the BDS, but I have to say, guys, it's the super team on paper that wants to prove they're a super team in real life. They want to add official trophies to that trophy shelf. On the other side, W7M as an organization wants to keep picking the right bull because they've picked the right roster for 2024. They've picked a new roster now, and they can start that legacy of their own.
Like you were saying, for BDS, they want to add more trophies to their case, but for W7M, they want to step out of the shadow of that Furia roster. They want to show that they can be legends, that they can create the legacy of their own, and they can start that by winning here.
I honestly can't wait for this. Like, it's the culmination of a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears for both of these teams, both with their own agendas to step out of the shadows within this current five, and honestly, it's back-to-back grand finals with the same teams in it as well. I cannot wait.
There's a lot to talk about, so let's get underway with this one. We've already said it, BDS and W7M, storied histories for both of these rosters, both of these organizations. Things now really start to look like this is shaping up to be the grand final we've always hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be history in the making here. It's two teams that are in the back-to-back grand finals. We saw it EWC win BDS's favor, but that isn't the same W7M roster that they're going to be fighting here today, so I'm expecting something big and better from both these teams and giving us one hell of a performance.
Jack, BDS have had a phenomenal start to this Montreal major. Can they do it here when it matters most?
Yeah, I think they can. I think everybody probably expects that BDS are the best team in the world right now in terms of, on paper, right? We've not seen them get over the line in an actual official ranking tournament for BDS. However, I think it's so hard. If you're going to pull a team inside of Europe and who do you replace on this that makes an upgrade? Nobody. They're literally best in class in every single role inside of Europe, and they've got back-to-back major finals now with EWC in the middle.
And when you think of super teams and everyone went back to G2, things didn't work out for them. But when you look at BDS, this is what a super team actually is. When you are picking up players and you are immediately finding success out of the gate, that's exactly what BDS has been displaying.
Jack, it takes a long time to get to a spot like this, and BDS, they have been consistent, they've been clean throughout, but it started all the way back at Swiss.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Obviously, they were our #1 seeded team coming out of Europe, and they got matched up with the matchup going up against W7M, today's opponent, and they lost to them. The first game of Swiss, 7-8, very, very, very close game in Swiss. They've then been unbeaten since. They beat D+ Kia Black Dragons in both best of ones, and then they played Virtus Pro in that Swiss, 2-0 to go through, but it was much closer than I think that scoreline suggests. Both games in overtime, it was very, very close. They arguably could have lost that. What's impressive to me now, Leo, is that they ramp it up. So they get to main stage, and they manage to beat Team Secret 2-1, 7-5 on Skyscraper. And then the most impressive thing of all yesterday, FaZe 2-0. But not just 2-0, 7-1 on Nighthaven Labs as well.
Yes, that one kind of blew me away because they didn't have any pre-planned prep for FaZe. I mean, FaZe didn't have pre-planned prep for them, and it went to go that BDS was just taking full advantage of that map. That was the first time I've ever seen FaZe in a long time look completely disconjointed, look discombobulated, not knowing what to do, and going into that Skyscraper, I was like, okay, FaZe can bounce back. This should be possibly going to a best of 3. This should go to a third map. Absolutely not. BDS showed up, was clean and concise throughout that entire match, ended it there, and now find themselves right here to win a championship yet again.
Jack, every team needs key fundamental facts when they get to these stages. You don't get here without having the whole package.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got some key strengths for BDS, and it's not just key strengths. These are the reasons why BDS, in my opinion, could and maybe should win this Montreal major. The first reason is they have the best players in the best roles. We talked about super teams. You mentioned G2, where G2 kind of just threw, let's get all the best players, but even if the role doesn't fit, let's just get them in. BDS have got the best entry fragger in the world in Shaiko, the best IGL, in my opinion, in the world in Leakyfac, the best support player in the world in Brede, and some incredible flexes there in Users and Solitov. Speaking of Leakyfac, exceptional shot calling and reactions. He has improved his shot calling and his IGLing throughout this tournament, and the one thing that BDS are doing key is they are reacting on that instantaneously within the round, and it's winning them so many rounds. And then the very final strength that I've got is that they are playing to their strengths. We're not seeing them usually take in, you know, operators that don't make sense. Shaiko is always on that entry fragging operator when he needs to be, that Deimos that we see so often. They're abusing the meta operators incredibly to make these mini plays to win rounds.
Absolutely, and two things that stick out is play to their strengths. When I'm looking at play to their strengths, it's the players being in their best roles. If you can put everyone where they are going to shine the most, that is where you're going to find the most success. But not only coming from that, each and every single one of those players is so versatile across the board. They can step up at any given moment. They can play any of each other's roles if they need to, if they go down in the round. This team is a super team. They are versatile, and they are here.
Well, it's all good and well to say that, but we actually have something to showcase it. Leo, what have you got for us?
Well, I wanted to show you some proof that BDS is just so good individual prowess, but also abusing these initiator operators. We are taking a look at Skyscraper, one of the most defender-sided map in the meta right now. And this is Karaoke and T-Bomb side. Usually the way it's defended, you have here two defenders working toward Dark Stairs and T to watch that first entry point. You have obviously a Karaoke player and Geisha players preventing Geisha, preventing main stairs jump-ins. And at the same time, usually a Lurk watching towards Dragon Statue, Garden, and that also has a long angle onto Geisha. Now, BDS will pick apart that defense amazingly. If we take a look at that round, we're in quarterfinals against Secret right now, exact same position as I mentioned, and take a look at Solotov. As you can see, he's with Grim, sending his bees, and at the same time, look at the Dokaidi call. That gives him a sound cue, someone is in Garden. That's Likefak calling for him. He gets an amazing shot here with Grubby. Now, speaking of those bees, look at what they're doing on Geisha. They're forcing June to play at that rotate. Likefak knows that. It's been called. He can go up main stairs and get that pick. At this point, they're burning with a grenade, a Wamai here in Dark Stairs, which enables Bride to send a smoke grenade, enables Shaiko to walk with him and get that kill onto Dark Stairs. Amazing play here, coordination, initiator operators, and straight kill. At this point, Likefak lurks around, gets the anchor, and I want you to focus on this very final part. It's a 5v1, and even then, there is zero chance for Virtue to make it out of here. If you look at the setup here, we have Likefak from Geisha angle, Usus onto Virtue, Shaiko here. It's a triple pinch. Virtue has no shot here, and he gets killed. Amazing display of unit coordination, initiator, meta abuse from BDS. Incredible player. That's you guys. That's BDS. They're the best in the world right now when it comes to this.
Wow. Can we just give a round of applause for Alfama just breaking that all down? I mean, that was beautiful. He's the best in the business for this.
He is. I mean, like, you know, when I see Telestrator segments, I'm like, oh, okay, what are we going to expect? He has consistently delivered.
Yes, absolutely.
But so too have BDS. I don't want to move away from this roster. Leo's been amazing. BDS have been even better, Jack. And it feels like they're reaching a potential that may exceed what we've seen from them in the past.
Exactly. Do you know what's been crazy is the whole stage when we've been on the desk talking about BDS. Maybe their team, maybe their fans got like a little bit upset with us because we keep saying they're winning. They literally won EUL, but we don't think they've played anywhere near that potential. Likefak even said it himself. He told us we're only playing at 50% of our potential. And he said this in an interview in EUL Stage 2. Now, what I want to say, and the results that we've seen, is through this tournament, they're stepping that up in their potential. I would argue right now, BDS are about 85% of that potential. I think they can still step that up even further. But it's important to note that this is still a new team. This is a team that is winning Europe without really playing, you know, as good Siege as they know that they can play. If they step it up and they keep stepping up the way they are, this team can be a scary, scary team going forward.
Well, as of right now, there is only one team that can stand in their way of reaching their full potential, and that is WSECHiEMI, the roster that have blown us away in 2024. They had such great potential over the last year, but realistically, there were so many questions asked. What were they going to be able to do? They were on the backs of giants, and they have done incredibly to match like for like.
Absolutely. I mean, on the backs of giants of that Fury roster, these guys are creating a name for themselves. When you look at Dash, Dots, and Loban, they came from that Los roster in Atlanta that came so close to winning it. Then they pick up Bulbs, then they pick up Dotas, and they have been performing performing exceptionally well. They were so close at EWC. I know we keep referencing that, but we have to because that's where we really saw them shine there. But a player that really has stuck out to me as Volps, this IGL has so much experience, so much LAN experience, a historic player, a prodigy. He has been making a name and leading this team to this grand final.
I think for me, W7M coming into this tournament, again, was in that category that wasn't a favorite to come and get to the final or take it. I think they were in that dark horse category.
Yes.
And for me, that's maybe actually a little bit disrespectful because out of the last 5 finals, the core of this roster has contested 3 of them. Atlanta, EWC, and then now today again. And genuinely, they've got a really, really good thing going. My one concern before this tournament was a little bit of a lack of team play. You know, not really buying into that Volps division. Lobin going off and doing his kind of own thing. However, this tournament has proved me wrong on that. They're very together and their team play has been incredible.
Just like BDS, they started back in phase 2, but it has been even cleaner from them. This has been a great run for a roster we had so many questions about.
Yeah, absolutely. And a key thing to take away is they haven't lost at all. They beat BDS in the beginning of this, but something that you have to note when you look at every single team that they've played, and we're talking about teamwork, we're talking about being able to adapt in every single situation. They have played probably against every single possible play style so far throughout this tournament. So being able to switch on transition, knowing when to get aggressive, knowing when to play passive, truly is one's testament to an entire team's fundamentals and how they play Siege.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm seeing, you know, SSG, a great pre-planned counter team, VP, they will test your team play, your fundamentals, completely different opponent, 2 regional rivals and a BDS in there. They've beaten every single one of them.
Generally, when we talk about aggressive rosters, right, we're always talking about, there's always a pitfall, right? There's always somewhere where it gets lost in translation, but this roster has been immaculate throughout this phase, but realistically, they have things that hold them together.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 pieces that I specifically want to focus on, especially in that VP game and just throughout this entire tournament, is their ability to adapt. We talked about this just recently of seeing all the different matchups that they had. They had to be able to adapt to each and every single one of these playstyles, and they did it tremendously. The discipline. We talking about aggressive teams. So many aggressive teams lack discipline because they always want to get in your face. They always want to take a gunfight. And especially coming from that Brazilian region where it's nothing but in your face, they have been practicing and demonstrating such great discipline. And then incredible team play. Like you were said, you weren't sure about them because their team play. It didn't look like they were all on the same page. But each and every single match, all 3 of these have been being displayed each and every single moment, which is why they are now seeing themselves find the success at the rate that they are. And again, being in this championship match right here to claim a title for themselves.
The discipline was the big one for me there out of your 3. I think, you know, some of the teams they've had to play against, they've had to be disciplined into a style that isn't necessarily natural for W7M. They've had to adapt to their opponent and be disciplined within it, and they did an excellent job in both main stage games so far. Well,
we've hyped him up. He's got to deliver now. Leo, what have you got for us this time?
We've been speaking about adapting to a playstyle here, and we're on Cafe, and it's gonna be about their semi-final versus VP. As you can see, we're on the basement bomb site, and usually the way it's being played, first floor extension, 3 layers. The first one player in bakery, 1 player inside, they have multiple crossfires. At the same time, 1 in brown stair or luggage, 1 in minibar that can help towards the bakery side or help towards brown stairs, and the 3rd layer is that VIP player that can help with brown stairs or hatch drop. That's the usual setup, and that's the setup that W7M has chosen. You can see it here, right? I just want you to pay attention at the lineup. We're speaking of VP, a team that's slow. Look at the lineup. Goyo, Tuberao, Maestro, Smoke. All of this is to slow down VP and play towards that execution. Now, we're looking at VP, and they're quicker than usual. 144, they've already cleared up top, and they're looking to breach the side hatch for the execute. There's already a Goyo canister here, but look at the Tuberao setup. Something you can steal for ranked, by the way. That lineup from VIP to slow down the opening of that hatch. Now, as you can see, 114, we're looking at all 3 Tuberao have been sent, and now at 105, he's burned 40 seconds of the round solely with that utility. It's not finished though. When we go into the bomb site, what do we see? More Goyo canisters, an Evil Eye. Wait, a second Goyo canister, a second Evil Eye. All of this to call information about the execute. We're not 40 seconds left in the round. They need to execute. They go for plates, the Evil Eye has the information, Smoke can react to that and sell all 3 of his gas grenades right now in the last few seconds of the round. Gets the kill on the diffuser, gets the kill on the trade. At this point, look at this. 0.001 seconds, 5v3. 8 players are alive. W7M won that round only based off utility. That's W7M for you. Adapting to a playstyle. That's discipline and that's strategy. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Leo.
I think I'm in love. I know French is the language of love, and his accent and the way he just breaks that all down. I'm in love.
Yeah, that's why he's award nominated.
That is, it is indeed. But now let's just have a look at this holistically now, right? W7M, they're looking tremendous. We've seen them kind of bring everything together. They're the whole package. But the big thing for me, Lax, is they have already versed this roster, and not just this event.
Yeah, I mean, Loban said it in that interview after they won yesterday, that them playing at EWC, that loss was just experience for them, which that goes to show. I mean, that is a fierce thing to say when you look across that side and you see BDS and how well this roster is, to just look at that and be like, you know what? That was just experience for us. We know what we need to do against you. And realistically, they showed what they can do against BDS by winning that first series against them 8-7 on border.
Yeah, especially the nature of that loss against AWC. It was one of the quickest grand finals ever, 0-3. So, you know, hopefully for W7M's sake, they've learned from that. And I think they had a big point to prove when we got to this tournament, when they drew BDS out of the hat in the very first day, and they knew that they had to beat them, and they did.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for breaking this one down. The grand final is yet to come. But before we get there, a message from Blastar 6 about the future of esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Maxime Vial, Esports Director for Rainbow Six Siege.
And I'm Christina Martel, Executive Producer for Rainbow Six at Blast.
We're excited to be back for an update on the Blast R6 circuit for 2025 and onwards. We got a lot to unpack today, so let's get started.
Previously, we shared an early look at our revamped competitive calendar. Here's a quick recap. After the 6th Invitational, we'll take a break from Tier 1 Siege Esports and focus our attention on up-and-coming teams during the Challenger Series. Throughout its different layers of competition, the Challenger Series will see teams from open qualifiers face off against Tier 2 teams, as well as former Tier 1 teams, for a spot in regional leagues in the upcoming season. We'll then begin the new season with a kickoff event in May, followed by the 2 stages of our regional leagues, split by a summer break in August and concluding with the November Major. December will then be the time for regional finals before wrapping things up with the SI Last Chance qualifiers leading into the 6th Invitational, our World Championship, and the pinnacle of the season.
To strengthen regional competition, we're introducing a new global structure to our leagues. A few years ago, we expanded our global ecosystem to include 9 leagues, aiming to foster local scenes and talents while bringing a more personalized experience to Siege esports fans worldwide. This structure led to the emergence of new players, teams, and competitive scenes, allowing our global events to truly showcase teams from all corners of the globe for the first time. However, balancing such a broad structure made it challenging to ensure consistent growth across all regions, which sometimes impacted the overall level of competition and development.
As we look to the future of Siege Esports, our goal is to build upon the successes of the past while streamlining our efforts to deliver the excellence that fans expect from top-tier leagues. To achieve this, we'll be merging our current 9 leagues into 4, creating a more focused and competitive ecosystem. The EML, Europe and MENA League will merge leagues from Europe and MENA while also welcoming teams from Turkey for the first time. The SAL, South America League, will merge leagues from Brazil and South Latin America. The NAL, North America League, will merge leagues from North America and Central America. And the APL, the Asia Pacific League, will merge leagues from Japan, Korea, Asia, and Oceania to create 3 subdivisions. The EML, SAL, and NAL will share the same format, while the APL will have its own to ensure that teams from every corner of the globe still have the opportunity to compete at the highest level.
With the big picture revealed, let's now dive in deeper to the new regional structures. The EML, NAL, and SAL each will feature 10 teams, battling it out in a round-robin format followed by a 6-team playoff each stage. At the end of Stage 2, the top 4 teams will be qualified to the Major. And in December, the combined standings of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will establish the 6 teams making it to each regional final, where they'll compete for the title of Regional Champion. In the newly combined APL, we'll have 3 subdivisions: APAC North, comprised of Korea and Japan together, Asia, encompassing the Southeast and South Asia areas, and Oceania, the combination of Australia, New Zealand, and Polynesia. These subdivisions will play through their own familiar format of an online group stage and playoffs to find the top teams of their division. For Stage 2, the best teams from each subdivision will fight it out in a LAN major qualifier to ensure the best of APAC represents the region at the November major. In addition, the top 2 from each subdivision will also qualify for the APL regional finals, where 6 teams will compete for the crown of the best team in APAC.
Now let's talk about the R6 Share program. This year, we're evolving R6 Share to focus on deeper partnerships. We're thrilled to reveal 18 of 20 partner teams today, with the remaining 2 teams to be announced early next year. Through a detailed application process, we considered the best group of partner teams to represent the future of Siege Esports. Applications were focused on showcasing the revenue potential, organization stability, and the community impact that these teams bring to their operations and our ecosystem. While we had some tough decisions, we're happy to include long-serving members as well as some up-and-coming teams of our scene. By focusing our resources on the partner teams, we're able to offer whole new categories of in-game items for fans to show their support. Joining the operator uniforms, weapon skins, and operator background cards fans know and enjoy, players will see for the first time team-branded items like operator portraits and drone skins, as well as the return of Pro Team Charms in 2025. But that's not all R6 Share is about. Through the affiliate program, we're expanding our support to up to 23 additional organizations worldwide. Affiliates will automatically join the program once they qualify for their respective leagues, with the exception of APAC, which has distributed slots based on their respective subdivisions. The affiliate program ensures that teams outside the partner program also benefit from revenue sharing. Through a percentage of the sales of their Pro Team bundles, partner teams will contribute to the fund that will ensure the strength and stability of the leagues around the world. Ubisoft will similarly contribute a percentage of all esports bundle sales towards this fund, from which all affiliate teams will receive an equal share to support their operations.
Let's dive into our exciting new May Kickoff event, officially named Reload. Reload will exclusively feature our 20 R6 Share partner team. It's designed to kick off the competitive season in style, setting the tone for an incredible year ahead. This event is not just about competitions. It's about celebrating our community and the players who have shaped the scene. We know you're eager for more details. While we are saving the full format reveal for the 6th Invitational 2025, we can promise that the fans are in for something truly unique. We are pushing the boundaries to deliver an experience that will be unlike any event we held before. So stay tuned for more info at SI.
With all these exciting changes, we've also updated how teams can qualify for the 6th Invitational. Next season, we're introducing a hybrid model that combines direct qualification and a point system.
Here's how it works. First, teams can secure a spot directly by winning specific competitions: the November Major, their respective regional finals, or one of the SI Last Chance qualifiers. Winning one of those will automatically qualify them for the 6th Invitational. Second, we'll also be awarding SI points throughout the season, which means teams can make their way to SI by performing consistently. Points will be given out during Stage 1, Stage 2, at the Major and during the regional finals.
This system ensures that the most deserving teams, whether through winning those key events or being consistently strong across the season, make it to the 6th Invitational.
With these updates, we're excited to bring even more competitive action to our community.
Stay tuned for more updates, and don't forget, we'll be revealing the final 2 partner teams at the 6th Invitational in Boston. The journey to 2025 has only just begun.
Now that you've seen how this road unveils, it looks like an exciting 2025. I mean, if the past 5-6 years haven't been exciting building to this point, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Challenger Series. I think that's like an important factor to note that, our T2 scene is getting some love. Even for me being, a former professional, being able to scrim those guys and being able to give them a chance, give them the taste of, what they're trying to get to, reaching that T1 level. Just having a healthy grassroots system, I think that's massive for the scene.
And then what about the kickoff event as well? I think, calling it Reload, getting us out there in May, 20 partner teams invited. There's going to be some teams there that haven't played a LAN because they haven't qualified for one this year. So there's a few getting some of those, invites that G2 got back in the day.
Look, the path to SI is exciting. I'm more excited for the APAC rework, by the way. I'm looking forward to that new logo. It looks the sharpest out of all. Of course, I'm biased.
I got to agree. It definitely
Come on.
It looks solid.
You're going to go hard with the purple and the logo. It looks unbelievable. But it is time for us to transition into our creator show match. Let's entertain some people here in Montreal. I'm excited for this. Now, just very quickly recapping how this one works. It is Pro League format, so it will be a complete 7-round to win. And then if we go OT, it'll be 3 rounds. And obviously, it's a best of 3 from that point on. Let's have a look at the teams now. Denoting it's important, we've got 3 creators and 2 devs for every single team. I mean, I'm looking forward to this one, Jack. I don't know how to feel. I don't know who to support. This is the Americas.
Well, I don't know. I suppose it would be you, Lax, that would support the Americas team.
I mean,
because we're all about Eurasia over here.
You know, Narcoleptic is my boy, but I got to root against him. I just have to root against him.
Who was it that caught you out the other day? Was it Coconut?
Mika. Coconut Bros. We were doing a hide and seek, and I was just about to win, and Mika found me at literally the last second that made their team win. So honestly, I think I'm gonna switch my prediction on that. I'm gonna have to go against Mika's team specifically.
Who have you got?
I've got Team Eurasia.
Team Eurasia.
Team Eurasia.
Let's go. Let's show some support. Well, we hope you enjoy this one. Over to Ian on the stage.
All right, let's do this. It is time for the show match. But before we get there, I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people in this crowd, because I know that all of you travel internationally to be here at this event. And there are all different types of stories that I hear about as I make my way around this arena. But one in particular, I just had to give a shout out. Anthony and Jace, I know that you are sitting just down there in the crowd. You can see them on the big screen right now. I want you to give these guys all your love because they are just right now engaged. Anthony asked Jace Samaria over here in Montreal. And I think, just to check, she said yes, right? She said yes, guys, she said yes. We love a bit of love on the R6 Siege stage. All right, let's bring out our 2 show match competing teams. Let's start with the Americas. We absolutely love a show match. Anything can happen. The rule book is thrown out the window. And this time we've got a really good mix of content creators and devs ready to put a show on for you here in Montreal. Their opponents, let's bring them out. It is Team Eurasia. Kitty up front, some very recognizable faces out here. Again, a nice mix of content creators and devs. I was just chatting with them all just behind the scenes there. Mixture of nerves, mixture of pressure, but I know that every single one of them wants to perform for you here on the stage. Right, guys, take your seats. Adrian and Mika, if you could just come up here just before we throw you into the server. Mika, come over here. Adrian, give it up for our dev, Adrian, first, please, ladies and gents. And of course for Mika, all the way from Japan. Adrian, when it comes to being a dev in this game, I have to ask you, what keeps you so focused and driven to keep evolving this beautiful game?
I think the community is very important in our game. I mean, I started to play the game 8 years ago now, and be here at the show match representing the dev team, it's kind of a dream, so yeah, very exciting.
You know what is exciting? Coming out to a major all the way from Japan. Mika, you traveled 31 hours to be here. How was that journey?
So excited, yeah. So
you've been a big part of the scene. You're a cosplayer, Asami, and we always see you out. Yes, we always see you out here. Do you want to give a shout out to the cosplayers of this amazing community?
it's so beautiful, so nice community. Yes, in Montreal. Yeah.
Can you tell us what you're working on at the minute or not?
Sorry?
Can you tell us what you're working on at the moment or not?
I cannot say that, yeah, sorry. sorry, but there is a reveal panel at 2 p.m. today, and we're gonna have exciting stuff coming for sure.
All right, how much do you play Rainbow Six Siege?
Oh, 7 years. So every day.
7 years, every single day. And Adrian, do you ever get a chance to play it casually, or you're always just in work mode?
I think I have like 3,000 hours in game for the past 8 years. What can I say? It's like when my girlfriend come into my room and see me playing, I say it's for work.
I love that. Just need to ask really quickly, who's going to win?
For the grand final or here?
Right here.
Oh, us, definitely.
Are you going to win?
Yeah, my team will win.
That's what I'm talking about. Adrian, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody watching at home?
Yes, I want to shout out to my mom, my dad, my brothers, I love you. My girlfriend here, I love you as well. And yes, have fun.
Love is in the air. All right, guys, shake hands. Let's do this properly. Mixed bag. Love to see it, guys. Go and take your seat. And over to you, Stokes, to cast what is going to be a crazy show match.
Oh man, thank you so much, Ian. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stokes, and I'm here to walk you through the show match, but I can't do this alone. I don't know if we got something a little wrong here, but where
Did you think I would be in Montreal and I wouldn't find my way on this desk? Yes! To everyone in Twitch chat, I was the Twitch that was on stream the other day.
It was
you! One person woke it up. It is so good to be here. I'm so thankful to be part of this with you, my love,
oh, come on.
Sam, with all of the others, and with Montreal!
Beautiful crowd here. Beautiful crowd here for this grand final. Beautiful city as always. We love Montreal, especially as the Siege scene. But guys, we're going to be getting into this pretty soon, and I'm very excited, Emmy. Let alone the fact that we have a show match with all of these amazing people, but it's going to be on Villa, one of my favorite maps throughout the history of Rainbow Six.
Really?
Listen, I know a lot of people hate on the basement,
Villa.
but it's a lot of fun overall. Okay. I know. I'm a little bit of a rat, I'll be honest.
You're crazy. You're wild.
Yes,
Villa is a test. When I found out, they were like, do you want to do this? I'm like, sure. They were like, Villa. I was like, maybe less sure. It's fun. But let's see what these guys can bring it.
Oh!
That is a bit biased. Everybody. Who voted that?
Listen, I know we went out in quarters, guys, but we're not that bad, okay? I promise. I promise. I will say this, though. The Team Eurasia logo, it is much better. I like the bear, but the dragon with the castle, like...
Yeah, well, it's a map of secrets, and it's a map of some things. I don't know, maybe we'll even see it later today. I'm not going to say anything. I don't know anything. I'm just here having a good time, having a whale. You know this coat? I stole it from a makeup artist. It's not mine.
Oh, well.
I wanted a dramatic reveal. So, I've been investigating Montreal, the offices this time. I've been very lucky that Ubisoft were able to get me out here, which means I got to creep around the studio, something we've not done before. But it also means I know some of those devs on screen. I know the crazy things that they're capable of, the crazy things that they're going to do. And we'll be able to cut through them, but represented here, you have gameplay programs, you have some of the ones that just lead the community team, you've got some of the people that are just working on things in the shop. Now, they don't set prices. They told me very adamantly that is not their job. Please do not confront them. But they did say they put more things in the shop for us to see. I'm curious to see, in the kindest way, if they're any good at the game.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that a lot of people share that same idea. How good are the devs at the end of the day? We know they play the game. We heard it right from Adrian's mouth right there. 3,000 hours over 7 years. That's nothing to shake a stick at. And, hey, I mean, when it's your job, it's also a beautiful thing. You know what else is beautiful, folks? We got the game ready for you right now. So let's jump in to our match on Villa.
Now, if you are unaware of how we do a show match, well, there's some rules. Rules in a show match? Yes. Because if we don't open with a Nomad knife round, what are we doing, Sam?
True.
What are we doing?
True.
Wasting away. So I believe the first round is going to be all of them gathered up. Now, do you want to explain for the kind people what a Nomad knife round is?
What a Nomad knife round is? Well, this thing was born all the way back when we did this little thing called Wind Bastion.
Ooh.
Yes, we had this beautiful map came in. I think all of you guys loved it so much. It lasted so very long. Fortress, I know, crazy. But the air jab was really the main component of this. You plant the air jab on the ground. It has a nice little timer to activate. You know what that makes, really nice for, Emmy? A knife round. You all get around that air jab. It plops you all on the ground, and you all get up at the same time, and it's fisticuffs from there.
Way Blitz. Shields. Gone? What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Listen,
really...
we got more on shields later today, too. You guys, I'm telling you, you guys better be ready for that one. But the defense, what are we going to be looking into, at least from America's side?
Matt, does it fill you with pride to call Team America out? Fenrir? Terrible ban.
What?
Do you want to be really biased? You're biased for America, I'm biased for Eurasia?
I love that.
All right, cool.
I love that so much.
America sucks. Team America's in the dirt.
Eurasia doesn't even, they wouldn't even use Vigil anyways.
Brilliant ban. They're on top of everything here. We could see some No-Boss G. Kitty wants it gone. French creator, Heideltraut, Germany, we're bringing everybody together.
Yeah, from across the globe. That's why I always love these show matches so much, Emmy. You get to see so many different personalities. You get to see people from across the world that are all impacted by Rainbow Six Siege. It's such a cool story to tell, and it's cool to be a part of this. So we're going to jump into things now, folks. And do we have anything on the docket for the first round? I know you have
First round is the Nomad Knife.
Oh, okay.
There's the slow build up towards it. I also like we're on a platform with all the other creators, so I can sort of keep an eye on Rollo and Britta right next to us. I wonder if I can just get in their stream.
I think you can. Yeah, the cable
can I just
is
like lean in their stream whilst I'm casting? Does this complicate things? Am I ruining your audio? Who are you rooting for? I didn't hear a word you said, Rollo, but good luck. Okay.
She said Team America is the best. Team America is going to win.
Why would you say that?
Yes,
Why would you say that? First round. Everybody gets outside the main door. They get themselves around a Nomad air jab. They will explode in several different directions. The last one standing with a knife in a hand and a pip in their step is the winner. So, eyes on that very important pop that Atheno will be laying down in the room. Quick bets, who's gonna win? Single player, one name.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be Team America's and Nuggets getting 2 kills.
I'm going with Dev 2. I've just got good vibes about the second Dev, not the first. But here they are. Gather. Can I get another? Oh, from the crowd. Is that something I can just ask for as a caster? The races throw themselves in. The first one is caught. Mika! She's insane! She's off the edges. Everybody's blind, and people are just running in different directions. And this knife over the top! Drop round Athena leads us in a 2 versus 2. America and Eurasia equally balanced with a 1 versus 2, all down to Atheno. He gets 1!
You never know how a Nomad knife round is going to go, but a decent amount of pop out of that one. And Mika literally playing herself in game, by the way.
I mean,
gets 2.
That's the dream, right?
Yes.
That's always the dream, is to be like, hey, I'm just gonna roll as me this time.
What a flex.
What a flex.
What a flex.
America's winning out. Damn it, Rollo.
I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you.
You did, but second round, normal round. We're just into a game of Siege at this point. Yes. It'll get weird again very quickly. Ian Chambers is still in the building somewhere. And he does things. Look at that. Look at this. Oh! Never seen anything like that. That's my team in ranked. But the 2 that get knifed in the face.
Yeah.
That's my usual.
Yeah. It happens. It really does. And usually when it happens to us. So
we're on to AVG. We find ourselves here, and although it does say it's a normal round, although it does say it's a...
That is a complete lie. Because we know what's going to happen.
Yeah. It's content creators.
Yes, it's a normal round, but it's not a normal round in really any sense of the term, because there's this thing, guys. It's called free will. I don't know if you know about that.
I've heard rumors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've gotten to partake once or twice. Quite nice. You know what? I thought we were going to get the collie off of Nugget here, but no. I was hoping for the sniper.
This is maybe they've learned lessons this time around. Now, obviously, there are references to Dev 1 and Dev 2. They do have real names.
They do?
They do, yeah. And I'm getting my list.
I thought they just numbered them out.
So here is Thibaut. Dev 1 bringing themselves. They're a gameplay programmer. So their job is making sure that things work well. There's actually quite a few of them in this.
Listen here, spectators. No, go back. We got to watch that guy. Gameplay dev, I got to see what this man does.
I'm excited for them to pull out some real weird stuff.
I just like to see an angle I've never known existed in my life.
This is like the perfect time to be like, these guys technically they do play a lot, but it's to waste it. There's a weird angle up from the basement. Nobody uses that floor.
Hey, we were talking about the basement, one of those parts of Villa that a lot of people just were not a huge fan of, but Team America, they're going to exploit perfectly and expeditiously as well. Quick to the punch, quick to 2 kills.
Oh, no!
There we go. Hide with the flank.
Oh, double down, Heideltraut for the pride.
You had to practice that one.
I have been practicing all morning. Delivered, dropped, sent them packing. Now at this point, peeked off by Dev1. Hey, you wanted to see an angle. There is one.
Hey. Bebo might be kind of a shooter. I don't know. I don't know.
Get him in. Get him in the final. How many subs can they make? They're great teams, obviously, for our final later on today, the best of 5. But could they be improved by a Dev? Who knows? A minute 30, a 2 versus 3, and you have maybe one of the most famous people from their region, Zig, still alive. They're cooking. They're always cooking.
Of course it's Zig on the upside down rappel as well. That's something that during his, time in the competitive scene for Siege was like one of the best things you could potentially apply. Looking to try and do that here in this round. Does have one close inside of Study, but you can see Azami doing her best to try and keep those up. It's not even Mika playing it this time around either. It's going to be Dev1 instead. But Zig, is he going to wait for some help? It seems like he is. Dev3 on the rotation down low.
Dev3 is Adrian, the one we saw talking on the stage before. Let's see those 3,000 hours in action. You said all the people you love, your girlfriend, your family, they're here. Don't be an embarrassment is probably what they're hoping right now. Support Zig. All of the Brazil community is screaming at you in Portuguese to come and help their main man. And, well, that's the team, the faces against them. 3 versus the 2. They're sat and steady, rocked and ready to roll straight in on towards the side of Study with a bit of a spray round on towards the back of Bolt.
All down to the 2 versus 2. Dev3 does have the oversight, the overwatch to try and assist Zig on this entry. Gridlock not the fastest in the world, but she can make it happen. She'll move across Study with 15 seconds remaining. Something has to give, and it's going to be the gunfight. The ARX not hitting the shots. It's Mika instead. And Hyde, what a great position down low. This is actually such a competitive round. No case for Zig, and no face either. As Mika, the Hashom angle.
Eurasia, baby! Mena's part of that region, and we get the Hashom angle because of it. Representing here, 1 apiece. Let's go, Sam. You thought it was over. You were waving the flag.
I was.
Change it to a white one. We are moving on, though. So, we'll change things up a little bit. We got the button.
When's our next follow-up competitive round? Round 4. I might need the coach headset for that one. I have some words to say. It might be some strong words, but I do have some words to say. I mean, look at this flank. Where's our droning? Where's our droning, America?
There he is. Is that a Bayern shirt?
It is.
As well, he's got the representation there too.
Clean kit, by the way. Very clean kit.
Clean kit. Now,
I can't believe that out of Mika. I'm lost for words. Hits the deck, man.
I believe them when they say they play every single day. I believe them. Pistols and shotguns. That is the ruling for this next one. Now, I am already looking at people's loadouts and seeing secondary SMGs. Heideltraut. What is that?
If I don't see Legion with his primary suppressed shotgun, I will be sad, which we won't see, because obviously there's no
Sam's
defender
sad
pick.
now.
I am, because, I mean, that gun, it's kind of a meme, but at the same time, it is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun.
I love the idea now of being like, how do we pull production? Can we get production to give us some stats?
Oh, Nook's got it! Guys, Nook has it! Oh, yeah! The eternally suppressed! Oh, dude, I love it.
Can we get a 1D? Give me a 1D. The secret source of every single slammed clip that you ever get to see is the 1D. What are we looking at, production?
The Assassin's Creed references in Villa, you silly goose.
It's a lovely shot, but that's a different game. Who cares? No, I care. This is my one time on the mic, so I have to be as horrible to production as well, so I'm never back. 1 apiece. And as I said, it is pistols and shotguns, but otherwise, it's still a standard round.
You can never trust them, though. Things could fly off the rails at any moment in time. And speaking of which, Hyde! Hyde! Oh, Atheno. Oh, Atheno, you're not getting that one back.
Pause the game. Pause the game and someone rub it in right now on stage.
That's fresh out on the airways, Emmy.
That's a team captain, I believe, gone. Caught in the crossfire. Oh, in fact, no, Nugget is the team captain. But he's got to try and rally his boys. Right now, there's not quite a 1 Deeg, but a 5 missed Deegs. The swing round here on towards the top of red, but it's a balance out on the back end. Idle is caught, revenge is put forward, but you're up against Mika, baby. You're up against the tour de force, the form and the sharpest blade we have on this stage. You better run, Nugget. You're not going to be able to do it with all of your team. The keeper barricades keep finding themselves formulating some sort of hold here, but it's shaky. It's sprayed back and forth on the chassis. Nugget takes a blast, but it's broken through. There is America screaming their way all the way across like an eagle, soaring over the top of the site, but the shot got locked. Kitty for the pride of France. Trying their best to hold on either side. They're disco dancing and dropping bodies like flies. And all they're saying here is, ooh, not quite safe yet, but America.
Hey, when it comes down to shotgun play, it's got to be America at the end of the day, baby. That's how it works.
You gonna hit him with a yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Can you get a yeehaw from the audience?
Oh, we got some Texans in the crowd, I see. Come on, bring it back. One more time, guys. On 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeehaw! There we go. We're all Cowboys today. And America's shooting from the hip. The shotties are landing. That M590, what do you know? It boils to the top again.
Now, I don't want to point fingers.
I do.
Okay, that was very funny.
There's nothing better than just seeing somebody having a grand time, right?
Oh, loving it up on the stage. But at this point, so far, the 2 rounds with a couple of rules, America has reigned supreme. However, round 2, that was a regular round. He's having a great time. Whoa, really great time. That clip is going to go around all of your group chats for a while. But the normal rounds, the regular rounds, round 2, round 4 is just like that. So I think it'll be just the same. Eurasia, bring it home.
Oh, you're all talk, Emmy. Where's the bite? America's got it, I'm telling you. We got Christina Kyle out here now, Nugget, bringing the collie.
You know lore? I don't. There's lore to these guys. Actually, we've had a really great time. Whenever you have an event in Montreal, sorry, Milosh, somewhere there fuming at me for pronouncing it as it's written. You get all of the devs here. The devs are out in the community, and it's so amazing to get to meet them, to get to talk to them, and in this case, have them on the stage because they are so excited to share this stuff. They love talking about it. They love everybody's stories about it, even if they just play the game, if they love particular operators, the cosplayers, every part is so dedicated and is so driven by love. And this is maybe going to be a kiss from a very long barrel. Nugget scanning, but not quite suffering.
Nugget even thinks I'm going to get cheeky over on Study. Somebody pulls that in a show match. I mean, we got to see some hands or something.
Oh, yeah, I want to... If we don't have... Because we are in a hockey arena, right? How come we haven't had 2 players start just wailing on each other?
Somebody hit somebody. What's going on?
Somebody hit somebody. I've watched hockey before. It's supposed to happen. A minute. Nothing has happened. Come on, guys. Pick up the pace. Villa's a big map.
There we go. No way. Where was he?
Art or... I don't know.
Me neither.
His one moment so far, and we missed it.
Man, it's got to be easy. Has to be.
Oh,
that guy
sounds like Steph. It was easy. Oh, it's FedEx. A minute 20 now. 5 versus 4 at this point. They have not a lot of control. They're trying to make their way across the bedroom, but to be honest, they're caught sleeping. At this point, one underneath, though. Kitty, Sacre Bleu, is able to cut them across the side. Atheno contribute a little bit more, but there is Dev 4 popping off at this point. That is Walter. I believe, no, it's Ariane, a gameplay programmer, building the game and the building blocks of a successful round. It's blown out of here, Kitty. And the person I hear cheering the loudest, I think, is Jesco, somewhere in the audience at this point. 50 seconds left, Sam. The kid is being planted at 3 versus 2, and will it get confirmed? No! The devs are screaming across like this is our home!
Kitty!
This is my back, baby! Kitty! J'adore killing! Going for the defuse.
Oh! The frostbite!
Confirmed with an ace! Kitty!
Parfait, Kitty, parfait. Very well done. You can't be mad at that, man. That's just pure talent. Jess has been cooking. She's been cooking when it comes to Kitty. I don't know what you're feeding her, Jess, but damn.
For context, that's not Jess, that's a cowboy.
That is a cow. Not to get confused.
Not to get confused.
Yes. Jess just has the mentality of a cowboy. That's
2-2.
Yes.
2-2. So I think we go a little bit old school.
Okay.
This round here. I think we go with the OG operators. There was his moment. So, this round, and I'm already looking at the operator selection and how it is wrong. Only operators that were in the release of the game.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to point out, I see a sentry. Does that count?
In my opinion, no.
Dev 2.
That's not recruit.
That is
Dev 2.
Marc-Andre, a gameplay programmer as well. Now, maybe they can make some justification. Yeah, we called it a rework, but should we have? It is just new recruit changed round, simplified, fine. But I'm not going to argue too much because they make the game. So they could just turn it all off right now.
They could.
They have a button on the stage. Tutsu. Normal operators OG. Who was your OG? Who was your classic on launch?
Man, there's a lot of people. I gotta come out with it forthright too, because there's a lot of people who like Stokes your line if I go with anything else. It's Ash. It's Ash R4C, man. You know, it always has been, always will be. Just how it is.
With the ACOG again, chat or people out there. Who was your? I was Thermite back in the day. Fragmite, loved it. Being able to roll through the drone hole, open my own breaches. Who needs a Thatcher? In those day and age, you're able to just clean your way across. Please bring it back. I want to feel that powerful again. Droning the basement as if anybody is ever there, ever. They're not, is the secret there.
Speak for yourself. I live down there.
It's a big space. We've got eyes on towards China and approach here. Straight across. Lateral movement on the ground floor. They're not going to mess around with the top, not going to mess around with the bottom. They're playing a little bit scared. I kind of want a little bit more bravado from the players.
Scared play is not associated with droning. They're just droning right now. That's it.
Yeah.
I think the proper things.
I think this thing is obviously. We have a little bit of motion.
Ask. You shall receive. Zig.
Zig's but crossed Kitty.
She's too good.
She's still on it. Still on it from before. She's found a sense in the settings and she's making it stick into the faces of the opposition of 5, almost 4 versus 4 is the Pulse fishing, but not so successfully. The C4 missed a moment. But this, with a minute 30, you're circling the site, but you have hard breach. Maybe start trying to use it. Athena, they're stepping their way in. They're trying to hit the heavy rifle either side of the box. There's one, but it's the refrag. Great bit of motion there. Kitty, again, sort of baited out Heideltraut, but I'm sure he won't mind if they get the win on the round. It's back and forth. They've won. That is the Bolt gameplay programmer.
Man, where's our verticality? What's Zig doing? Walking right in the memo door? Tis.
Well, Battle is very quickly locked out there. And Mika, I think, was one of the final kills. They tried to find their way, as you said, onto memo door, on towards the China room approach, but they just could not get the connection here. Back and forth. I think we need some generic chances. What's the American chant? It's just USA, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Americas. Does Canada count? Canada.
Canada, I mean, like, usually they go with the O Canada, but I'm not doing that.
Oh, Canada. It is very cold. 3-2-2. Team Eurasia pulled themselves ahead. Back to a normal round. I think Ian should start getting on the stage and just messing with people at this point.
He's got to start messing with Kitty. She's too good.
All right, we think about how we've rolled things back right before. We've had Parker and a cowboy hat feeding people bananas. We've had people stealing monitors. We banned Bikini Bodhi from the stage. We need people doing some shenanigans up there fast if we want to keep this Eurasia lead.
I still remember him in the Clash fit. Yeah. It's been a while now. A little bit. But 3-2 lead in favor of Eurasia. I hate saying that, and I hope I don't have to say it any longer after this. Team America all day, every day, including Sundays. All of the days. We're going to get into the round now, folks, and this one is supposed to be, where are we at right now?
This is a normal round. Regular, by the book, brawl, though I still do want a hockey fight. I'm assuming that there is still some sort of like fourth quarter alarm sound that we could pop on the top here, pull things together. But at this point, Ian's just walked over here. Ian, you ever dreamed of being an esports caster?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is my dream. I've dreamed of this all my life.
All right, do some play-by-play.
Oh,
right
not
now.
this again. I don't like it when we do this.
Right now.
I don't like it when we do this.
Do it.
All right, here we go, guys. We are about to witness something special. Guns are blazing, early doors. Stokes, I want you to hype me up here. Do my ad-libs.
Keep going.
I think they're called color casters.
Ad-libs. So it's like, when I say something, I'll be like,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
I got you.
Yeah, you got
I'm in
this.
it.
They've stolen all of my disc.
All right. All right, as you can see, as per usual, they're shooting guns.
Whoa.
Unbelievable scenes.
Bow,
Strapped,
bow.
locked and loaded, about to do some damage to the brickwork.
Don't quit your day job.
What do you mean? This is good, isn't it?
He's got it.
He's got it, yeah.
We need a true moment.
I'm quitting my day job.
Yeah, we need the kill.
Yes.
We need a kill.
We're going until we get the kill.
I'll jump in for the kill. You guys do your thing, and I'll jump in for the kill.
I think it's going right now.
They're going for the
Here
quick
we
snap
go.
up towards 90. The swing all the way down.
Swing. Bada bing, bada boom!
Bada bing, bada boom! Dropped it there, and well, as Ian said it, couldn't have put it in better words, because what does boom go? The dynamite! Absolutely exploded, Ian, right?
Yes, sir! All right, I'm going to let you guys do your thing. If you want me to do anything wild, just let me know. I've got to go on stage in a minute.
No. I want you to go up there and stop. Shake things up, baby. Shake it up. Now, 2 versus 2. All down to this at this point, but you have Mika alive, son. You got Mika on this board. They're sitting scared over there in America.
Boom, 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 boom. Nah, that's all I have for ad-libs.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you. Those are actually some of my favorite, honestly. West Side Gun, shout out. Boop, 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 boop. Dude, hey, yo. That's it. That's all I got, guys. That's it. That's it.
Creep their way up to the top red.
37 seconds.
Them. There is an eighth and a triple kill.
Man.
Now it is all just Dev 2 finding the spray over the side of the vault door. Here's the smoke pop here, but they're doing their best to get a little position. Marc-Andre, for all of the gameplay program, is out there. He's going for the default, but they've swapped it, dropped it, rocked it, rotated it behind the bomb chassis. They are gone. One top red, one study. They get the first. They couldn't find the door. It's tricky on your way out, but there's the swing for one more. Huge round from a player who was knifed. Now, Ian, he promised us something. He promised to shake things up. Well, I've heard he's going to deliver something on the stage itself, because they need to pick things up, right, Ian?
It's beautiful. All right, look, we love the devs, don't we? Guys here in Montreal, we love the devs. So we thought we'd just involve a few more. So we're going to do a little bit of substitution right now. So 4 devs off, 4 devs on. Where are our new devs? Come on out here. Here we go. All right, come up here, sir. I want a massive round of applause for every dev. Come on! What's your name? Where are you from?
NC Jack. I'm from North Carolina.
NC.
I'll be playing for Team Eurasia because I'm a trader.
And just like on every show match, it doesn't make sense. Go and take your seat. Let's bring the next one up. Here we go. Hello. What is your name and where are you from?
Emily from the UK, and I throw key for Fluke.
Oh, you can go deliver that. Come on, make some noise, guys, every single time. Go and take your seat and get stuck into this show match. Come on up here, sir. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Walter. Team America!
You're the man, Walter. You're going to go help win this game?
I hope so. We'll see.
All right, Walter, go and take your seat. One more to go. Hello, state your name. Where are you from?
Melinda, Team America.
Team America, Melinda! All right, let's get back into the madness. Should I deliver that little dog for you, Flute? I'll bring it over if you want.
What?
What do you mean?
What are you saying?
The little teddy bear. Do you want me to bring it over?
No, it's playing. That's the idea, Ian. It's a gift, so they will win.
How did I not understand that?
I like how we get the 2-shot, though. What I do want, and what I would like to see, is maybe a graphic, maybe something to show off who the new players are, because, you know, players get that. That's kind of cool. There it is. Look at that. Production's quick.
They're on it.
When I'm at the helm.
Why does Walter look so scared?
Walter is terrified.
What does Walter see?
I mean, they said up there, they were like, Team America, and they were like, I hope I do okay. Which I feel every single day. There we have the other side as well. Emily and Jackson.
I can't. No, I don't like Jackson.
What?
How dare you?
Why?
How dare you?
Oh, right, because they've changed sides.
Yeah.
I believe they are.
It's an American thing. We don't take turncoats, man.
Well, there's a French flag now on the table. I don't know if that's from us. There is Shocky. It's a small little dog.
It is a very cute dog.
Yeah, it's a team mascot. They were very nervous about getting up on the stage. I was like, well, you want a dog, right?
You got that dog in you?
Got that dog in you. Everyone say, hello, Shocky. I like how a couple of people did it.
He's got like the little whiskey barrel too.
Oh. It's coffee in there, though.
That's way less fun. If I got caught in an avalanche, honestly, neither one of them would really help me, but I prefer the whiskey. I'm just putting that out there.
So, as they get themselves set up at this point, it's otherwise going to continue, though I still think Ian should be on the stage causing trouble at points. I believe we're up to round 7, which we're going to flip it, we're going to reverse it, we're going to do modern operators only.
Twist it.
Twist it.
Bop it.
Bop it. Reverse it. Change it. Shape it.
Okay, mix it.
Mix it.
Hey.
Hey. 3, 2, 3. Still on Villa. Oh.
We would have killed it in the 80s hip hop scene. Did you hear that? Put a beat break over that. Done.
That we got to move back. We got to do like a DJ Jazzy Jeff, Fresh Prince thing, and then Ian, because we got to bring him along. Now, who's your favorite modern operator?
Oh,
favorite
man.
Who do you bring? Who's the one that's like, this was the addition that changed my life?
Honestly, right now, it's probably Grim. I love Grim so much.
Well, it's not.
Kitty is a menace. Kitty! Oh! Kitty is a Showmatch!
Hit him with the G, and I can hear Britt and Rollo screaming about that next to me.
That's that French toxicity. I can say that. I can say that.
Welcome to EU servers, baby.
My wife is going to kill me, but I can say that, okay?
Get ready. The pressure on towards the side is... Oh,
no way. Stop it. Nuggets!
Hit me. No, again in slow-mo. Give me that again in slow-mo, please, production. The slowest of Mo.
0.25. That's what I needed.
0.25 slam. I want to live in that moment forever. Dropped. Pressure on towards AVG. Well, that would have been insane. But it isn't quite at this point. I believe, actually, we're going to get a live GN reporting. Ian, what's the story?
Hi, it's Ian Chambers here, reporting from the Showmatch. Kitty, you know this is for fun, right?
Yes, I'm having so much fun.
You're killing everybody!
I'm trying.
Evil! Wicked! How much are you enjoying your time here in Montreal?
It's so good. I was there for Six Invitational in 2019 and 2020, and it's so good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Look, I don't want to keep you from killing people, so I will just ask one more question. Who do you think is going to win the grand final?
BDS.
Oh, BDS, what do you think? Oh, it sounds like you've got some agreeing fans in here. Back to you guys.
Well, in the meantime, their team has slightly fallen apart. Ian, when you cause trouble, make it for the Team America side. They've got themselves back into a 3 versus 3 here. Now, Atheno is quite hurt. Zig is on the board, and there's the end of them. And they still have, obviously, Kitty and Mika, the 2 absolute killers of Rainbow Six Siege. We've always known that.
Yes, yes. AK-12 to Mika's name. She flies into study. Knows there's some potential around that player over on main stairs as this plant starts to go down. Zig with a nice find, though, and Dev 3 will follow it up. It's down to Dev 2, and a clutch moment for the offense, and a clutch moment for Euro-Asia.
They have the ping, but it's wide swung! Pulled it back round at the end there, and... Oh, there's the close zoom. This is intense. Now, they've told me they're from the ComDev team. They develop the community. They get us all here feeling good, feeling great, and... Well, they're probably feeling a little bit bad after that, and they just sort of lost.
Emmy, did you hear about the fire at the circus?
No.
I heard it was intense.
Yeah. Rollo, I don't know if that picked up on our...
What happened,
Rollo?
Rollo? Tell us.
Do you want to talk down production? There you go.
No, me and Mika is the best!
Yeah! Titanium Rollo, everybody. If you...
Such a sweetie.
Such a love.
Lovely person.
Hyping so I can't get you. You cannot use that excuse on a LAN environment.
It's literally 0 ping.
I think
actually.
I will point out that doesn't work here, but I appreciate the energy. 4-3 Americas.
You're just like, who's running these servers? Looks over at Dev.
like playing.
It was you.
Like, they're doing their best here. Now, back to a normal round, I believe, but I still think loose the Ian at points. Like, we could get Ian in like one of those t-shirt cannons. Fire him at people. That's a big idea.
Fire him out of the t-shirt cannon?
Yeah, out of.
So that's just a normal cannon.
Right, we need a cannon. Prod, how do we get a cannon?
You're getting medieval on the broadcast right now.
Yeah. I think, you know, we need to. People want to look to the future of esports. I'm gonna look to the past of warfare, and I want to get a cannon operator.
I mean, I'm terrified as to what you would do as like a queen or like a princess back in the day.
That's why I'm wearing this coat. That's the look today.
You're a duchess.
Yeah, I came in like, whose head am I cutting off? What does it mean? Now, they're trying to communicate something here. Zig said...
Something in Portuguese, I'm pretty sure.
Go here.
Oh.
Where is he?
Where?
Can I get that over the...
Oh! He's in the... Okay. So if you punch the like little like clothing rails, like hang up stuff in your closet, if you punch them inside of the master closet, you can actually slip into that entire building.
Okay.
Hey!
Right. So, I believe that was Dawn of Shadow as well, the fantastic cosplayer who did all of my Twitch cosplay. It was their gear. Oh no!
Oh my gosh.
No!
There's no way.
Oh no!
I have to be a part of this as well. I'm an American. This is somehow my fault.
Well, it's Team America, so it obviously includes Brazil, South America, all of the great regions and players down there as well, but they're being all dispatched. An impact, probably impactless as they get. I believe Dev 2, that is just Emily, the community developer. And there it is, locked out there. We're back and forth, baby, but I don't know, I'm thinking we need to spice things up a little. Dribble it on there.
I mean, but like, what could we do? We've already done, you know, OG operators, we've done modern ops, a nomad knife round. I mean, Emmy, what else do we have in the tank?
I think Ian probably has an idea of some chaos that can be delivered. I can see some busy hands making some work on that stage right now. The best players will lose their screens for a round. They're too good. Life is tough. They're too good. Get them gone. Do you know there's...
Well,
if Kitty gets a kill...
If Kitty gets a kill,
Is it Aethiano on the other team that has their monitor turned around? We can see their screen. They don't even have their operator selected.
This is fantastic.
How are they going to choose? Because, okay, there's a story once of original release Lion. Horrible idea. There was scrimming, the G2 of the time, and Fabian had a screen that did not work for a round. So he picked Lion and just pressed the button when his team told him to. They won that round.
I bet they did. I bet they did.
I'm not sure what else they're breaking. I'm breaking the table. Ian, I think, is also going to try and find out a little bit more. Now, it's down to communication. If the team can tell them where to go, then they can be able to find things locked in. And, well, I'll send it over towards Ian. That's where we're going to go now.
I am Ian Chambers. Are we having a good time, Montreal? I may be a bit bigger than Ian, but I've just been on summer vacation. So what I need, who wants a control cookie? You want a control cookie? Come and join me. All right, what's your name?
My name's Shane.
Who are you here for?
WCGM!
What about for BWBDS? I'm sorry, but you're gonna get a cookie here. But but I need you to scream into the mic, I'm the Cookie Monster!
I'm the Cookie Monster!
Give it up for the Cookie Monster! Back to the casters!
Oh, man. Hey, kid's got some pipes. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Ian is looking rough nowadays. He's had a tough 20 minutes, apparently a very tough 20 minutes, and they've had a tough minute. Kitty, is she looking at someone else's monitor?
Kitty?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Kitty!
Refs, where are you?
Where's Ian and where's bigger Ian?
Where's Ian and bigger Ian? Is there a biggest Ian out there somewhere, or a smaller Ian?
Well, the size of Ian is a spectrum, so technically speaking, there is an Ian that is the biggest.
They are trying to find their fight now. Kitty is getting the spray over the top, but it
Kitty!
Kitty, you are looking at them monitor. They're trying to find the swing round here. There's a lot of support. You can see Mika is feeding all the information. Jackson hasn't looked down, but it is Kitty, because cheaters never prosper.
Can I look at my monitor now?
Can I look at my monitor now?
No, it's gone. You're never allowed to look at it.
Oh, man.
Again, now it's just knife, I believe, for the rest of it. I can see them typing that at this point. Make some noise! We need to do like the cams. They just need to find a single person, and it's just a make some noise. just like a big crowd of a make some noise, and then one person for all the pressure of make some noise. It's knives out, and away we go. I don't know what the Prisma's gonna do, but if someone falls for it,
Atheno!
I mean,
that wasn't very nice.
It wasn't very nice.
That was pretty knife.
Pretty knife of them. All right. Round 10. Round 10. Bleep. One of them swore. You'd think content creators would be better at it than players.
Well, no, they just get to take it out of the post.
Oh, that's true.
So they're probably worse.
Yeah, they're probably way
worse. Have you ever sat down and watched like one of your favorite like content creators on YouTube and just paid attention to the cuts? I promise you, go home, watch anybody, guys. Watch Critical, watch whoever your person is. Watch them and just watch the amount of cuts. And you're like, how often are you messing these up, man? Like,
or any of our wonderful content creators that are on the stage as well. Now we get the moment.
Oh.
That was so clear, like 2 knives dodged out.
It was way more janky than I thought it was going to be, too.
Yeah. Like, make some noise. That guy's like, he's like mildly approves. That was
He's
such like a,
adequate.
That was Siege.
Yep, that was a,
that was
that
good.
stuff, and it happened.
The tame, this is like the golf clap equivalent of being at an esports major. 5-4, America. They stand tall currently, but it's round 10, and this is a normal round. So we get another taste of how good these devs are now. At this point, obviously, there's been a couple of changes. We include having Walter. Yes?
Huh? What? I was getting photos taken. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there's photos. Yeah, you know, hang on. Stream, you can wait a second.
Yeah, guys, we
have Eric and Anne-Malay, I believe that is. Oh, it's not Eric.
It's not Eric.
Oh.
It's a different beautiful gentleman that is taking our photos.
Beautiful gentleman.
Yes, yes, indeed. But if there is one thing that I know about a normal round in between these two, somehow, some way, America is going to screw it up.
America. Swing round, sprayed over the top of the workshop. Nobody is sitting in. Oh, but you're almost knocked right out. Get in the bath, mate. Get yourself washed. You got to get dirty to get clean. And they're just halfway out. Hunted down. Dev 2 felt froggy, took a leap.
It works out for him. Nugget, a very aggressive stretch over to the Master's side. It will not go unpunished. But America still has a couple of things in the tank here. We got that pulse down low. He's going to be the only one that has a nitro cell, though, to potentially blow this entire round sky high.
Now at this point with a minute 50 and a bit of a down onto Kitty, they're gone, but they did get with a fuse charge Zig. So that is 2 different explosive devices they have used to remove the man of Brazil off of the board. Here, that's slightly directed towards you. They're doing their best to remove every single piece of the floorboard ahead of them. But a minute 30, we ask for verticality. We also kind of want you to attack the site. Sprayed. Not quite making the connection here. The Legion will pull themselves back. Further pressure angles onto China, but it's crossed. There goes Dev.
Atheno even pointed at the camera. He was like, that's for you.
We need more playing with the cameras at this point. Can someone give them that memo? I want to see some screams. I want to see some reaction shots. I want to see some tears.
No tears out of Kitty, though. She's been playing fantastic this entire game. Doesn't matter if it's a meme round or a real one. 11-6, consistently finding a way to keep EuroAsia in these rounds. Atheno, you could say the exact same thing. 16 kills to his name. It might be another one here through this verticality, not able to tag up the player in the slightest. As EuroAsia, Emmy, they're starting to run out of gas.
They got to make some motion here. They got to make things happen. It's a 4 versus 3, but as I said, the deploy is the important part, and there is the first. Heideltraut's been silent for a bit, and he started the plant, but he decided better of it instead. Wait round the corner, but who's round the corner? It's a man with a mission. There's the first, sprays on towards the second, can't get the connection. They can pull themselves back. Walter, he was a little bit scared, a little bit worried. Now he's on a little bit of a hunt, trying to bite and buy his way back in towards the kitchen and cook up a little bit of fresh dish of pain. There's the swing round onto the back of one. There is America screaming across like a 4x4 with flags trailing in the wind. Can you hear it? The quarterback QB of Atheno is leading the crossover quad. Baby, that's America!
It's America, Jesus, Atheno. There it is right there. Yes, sir.
Country western music. They're gonna write a song about that.
They are.
It's one of the things that, you know, it's about your truck, it's about your love, your wife.
Your dirt road. Can never forget that dirt road.
And never forget that dirt road. And then Rainbow Six Siege.
right there. Right next to cold beer. Rainbow Six Siege.
Rainbow Six Siege. You ever play Rainbow Six Siege in your truck in the cornfields, playing with your cold beer? Mike's gone.
Oh, man.
Yeehaw. This was horrifying.
Yeah. No, I actually felt for Nugget. He was in the spin cycle.
Him saying everywhere?
Yes.
Oh, they blew them. Was it? Wait. No. Oh, no.
No.
I thought they blew themselves up for a second.
That was Ziggy. And then he ate 2 hockey pucks.
It was a risk.
Oh. Hyde, I don't think you're supposed to be in there.
Well, America's agreed. Got themselves a 2-round buffer. Now.
We're on what?
It's 1st to 7, I believe. And at this point, I've run out of ideas. Have you got any ideas, or are we just running this to the end here? Will America lock it out for some pride here at an event where, let's be honest, you don't really have any. And I know it's America's. I'm being specific. Zig's representing. They're in the final, baby. They're there. South America and Brazil, but America? Where's your pride, Soaks? Where is it?
It was left with SSG. Oh, Ziggy. That's just not nice, man. I mean, it was clean, but that's just not nice.
It was to Kitty, though. And if there's anybody that you would like to kill in that situation, there's the risk. Kitty hurts. Knocked back down, picked back up, but a breeze would be their removal here from the map. Dev 1, Jackson, creeping their way up. They're another gameplay programmer here. They're actually quite active on Twitter, but I'm not going to give their game away. You've probably interacted with them before. They're always keeping an eye, but apparently not a good enough one. There's the C4. Goodbye.
Basement comes back to bite yet again. Map hasn't been in the pool for a while, but a lot of similar interactions, even inside of the show match. Now Hyde, but specifically Kitty, after those earlier antics out of Zig. Low on HP, but high when it comes to the fire in the belly. Flying in through the 90. Window has one over on the bench side, but Dev turns and burns Hyde. It's up to Kitty now on the cross. Knows that she's here now. Kitty in a lot of trouble as she backs up to get the default cam, but she's getting pressured from both sides. Team America starts to back off when it comes to the bench side, though. This should make things a little bit easier for her.
The hope here of EuroAsia lies in the hands of Kitty, of Mika, and oh no, only Mika left. It is the one, the heart, the soul, the screaming champion of Japanese Siege. Holding on hope. There's a spray round. They can't get the angle. They're hungry, Sam! And there is the biggest yeehaw of them all. The winners
do it.
Yeah.
I always do.
Yeah, they're all great players. We love them all. Everybody's a star, but somebody has to lose. And unfortunately this time, we are the losers.
It's a close one and a lot of different portions of that game. But when it came down to it, we found out who was just a little bit of a cut above the others.
Are they gonna...
Kitty, Atheno, fantastic. And are we going to get the handshakes?
There needs to be handshakes and fist bumps, guys. What are you doing? Don't talk to Ian. Where's your camaraderie? Where's the siege? Oh, you've just left the losers in the dirt. That's so Team America's of you. Let's just throw it over to Ian. Take it away, Mr. Chambers.
Yeah, so Team America, stay up here. You are the champions here in Montreal. How's it feel, Athena?
Feels great.
You're so chilled now. You were talking some mad trash over there. What was that all about? You took it really serious.
That wasn't me, that was Legion.
You were all talking it. Guys, let's go. What do you want to say to your fans?
I spent way too much time on the spectating screen there, the entire game, but it was good, it was fun.
Hey, GG's, have fun playing the game. Yeah, GG, well played.
Yeah, I told you we're gonna win, and we win.
Oh, I like this trash talk. We want to see more of this before the grand final, don't we, as well? That's for sure. Final words, guys?
No.
No words! What about you?
It was a good match.
It was a great match.
Yeah, it was.
All right, guys. For every winner, you of course get a prize. Here comes Big Ian with some prizing for you guys. Looking better than ever. Thank you very much, Ian. Anything you want to say? Big round of applause for this man.
Let's get this grand final on, am I right?
Too right, Rob. All right, guys. What do you want to do with all these prizes?
Get them away.
You hear that? Blacklight and control cookies over here. We've got all sorts of stuff going on. Do you want to start giving them out to the crowd? All right, tell you what. Who wants them? Who wants a cookie? You guys all want to throw a t-shirt out each into the crowd? Let's do it. You guys are sick. If you all just go out there and start throwing stuff out into the crowd, let's just create some mayhem here. I'm here for it. I'm out the way. Yeah, get more, throw it all out.
Who wants one? Hey, 15 grams of protein. Who needs the gains? Anyone over in the crowd, in the stands? Wave your hand if you want it. This crowd over here?
Nice, all good. Thank you very much, bro. You're a legend. Congrats again once more to Team Americas. Oh man, this was wild, as you'd expect for a show match. Talk us through everything that went on the desk.
We'll try our best, that's a damn sure. There was quite a bit going on in that show match. Welcoming back, we got Leo, relax. And we got our boy Jack on the very end. Leo, we always love these show matches, don't we? What's your takeaway? What do you take away from a game like that?
I feel like the show matches are amazing because it's the only thing NA can win.
Does he know who the current major champions are?
Yeah, I mean, are you confused?
But
until EU actually wins it, you can't really be saying stuff like that because NA still holds the title as of right now until we see what unfolds.
All right. Maybe that's true, but all I want to say is that Kitty dropped a double digits. That's another French dominating the scene, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Atheno dropped like 20.
No, but neither of them were the star of the show. Dev3 got a 4K with a shotgun.
Wow.
That was incredible for me.
At least we know the devs are playing the game.
Exactly. Proves that they can dunk on anybody.
That's fair.
Anyone else final comments? Do you have any more trash talk before
America's on top.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Keep
Where are they?
That's the only thing you're
Keep your hold on that one. There's the grand finals.
We're in North America. That's the only thing we can give to you right now. But it is time for us to go to a short break. You don't want to miss what's on the other side. The reveal panel will be just after this. The reveal panel is coming up very shortly, but before we get there, teasing that grand final. This one is a big one. BDS taking on W7M. Storylines galore. It's rich. The history from both of these organizations are incredible because these gentlemen are incredible. All of you have your history in this game, and specifically when we get to these kind of matches, this is where we really get to enrichen your knowledge and your thoughts. Leo, how are we feeling about the overarching theme of this match?
You know what, I feel like from playing against these guys, speaking of BDS, they're like, I just hated it. Like, I have to say, like, playing against Prime Shaiko, it was so hard. Every time you play against these guys, like, there's nothing you could do. You think about Bride, it's the same story. W7M, on the other hand, I feel like they're more of a unit, more of a strategic mind to it. You know, it's gonna be entertaining. I'm just hoping we don't get the same results of their EWC final.
You know, I beat BDS, and I can say they were hard to beat, to say the least. And then for W7M, I never really got to experience them, but just watching both these teams play, it's truly an experience for me, being, you know, a historic player for so long and now being on this talent. I mean, I love seeing the vibrance that both these teams can bring to the talent of both these rosters. I mean, it's truly extraordinary to be in this situation right now.
And these 10 guys here are creating history. Yep. They are the first 2 teams that have contested an S-tier event back-to-back. Esports World Cup, they played against each other, of course. BDS won that 3-0. And their next S-tier event, we're at the Major in Montreal, just what, 3-4 months later, and they're back here in the final again. They're starting history as the only teams to have ever done that.
The caliber of players, the caliber of teams that we have coming up in this matchup, there's no contest at the moment. But how do we feel like they've gone internationally over the last 12 months, Leo?
Well, you know, it's been domination, I feel like. I feel like BDS always there. They should have won Manchester, in my opinion. I think that was a crazy fluke from Beast Coast, but technically the better team was in Europe.
That's on the day, Beast Coast were far better.
Listen,
absolutely.
Beast Coast was not there at WC. They are not here now. BDS is the better team in the long run. If you look at W7M,
Sure,
they were there. They were there at EWC. They were also incredible international. So you're looking at the teams, the 2 teams that have been the most consistent at the top level, now fighting for a major title.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And like you said, history is being made here already. The fact that we have both of them in another grand final to possibly see whether, you know, BDS is going to walk away with it here or W7M can conquer them and actually get their first title as a unit together.
And I actually like the psychology of it as well. I like the psychology of the fact that BDS has absolutely owned W7M in a final previously, but at this event, W7M have got the revenge on BDS. So both teams have, you know, they've got recent wins in their mind against their opponents.
The thing is, do you count the best of one as like a true testament, especially going 8-7?
I think it was just proof. It was just proof that W7M can beat BDS, which they maybe needed in their mind. Had they not played them yet at this event, all we would be saying is BDS owns them. But the fact they've beaten them already allows that in their mind.
Now, in terms of the GOAT discussion, because we're getting a little lax here, we're just enjoying this. Where do we rank Shaiko in this? How far up that ranking with their history and now the presence? Where does he sit for you, Leo?
I feel like he's missing trophies to even contest with Pengu. I think Pengu will always be up there. Yeah. But as much as we go into the years, if Shaiko can then build his own dynasty with BDS, it's already quite late in his career. I've got to say, Pengu started when he was 18 and he started gaining titles there. Yeah. But if he can go with BDS and start winning so many S-tier events, that will be for sure a contention for that title.
I think just at individual prowess and what Shaiko brings to the table and what he consistently brings, that's more impressive to me than anything, is that he's been going for as long as he have, and he still puts up those numbers consistently across the board. That's truly what makes a top-tier player.
Speaking of Shaiko, we did have an interesting tweet come from him on X. Do we call it a tweet anymore? What do we call it?
Call it Twitter.
An X? Do we call it an X?
Don't call it X.
How do you do this? Jack, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, he said merci beaucoup for the free EWC, and I'll tell you in a few hours, merci beaucoup for the free major. That was a message directly to his opponents, W7M, saying that he is going to win the major after he won EWC right against them. Whoever taught Shaiko English and developed this character arc has created an absolute monster.
I was about to say, it's crazy to see him threshold now, because we used to not see that from him, but he's been on a run on Twitter like the past 6 months.
I was going to say, he's been on his villain arc for as long as I've known Shaiko. I barely have seen him talk. I've seen him smile here. I've seen him talk the talk on Twitter. So he's definitely changing his just the way he functions as a whole.
Well, we do have the teams getting ready behind us, but we've got something to get ready for that I think I'm excited about a little more. We've got the Year 9 Season 4 reveal panel coming up. Now, we've seen the advertisement, we've seen the trailers. What is the thought on Blackbeard? Are we going to see you back?
Dude, that was so long ago, but I did love Blackbeard, to be completely honest, so it's a possibility, and it looks like, I mean, he looks completely different outside of just his character model, that's to say the least.
Yeah, it was from the trailer I saw. I feel like it's like the only operator in the game that would have like an AR and a shield at the same time. I don't know how that's gonna work, but that's super. Seeing the shields right now, especially, that's crazy to me.
I think Blackbeard is a very interesting character, a very interesting operator to try and balance from a perspective of, you know, having a face shield. In the current iteration, it's either been way too strong upon release or way too weak, as we've seen recently. So I'm very much looking forward to see it.
Well, looking forward to seeing that, but also other things. Jack, what's your hopes for this panel? What are you looking forward to potentially changing if it does?
I mean, look, I would say I'm a super user of this game. I play so much ranked. Like, I absolutely
You have a
love
Discord committed for that.
Yeah, I have a Discord committed just for ranked.
I get notifications every day.
Every day, every single day. Do you want to play ranked? Do you want to play ranked? The one big topic in ranked right now is shields. So I hope shields do get addressed and that we can have a little bit more balanced gameplay with regards to that.
Leo?
I feel like for me, because I never answer his notifications, that's because sometimes I just solo queue. And my experience as a solo queue player in rank is it can be frustrating sometimes to face a 5-stack. I know we've been speaking about like having multiple ladders or queue systems. I don't know what's being worked on, but like that would be my on my wish list to see how solo queue players can have a fair game matchmaking.
No, I mean, that's something for me even, that just being able to do that. But I think back in Brazil, they talked about like a cross-play or something like that, being able to bring Xbox to PC, PlayStation, whatever it is. That's something that's kind of unique for me, to be able to go back that far to now bring them all together. So I'm really hoping that this is in this panel.
Jack, what do you think the esports community is looking for the most? Do you think it is that shield rework?
I think so, because it's dominating the way that esports is played right now, because either the esports are banned and there's no strategy at the esports one. The shields are banned and there's no strategy, you know, really in the banning, or you try and play the strategy in the operator ban phase, and then shields just kind of abuse the meta right now. It's the big storyline of what's happened at this major in this season, so I think that's what they'll be looking for.
Lax, how much does it impact the community with these panels?
I mean, tremendously. I mean, you get to see a completely different look at Siege, a different approach to Siege, especially with certain operators if they get tweaked or touched, or just even certain aspects of Siege and how you play the game as a whole. So, I mean, it's great for the community, it's great for the esports as a whole.
Well, this is very exciting, Leo. I was going to let you talk, but we are getting underway. This is the big one. It's time for us to unveil Year 9, Season 4.
Hello and welcome to Operation Collision Point, the fourth and final season of Year 9 of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, here with a jam-packed reveal show. We've got a ton of new features to talk about, including some big player protection news. Now, let's welcome Creative Director Alexander Karpazis to give you a full overview of Operation Collision Point.
This is Operation Collision Point, and it's our grand finale of seasons in this year. It ends with a bang, and it brings to the table everything we've been working on together this past Year 9. We can't wait for you to get your hands on these new features. It starts with crossplay. We are allowing PC players and console players to finally play together with the crossplay feature, so that wherever you are, whatever platform, you can play together with your friends. You're going to see the reputation system come online with all of the feedback that you've provided us in the past. We are remastering Blackbeard, and he is the true point man in the Siege roster. Balancing teams bring some balancing changes too, not just for shields in general, but some other operators that you might see. We're so thankful for all of you who participated in the beta of Siege Cup. It launches for everyone in Season 4, so everybody can play Siege in tournament mode. You'll be able to playtest all of what we announce next week and let us know your feedback through our 6 Fix. So stick with us, we have a lot to cover, and stay tuned.
With Operation Collision Point, friends who play on console and PC can now join together in lobbies to team up, hop into matches, and then crouch, teary-eyed, over each other's fallen operators while solemnly vowing to get the refrag. Here's UX designer Abhishek Agarwal with the details on this crossplay update.
As we introduce PC and consoles crossplay, we know that fair play, especially cheating, is a concern. So we are excited to confirm that Mousetrap V2 will be a part of this feature to keep things balanced. We'll share more details about Mousetrap in our next segment, but for now, we are excited to bring crossplay between all platforms in Siege. Console players will have 3 pools to play in: the platform-specific pool, the consoles-only pool, and the PC crossplay pool. They'll be able to select that in the crossplay matchmaking setting in the options menu. To ensure a safe experience for console players in the PC pool, we have made console players indistinguishable from other PC players. Players will be able to invite each other seamlessly across PC and console platforms through Ubisoft Connect. Console players will be able to progress both their PC rank as well as their console rank by playing directly on consoles in the relevant pools.
The Year 9 plans we revealed in Sao Paulo earlier this year included a lot of player protection features, and this season is the culmination of all those plans. Alexander Karpazis and UX designer Roland Poe are here to give you the full rundown.
With the changes to crossplay, we're looking at Mousetrap now. Now that keyboard and mouse is allowed to play on console with PC players, we will be re-examining the way that we tackle players who try to circumvent that. We have a new 3-strike system that detects if you're playing with mouse and keyboard in the wrong player pool. And on the 3rd strike, you'll be moved to the PC pool for 90 days. Our machine learning model is constantly improving with players playing the game. So we're becoming more and more accurate over time. And the fact that we are releasing this now means that we're confident in the system detecting the right players. Cheat match cancellation is coming in Season 4. And that means we can react faster to detecting cheaters and getting them out of the game as soon as possible. If you're in a match with a cheater and they're banned, you will see the notification pop up and the match will be canceled. The player will be removed from the game, and every legitimate player will not be punished for canceling the match.
Throughout Year 9, we've worked on the reputation system refresh. That means we've changed everything top to bottom, front to back. And everything starts with the actions that are tracked in-game. We're introducing a new concept called units. And these are standardized ways of understanding actions and act as the building block for your reputation. The goal of the reputation system is to catch recurrent and highly toxic players, guide and reward players who are showing positivity. And the way we're achieving that is looking over a long period of time to really understand a pattern of players' behaviors. Over the past 100 matches in 90 days, what has a player been up to? This means that a single errant grenade throw that bounces away you didn't expect isn't going to send your reputation plummeting. What will is repeated patterns of disruptions. We're introducing a new visualization called the standing map. This will show you your positive and negative units, as well as exactly where you are in the standing. So how close are you to achieving that next upper bracket? One final note is that with the launch of the refresh reputation system, everybody's scores is getting reset. That means you'll start the season with 0 positive units and 0 negative units. We really want you to engage with the system, understand it from the beginning. You helped us create this refresh system, and we'll be listening to your feedback once again, and together helping to create a safe and positive play space for everyone. toxic communication is never acceptable. Full stop. And with Year 9 Season 4, Rainbow Six is taking a strong stance against toxic communication with the introduction of automated text chat moderation. And that means that every message that's sent in the text channel will be assessed, and those that are determined to be disruptive will either be flagged or prevented from being sent in the first place. And the way we determined which messages were disruptive was to assemble a diverse team and go through many different categories and establish varying levels of acceptability. A good rule of thumb to think about is, if you were in this room with 9 other strangers, would you and they be okay hearing these things, saying these things? And if the answer is no, then those are the sort of messages that might get flagged or removed. If a player sends multiple flagged or removed messages during a match, they will be automatically muted for the rest of that match. If players show a repeated pattern of disruptive communication, they will face the preventative mute penalty, meaning they will be muted in both text and voice for 20 matches. We know that varying people are going to have different opinions on what is acceptable and not acceptable. And this is also a new system, but we are confident that it's the right step in securing text chat, and we'll be very closely listening to your feedback. That way, working in collaboration with you, we can make text chat a great place for everyone.
I know you're eager for the big moment we've got coming up. And believe me, we have some exciting things to share. But before we dive into that, we've got a special surprise for you. A mid-reveal treat. It's Maestro, like you've never seen him before. Even on vacation, he's so cool. Next up, we've got a peek under the hood of some improvements to the matchmaking system that live content director Christopher Budgeon is going to walk you through.
This season, we're bringing 2 new huge improvements. One is team rebalancing, and the other is Phantom Player. Phantom Player is a new way that we calculate skill of a squad. How that works is that it takes 2 aspects into account. One is the size of the squad. So are you 2, 3, 4 players within a squad, or a full stack, for example, because you're giving call-outs, you're playing and coordinating with each other, maybe getting a refrag off of each other. These are all elements that players who are playing separately are not able to do, certainly not as easy. Another is the difference of skill within that squad. So for example, if you're a champion pairing with a copper, that would be a large difference in skill. If a champion pairs with 4 coppers to drive down their average skill, it's not really fair to anybody in that lobby. With the Phantom Player, that will add a lot of skill to that group, and they'll ultimately be playing in a more fair lobby. We like to call this feature Phantom Player, because it's as if there's a 6th player on the team in terms of skill. Phantom Player will be used within all of our playlists, including the Siege Cup, our most competitive playlist. We're also bringing team rebalancing. Now, this is something we've been testing on live in Year 9 Season 3, and we're ready to have this fully rolled out for Year 9 Season 4. What team rebalancing does is it looks at all the players on each team and just rebalances them to give an improved way to calculate the skill of both teams. So, which squad should a team go to? Should it go on Team A or Team B? Now, with the team rebalancing feature, will be an improved way to make sure that the 2 teams are as close in skill as possible. So we're able to add these matchmaking improvements because we've actually restructured our matchmaking component of our engine. And that's why we were able to bring skill initialization last season, big improvements this season. We have more coming next season with dynamic matchmaking. Look out for more matchmaking improvements as we continue to evolve within Siege.
Operation Collision Point marks the arrival of the most competitive playlist yet, the Siege Cup. If you're ready to see what your squad can really do, this is the place to do it. Game designer Robert Cole will give you all the details as we celebrate the full release of Siege Cup.
Let's do this.
To locate a bomb.
Swapping mates. He's upstairs. Reach that wall. Yeah, reach it.
Down to 15 seconds.
T4 is ping.
Yes. Friendly is victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Go, go, go. Split together. Planting, make noise.
15 seconds.
It's the final. Let's get the win.
Friendly is victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Thank you everyone for participating in the Siege Cup beta. Coming next season, we will be inviting everyone above clearance level 50, including console players, to Siege Cup, so that everyone will be able to participate. We want Siege Cup to be the most competitive moment in the game, so matches in Siege Cup will have 8 rounds instead of the 6 of ranked, together with a role swap after the 4th round. Apart from that, the map selection of Siege Cup will be handpicked in advance, so that players will know in which map they will compete days before each Siege Cup. As we announced previously, we'll be bringing our new Phantom player algorithm to Siege Cup. This means that teams with big skill disparities will be placed in much harder brackets. The release of Siege Cup is a big milestone for us. But we're not stopping here. We have a big list of features and improvements to make it the best version possible.
It's time to take a look at this season's bouncing update. And here's what we've got on the docket. Sen, Ying, and every operator who uses a shield. How will they be affected? That's what Game Director Joshua Mills is here to tell you.
Kicking off Season 4 of Year 9, we're going right after a problem that we're already seeing in our community, which is our ballistic shields. So fundamentally, they're performing in a more aggressive state than we intended, and we want to go in and address that.
So what are we doing? 1, melee priority will now be properly respected. For example, a player melees a shield causing a guard break. The shield user will no longer be able to cancel that shield break with their own shield bash. 2, consecutive guard breaks will now have a stacking benefit. That defender can now increase the intensity of the guard break exponentially, meaning if Monty does nothing, you will be able to achieve a 100% guard break opening even on an extended shield. 3, we no longer ignore guard break actions due to the animation. For example, you melee a blitz and the guard break animation plays. But as the shield is about to settle back down, you melee it again. Previously, that second melee would not have connected and the guard break animation would have completed with the shield settling. But now, that melee will connect and the guard break will be reset and have that increased intensity as mentioned before. Now jumping onto the shield mechanics themselves. Suppressive fire is a tool to stop shield users from sprinting and closing the distance. Suppression will now require less bullets to trigger, from 10 to 5, and less bullets to reach the maximum intensity of suppression from 40 to 20. Maximum suppression lasts for 7 seconds when not receiving any additional damage. The shield bash damage will also be reduced. We're taking it from 65 damage all the way to 0. We are realigning to a core principle in Siege that if you want to be lethal, you must be able to receive lethal. Being lethal means being vulnerable. The last change is that we're modifying the shield collision detection when shield bashing to more closely follow the detection used for knife melees. This will eliminate some odd moments when a shield bash hits when it otherwise shouldn't have.
We're also tackling Ying in Season 4. We're going after that frustration around the fact that she can almost instantaneously flash a sight and enter it all at once. What we want to do here is require Ying to have a little more precision on how she deploys her candelas, but also give our defenders a chance to react to them. It may be known or may not be known, but you can actually shoot the candelas before they go off, and defenders will now have a bigger window in order to do that. In Season 4, we're looking into Sens. They've had a low presence in the game since they were introduced. We're looking to add a little more functionality and utility to the gadget for more strategic play. The Rue. What can it do now? 1, Sens can toggle it on and off at will. So So if the wall's deployed, they can go ahead and turn it off. They can even deploy the gadget off and then turn it on whenever they feel like it. Additionally, the room emits a light wall, so it's not a smoke. All gadgets that can normally see through smoke will no longer be able to see through the wall.
As we continue to enhance Siege, we're introducing something that will make every match count even more. The team is rolling out the beginnings of a new progression system to track milestones and achievements that you earn just by playing. To explain how it all works, please welcome UI artist Gaston Rojas.
Our goal of introducing the badge system to Siege is to reward your long-term engagement by earning badges through in-game achievements. There will be badges for everyone, no matter your skill level, but mastery is highly rewarded. To unlock badges and upgrade them, you must complete different challenges. There are elimination challenges that require kills or assist with certain weapon loadout. There are also badges that you can unlock by playing with a full permit squad. Others that you can unlock on your own by making plays and using game tools like rappelling or drones. For now, there will be 22 badges and more on the way, with 4 different tiers to upgrade: bronze, silver, gold, and chrome. The more you progress on the challenges, the fancier the badges you will unlock. Career is a new player centralized hub that organizes replays, rank, reputation, and future stats into one place. This is just the beginning, so expect more additions to track your progress.
Blackbeard. Once a feared point man, this operator has seen less action in recent years as the game has evolved. But now, it's time to bring him back into the spotlight. Joshua Mills will explain everything about Blackbeard's remaster, but first, Blackbeard makes his triumphant return to Siege Tales.
First off, Season 4, we're introducing our second remaster to the game. Now, somehow you all figured this out. I don't know how you figured it out, who told you or whatnot, but yes, it is in fact Blackbeard. In the past, we had issues right out of the gate with the fact that blocking a one-shot headshot in a one-shot headshot game is a serious problem. But additionally, being able to be fully protected and be lethal at the same time is another big problem. Being able to address both those is what we're doing with this remaster. New gadget, new gameplay, you've never seen this before. He's the guy that goes first in the door or through the wall. But that's what the Hull Adaptive Shield can do now. Blackbeard can actually approach a soft wall and burst through it, taking that ground and running in first while leading his team. We want to really adapt the way he plays inside a building and how we can open up new lines of traversal. One of our key objectives with Blackbeard was to make sure he was the point man. You want him to be in the front line of the fire. That means he needs to be protected. Essentially, when Blackbeard wants to go combat ready, you simply ADS. And when you do that, the glass panel will slide down and reveal your target, but also expose Blackbeard. Now keep in mind that when Blackbeard can go lethal, he can receive lethal. The shield will drop, the gun will go in place, and he'll be able to be lethal, but he can receive damage. He'll be protected in the chest area, but of course, we all know where everyone's aiming. Reloads will not be safe reloads with Blackbeard. He'll need to take the time to reload in cover in order to make sure that he can do that while not exposing himself. He used to be the Rappel King, being able to be on Rappel, hold long sights, and be protected. We're bringing that back. Obviously with the change that when he goes lethal, that shield comes down and he can, in fact, be headshotted back or take damage back. Well, as far as getting up and meleeing Blackbeard, I highly recommend you don't do this because he still has all the same functionality of our ballistic shields. He can sure as hell melee you back. We did custom animations, new models, new gadget, you name it, it's all going in. And we wanted to make this one hell of a complete package. If you want to bring some serious firepower and some protection, you bring Blackbeard.
And there you have it. Operation Collision Point is set to bring some of the most exciting updates and changes we've seen this year. From crossplay to player protection and the remaster of Blackbeard, we're excited for you to experience all the new content. It's been an incredible journey through year 9. Now, gear up for Operation Collision Point, and we'll see you in game.
Plenty of changes coming to the game that we know and love, both as a player and now, of course, as operators. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. We'll talk about the reveal panel, what we've just seen a little bit, because there's been a lot of discussion about something in particular. For me, cross-play lax. This is huge. The crowd love that. That is a massive change coming to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Jinxie can really see what it's like playing against those PC players. And obviously, there's no more PC master race at this point. Now everyone can play against each other and really get a feel for how the game is all collectively together.
Lax, not Lax, Leo. God, you
There's an
don't
L in
look
there.
anything alike. You
don't think so?
Deep dark, and he's got grey and white.
I don't know about the same muscles.
Yeah, I
Same
think
muscle
it's close
mass.
enough. Leo, obviously another change coming that will impact a lot of players in their entirety is how they solo queue now. This is a big one.
Yeah, I think like the fact that now you have a skill system. That Phantom player for me is a big story. Like I said, I was the kind of player that would go practice in solo queue before my scrims. It didn't show because I didn't have the best mechanics, but I tried.
Hey, me either.
I tried. And so by doing it in solo queue, that will make you face a fairer matchmaking. I feel like something that we've been waiting for a long time.
Absolutely.
I was not expecting that solution. I didn't think of it. That's why I'm not a dev. But I'm glad it's going to be there. And hopefully that's something I will feel when I go start a new solo queue in ranked.
Jack, the one that everyone, I think, was waiting for, hoping for, praying for. We have seen the Shield rework. The crowd loved it. We loved it. The players loved it. What's your initial thoughts?
Yeah, speaking of solutions, I mean, you know, the initial thoughts there is that Shields needed a nerf. They got the nerf. And I feel like the players that have really high skill ceilings will still be devastatingly good on Shields, but they won't be able to one-man army. And I also love the idea. I love the idea that you could get into like a post-plant scenario, late round scenario, 3v1 with 3 shields on the board, and you could just keep ping-ponging a defender up and down the hallway. That would be incredible.
I cannot tell you how many times in pro play it happened to me as Mira, as the anchor. I'm left alone against a Monty and the diffuser is planted and there's nothing I can do. And in Pro League for 30 seconds, you see me knifing that shield and there's nothing I can do. Now that's going to change. And that's great for me.
Yeah, I mean, that Monty change specifically, I mean, you had to accept a loss at that point. If you were a 1v1 against Monty and they pinned themselves in a corner, now you're going to get punished. So it does make those shield players actually have to use the shield accordingly and actually make it work into their favor.
Gentlemen, Montreal, it is time to get underway with the discussion for the grand final. W7M go head-to-head with BDS. This is the game we've been waiting for. This is what we prayed for at the start of Phase 1. And now, Jack, now we are here.
Yeah, we're here, the grand final. Two teams that have got a big storied history with each other right now. We're seeing BDS and W7M go head-to-head in some of the most important games in this calendar year. As you can see here, they played in EWC groups. They played in the EWC final where BDS got a 3-0 stomp of W7M, and then they played here in Montreal where W7M set themselves up with that win inside of the Swiss stage. These two teams are now getting very, very used to playing each other.
Leo, a French team with a fair few Frenchmen on the roster. You, being a Frenchman yourself, you've been here before, you know what it's like. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I've got to say, Rob, I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you the story of I think something that's very similar to mine, a French roster and a French player that started his game by going in LAN events, by going in community tournaments, that dreamt of the biggest stages, the biggest teams, lifting the best trophies, a player that went to play French challengers, that went to play French league, every SI qual he could get. And in every single underage roster he played, he was the best player. This is the story of someone that earned his spot into BDS, that came in as a rookie and was the IGL, that went into winning his first major with this team. This is the story of hard work, of talent, that anyone can do this if he trusts himself enough. This is the story of Likefak. He's gonna go on this stage as the IGL once again to gain a second major title with that team, and I'm here for it.
He has grinded so hard. He has grinded so long, like you say, from when you were younger, Leo, all the way through. But not only that, he is one of the nicest people. Anybody who has ever met him inside of this ecosystem, he is one of the nicest people and nicest pro players in totality.
There's a lot of storylines for all of these teams, but Lax, if we're honing in on individuals, who do you look to on W7M?
Yeah, there's another storyline there, and that has to be Volps. I mean, his career started back in 2021 on Singularity on a B tier, a T2 league team, where he didn't find any success. But a dream started there. A dream run was entered. He then would join W7M, fast forwarding that year. But since joining W7M, he would always fail and be at the short end of the stick, and just heartbreak after heartbreak. Following the next year, he then goes to Liquid, joining a completely different roster. And let me tell you, from a player perspective, joining another team, just because it might be the best option or it looks like the best option, does not mean that that always works out. It's a gamble. It's a 50-50. You don't know what can happen. And sure enough, yet again, he gets so close. He's made so many S-tier events and just cannot finish that line of just winning that championship. And not only joining that Liquid roster, he then would get removed. And to speak of resilience, of someone's sheer tenacity in a player, that is what Volps carries. He then joins back W7M, joins this team, goes to EWC, knocks out Liquid, crushes their key, and then gets crushed. Another heartbreak, losing to BDS. Now I'm saying what you're saying, losing to BDS, and then now finds himself here yet again at the grand final, where he can finally achieve his dream, achieve it with his team around him, and be a champion finally.
Jack, there's a lot of different players on both of these rosters, but when we look at these two specifically, how do they match up?
Well, I want both of them to win after the messages that Leo and Gabe have both sent, but let's put them head to head, because not only did they both have big emotional storylines, one of them is going to win a major today. Now, both of these players, both of these people are the IGLs of their team, but they are also both huge, mechanically gifted and insane clutch players when it matters. You can look at the stats here. Very similar EPS in the expected player score. Very similar cost, maybe Volps a little bit more. Really, really good KDs. You know, obviously you're seeing, as you can see here, both positive and both playing very well at this tournament. Whoever wins today, whichever team it is, whether it's BDS, whether it's W7M, I absolutely guarantee you that the person that's on the winning team, Volps or Leakifak, they will be one of the key contributing reasons for that victory.
We have leading figures, we've got an unbelievable matchup to come, but there's only one more thing that we need to do. It's the proceedings of the map veto, Leo. We've got a best of 5 coming your way, and this is how it's going to pan out. Honestly, I'm excited, but I'm kind of terrified.
It's always, you know what? You're always excited, and you're always kind of terrified when you go into a BO5.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at these two teams' map pools. Both of these teams, they only have one permaban, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're going to see BDS take away that lair. We did see them try to play it inside of this tournament so far. Didn't go so well. And then, of course, W7M, they're going to get rid of Bank. Now, it's their permaban, but also BDS absolutely love Bank, so it's no real surprise to see these two bans coming out, Leo. But that Consulate pick.
Yeah, Consulate pick from BDS, I'm not too surprised. I know some of these people here that I might be watching the statistics might think, okay, it's not that best of a BDS map. Why did they pick it? Well, if you look at W7M, it's one of their worst maps. They've lost it 3-7 to FaZe, 3-7 to Furia, and all the way back in the grand final of EWC. Who did he lose to in that grand final?
BDS.
BDS, and that was not even close, 2-7.
Well, let me look at Lab specifically here for W7M. This is a great map for them. They are on a 7-game win streak. And when you think of BDS just recently beating FaZe, and again, I think that gave them a false sense of reality and a false sense of confidence, because FaZe just did not look like they were in that game. They did not look like they could even get a foot in the door. It's not to discredit what BDS is, but again, I think it really just illustrates that they feel very confident going into this, where W7M really understands this map and is going to show them why it's going to be a regret for them.
Yeah, I think they'll change the operator bans up from yesterday at Nighthaven, will W7M. And then we're going to see Border and Skyscraper in terms of the bans from these two teams. Now, obviously BDS, not really a huge fan of Border, and they lost this map to W7M in this tournament, so get rid of it. For W7M, Skyscraper is literally BDS's favorite map. It's their #1 map preference if they could get to it. So I'm not surprised to see these two maps taken away.
Going into that Clubhouse, this is worrisome. Fox made a very good point during the stage. You don't bring a team that you're better than to Clubhouse. Clubhouse is such a default map. There's nothing that you're going to do that's going to surprise a team, that you're going to bring out of nowhere, that no one hasn't seen across the region. Every team across the board has played Clubhouse, knows how it plays, the fundamentals, that what it takes. A game of Clubhouse, to me, really comes down to who is making the least amount of mistakes and whoever is capitalizing on those mistakes.
I 100% get that point, but when I think of that EWC final final again. I feel like BDS is trying to repeat that again, because on Clubhouse, last TWC final, they won 7-2 against W7M. And it's a similar story with Café. I think both of the teams love Café.
Yeah.
You look at Chalet as the decider, usually it tells you that both of these teams are great at it. Well, let me tell you, both of these teams have a crazy win streak. W7M have won Chalet 4 times in a row now, 6 for BDS. Honestly, pretty balanced map pool.
It is almost time, so I'm going to get quick predictions as we go through this. Are we kickstarting an era of the Europeans or the Brazilians, Jack?
The Europeans, of course.
Backing them.
It's as simple as that. No, I mean, look, I think BDS on paper, man-to-man, have better mechanical players. I think Leakfac is possibly the best IGL in the game right now. I don't see a world where BDS over 5 maps don't get this done.
Lax?
WCTME!
Oh, yeah, there is a fan club there.
There is.
Hey, we aren't in Brazil, but hey, we got people here.
We definitely do. Leo?
Listen, BDS in terms of individuals, the best. As a unit, the best. BDS! I think the French is taken.
I'm okay to go against the grain.
Yeah, I don't want to take any more of Ian's hype, that's for damn sure. Big Ian over here, but we've got a bigger match to come. Ladies, gentlemen, Montreal, it is time for your Montreal Major Grand Final.
I think BDS is probably the biggest team to face against in this tournament. If not the worst matchup, I think they are like one of the annoying ones to play against.
W7M is a really good team. We faced them last time during the Esports World Cup final. We won at the end. A lot of players in this team have a really good, but we are better. So against them, we are going to full focus on the gunfights to have the win at the end.
When you play against BDS, you don't see like such a tactical team, so I'm really confident to beat them. Pick a fact. This time I'm gonna show you who is the best red player in the world.
Hello Vops, last time you get your revenge, now it's my turn. See you there.
Montreal, it is time. Fans travel thousands of miles to be here. You tune in internationally to see the question answered. Who truly is the best this beautiful game has to offer? It's Championship Sunday, which means it is time to lock in another piece of R6 Esports history. 2 incredible contenders waiting right here to come out onto this stage right now. And the first are on a relentless mission to become #1 with a bullet. It's BDS! They need this major. A star-studded roster ready to put the world on notice in front of this roaring fan base. The unbeaten Bulls are ready to charge the stage. It's W7M! They have shattered the rear-view mirror. All they see is the road ahead as they look to create and cement their own legacy as part of the historic org. Lobin, Licky back. Just briefly, I know that this is vital time that you want to be taking to get ready ahead of what is such a crucial moment in your lives. But this is the second time we've seen you both in a grand final situation internationally this year. I'm going to come to you first, Loban. Why can you beat BDS this time around?
Because we are a better team. I think we are more prepared. And yeah, that's it.
Why are you, Lickifak, and your roster going to crush the dreams of your opponents here?
We like WCNF. It's a really good team. They look better than Esports World Cup, but unfortunately, it's again best of 5, and it will be against a victory for BDS.
Any final words for your opponent here, Lobin?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Shake hands. All right. It's time to do a sound check in here, isn't it? Who do we think is going to win? Is it going to be W7M? Is it going to be BDS? Now, one thing I haven't done in this arena yet this weekend, and I want to do it right now. This is the home of Siege. It's grand final time. You've all come together. We're like one big family. Let's blow the roof off this place, all right? I want to see how loud we can get in Montreal. Montreal. Make some noise! All right, it's time to get into it. Jesse, Interra, Lynx. It's grand finals time, baby.
Another live event and another TriCast, and I have brought my 2 children to work with me today.
Thanks, Dad. That's where you're starting it off.
That's where we're starting off. We're getting the jokes out of the way.
How else did you think he was going to start? Be honest.
I know. You can't trust anything with this guy.
No, I was expecting originally Rob to throw to me, and I was going to make another joke about how he looks like a monkey. But I mean, like, I didn't get that option, and Ian is just too objectively pretty for me to say anything about him, so I had to turn inward, and I had to, you know, some friendly fire to shoot.
You can't talk bad about Ian. Ian
No,
Chambers.
it's impossible.
I tried earlier, and I just ended up doing an impression of him by complete accident. My instincts wanted to emulate him so badly.
Did you, before we get into the actual matchup now, as we're still waiting for the teams to get loaded in, and then we're going to get into Consulate with our very first map, did you hear during the show match Manic's impression of Ian?
I did hear that.
It was awful.
I think he maybe could work on that a little bit.
Did you hear yesterday, Manic allegedly did an impression of me on the desk? It was also terrible.
Well, I wouldn't envy anybody trying to sound like you.
All right, well, I envy myself trying to sound like myself. I think I'm pretty great.
My heart is warm whenever we get to Montreal. We've had a lot of events here on the same place where this game was created. The devs got to play in the show match earlier, and as Ian touched upon, it really does feel like a family event when we get to Montreal. It is nice to see a full barn today here in a very cold hockey arena. I hope that the matches are hotter than it is inside of this building.
Well, Jesse, I mean, I would also hope that we have a better matchup because the last time these two teams faced, what was the number? W7M got 6 rounds against BDS across 3 maps. Is that correct?
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not ideal. That's not even enough to win a single map here in Rainbow Six Siege. So we're hoping for a better series, and I do think we're gonna get one. The analysts, the players, even BDS themselves have been saying that W7M look better than the last time they met. They got to experience it firsthand in the Swiss phase, where W7M walked away with a victory. So,
8-7.
Starting to break that trend, W7M showcasing they can beat the best in the world, but a BO1 is very different from a BO5.
2 teams that made it into the semifinals, widely considered to be 2 of the teams in the top 3 of the whole world, were BDS and FaZe Clan. They did battle yesterday in, frankly, quite a surprising result. I didn't think BDS would look as good as they did.
No, I didn't either, and I think it's a case of BDS might just be peaking right at the right time. I know I mentioned in the desk mention that I said at one point BDS were looking weaker going into Montreal than they did going into Manchester, and I think in no small part that was true. But it stopped being true in half of the quarterfinal on Friday, but it definitely stopped being true in the semifinal against FaZe yesterday. They look incredible.
Folks, friends, and enemies, it's time for map number 1. We're about to go to Consulate. Short words before we get into the actual matchup. Either of you, final point.
We're gonna have a great game here, all 5 maps.
BDS, take it.
No, you're not supposed to say that at the start. Game is ready, though. Map number 1, you did a good job with Ian. Montreal, make some noise for your first map of our grand final.
Let's jump right into the operator bands here on Consulate. This is one that we tend to see BDS dominate on For these operators, we tend to see a little bit of variation coming out. W7M will get the first ban starting on the defense. We're expecting a Dokkaebi or a Ying based on their previous bans that they've had on this map, and they'll stick tried and true. For BDS, my main question, are they taking shields out of the equation? We've seen some really good shield play coming in from Dots. A Monty ban would make a lot of sense coming out from BDS, but they switch the script. It'll be Grim coming out for them. Now we move on to the defense. I'm expecting a Fenrir and a Valkyrie if we keep with the trends.
And of course, we have seen, I think, BDS ban Azami on the map in the past as well. So will they go with that? No. So far, Jesse, we are 3 for 3 on the trends.
He just reads numbers, and it makes him seem so smart.
I can't even...
Okay, who makes these numbers, though? I find them.
That's true. I guess you're not making them. You're not cooking the books.
Oh! Numbers didn't say that one.
Numbers don't always tell the story, Jesse. And to be fair, if we're thinking about W7M on this matchup, one thing that we have seen repeatedly throughout this whole event is despite the org they're playing under and what their previous roster used to do, they have been remarkably passive on their defenses. And I don't mean that as an insult. They like to draw the team into the map, whittle down that time, but if they face those same problems on Consulate, if BDS are able to slow them down, well, the last thing you want to do with 20 seconds left, walk into a door with 3 EDDs and lose an important kill.
First bomb site, the basement here of Consulate, and before we actually see a single round get played, operators from BDS will still be locked in over the next 30 seconds. If you watch the reveal panel, this very well may be the last major where shields run rampant, so I know that the audience wants to cheer. Can we take a moment of silence for shields? Just a moment of silence? What part of silence do you not understand?
Parker, I don't think they think the shields deserve the silence.
The people yearn for change. People yearn for something new. Dots certainly doesn't. Dot's been playing shields for like a year and a half. He's like, man, they just got good again.
Speaking of shields, with no shield ban for this first map, Monty will come out right away in the hands of Brede.
And this is something that BDS, I mean, if anybody's going to play the shield on BDS, it is Brede. However, of the different areas of the meta we have right now, you know, Dokkaebi Deimos in one corner, Shields in another, BDS have been very firmly in that former category, running the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, and Brede only, at least in the EUL, for example, only flexing onto Shields here and there. Not at all a cornerstone of their strategy, but bringing it out right here, especially with Dokkaebi ban, on Consulate attack, you really need every tool you can get your hands on.
Saltov, no idea how close he was. They're just worried about this Nitro Cell or the impacts that could come through, but it looks like on first attempt, the wall gets opened with no contention. Here we see a player by radio peeking around the pillar, a smoke grenade immediately going out. Will this prompt the push, or are they just hunting for picks? I think they're going in for it, Parker.
And an early death mark as well from Shaiko as W7M spread out amongst this bomb site, still holding upstairs. Volt's the first one to die, but Dash with a huge C4 to eliminate Brede and Leaky Fac. Brede had been downed early on. Solotov will join them in the afterlife. You said passive defenses from W7M. Well, if BDS want to get through the breach and get into the bomb site quickly, and you just sit back and let them come to you, how much more passive can you be?
And you can see, I mean, obviously Lobin with that pick playing a little bit off-site, but the entire plan from W7M was built around stopping anybody from pushing in the garage. You're right, they held passive, but what was the plan? You have a Legion up above, and if a shield decides to rush through, guess what? You can toss goo mines down the moment they try to run through the breach. The shield not so effective anymore.
Bit of a vibe check to start off from BDS. They go for a very, you know, rush strategy. They want to get aggressive early. They want to make something happen. Maybe catch W7 off guard, but it's not going to be that easy. BDS starting grand finals on Consulate is a trend for them. They first picked this map in Manchester against Beast Coast. They won it 7-3. This was the first map they played on in their last BO5 against W7M. They won 7-3. W7M, in theory, even 4 rounds here, is a good start to this finals. It's better than almost anybody else has been able to get against BDS. So, starting with a strong win like this, stopping that aggression is hugely important for momentum going forward.
And I think especially bringing up that Manchester final is pertinent because even with Shaiko dropping biblically awful numbers for his career in that final, BDS as a whole struggling in that final, they still only lost 2-3. It was still a close game that Beast Coast had to overperform map after map. So if W7M were able to stop that momentum right here, obviously, too early to tell. I gave my prediction earlier. I'm sorry about that, Parker.
That's fine.
It's still very important, as Jesse said, that given how close these finals can be for BDS, that you take away every little advantage they can find.
They did write about Shaiko in the Bible.
Did they?
Yeah, they called him Jesus.
Oh boy, we're gonna need a big performance from Shaiko today, obviously, if they want to be taking out W7M. The last time, as you mentioned, Lynx, we didn't really see that out of him. Uncharacteristic. Shaiko, one of the greatest players of all time. Nobody would deny that. The GOAT, that's a different question. Certainly adding another win to that column would strengthen the argument.
And it was 2 years ago at the Jönköping Major. This time in 2022 when BDS defeated Team Liquid in that grand final for their major championship.
LickyFact's first event.
And that's the player that I think needs highlighting. Obviously, a lot of ink will be spilled talking about Shaiko, potentially even Brede. But it's been EFAC, or LeakyFac as he's called inside of the server, who's really been the star for BDS this event, consistently doing great on challenging roles, and no team has been able to slow him down.
BDS as a whole, at least W7M right now, trying to slow BDS down. That much is for certain. On an admin take, that can often be not only the name of the game, but the death knell for these attacking teams. LickyFac, good thing we decided to talk about him. He can just seem to do it all. Solotov on the Thermite, oddly enough. We'll find that second kill. He's been on the projector balcony for what feels like 80 years, and finally it bears fruit.
Yet to even enter the building, we still see massive kills coming out for BDS. They've got 3 more to find now. They've kind of pivoted away from the admin take. They were struggling with some of the utility. The Electroclaw wasn't cleared out, so they're switching things out now. They're going over towards Bathroom. They're going over towards Spiral. Now still Brede with the kit over towards admin, but on the roof can move wherever he wants. These Flores drones have been huge.
Yes, exactly. And with this 5v3, look at the castles, the Azamis. The fact that you still have 1 minute 20 seconds and a 2-body advantage to go about this utility clear, BDS are in such a strong position to tie that first round from W7M. As long as nobody from the defense overperforms, we're really trending towards a BDS victory.
All the Kiba barriers have been thrown by Dodez, so the only thing that will still generate over time is those goo mines. What just happened? Solotov taking no prisoners, and now it's Dash to get aggressive. Inside a break, hunted down by the dead. 4 kills for Solotov. En route to a flawless round for BDS.
Solotov all tournament has been their best player on attack. He's been ridiculous, putting up plus 19 numbers when they've gone through the Swiss phase. The only player through the entire tournament who's got a better KDR on attack was Robbie, who frankly farmed some not great teams in phase 1. Robbie's still a great player, had some amazing tournaments, but Solotov has been the guy on attack who's been far away the best player here in Montreal, and we're seeing exactly why. Doesn't even need to be on the fragging roles. Can play those utility operators, but still knows how to position himself to get in when the action gets hot, make sure he's hitting those shots. Solotov consistently has been so good for BDS.
And for a long time now, ever since this first BDS roster forms, as hard as it is to really find a weak link on what on paper is one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world, Solotov has often been one of the lower performers. Yuzus, Shaiko, LickyFac leading the way in KDR, cost everything. But if Solotov not only has a good game on attack, especially on a map like Consulate, but if Solotov is raising the floor of this roster, BDS, who are already looking scary, could really give W7M a run for their money.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of who heats up really in this matchup. You expect both teams to be firing on all cylinders, but for BDS, you always know that these 5 players are going to bring it their all. Some early aggression in our 3rd round. We've gone, of course, to Piano and open area for the final site in the rotation. Obviously, this is one of those sites that the top floor is extremely important on. Do BDS choose to full clear it? Do they want to be able to take that control, or do they just say, screw it, we're going to skip past that step and hit the site?
They could decide to do it, but if you look at what W7M are running, they don't really need to necessarily contest a whole lot of control up top, because not only do they have the C4s, they've got 3 of them, in fact, but they've got the Black Eyes and the Heartbeat Scanner that if they can just waste enough time on the front end, they can punish BDS once they go in for that execute and actually try to put the diffuser down in either of the bomb sites. So not only will BDS need to clear the top floor, they need to make sure by the late round they have control of the bottom floor and garage.
And it looks like it is a top floor hold, and the top floor entry will come at the hands of Shaiko, who doesn't expect dots on yellow stairs. They were tracking down the Legion of Dash. Dot sacrificing his life to take out Shaiko and render useless those remaining death marks. That's a big win for W7M.
It was an optimistic second swing, but he killed Shaiko, and that's going to be all that you really want in some of these rounds. Now they've got some established space here on the top floor. They've entered in top yellow. They've pushed the roamers back in towards admin. This is all they really need. They don't need to full clear top. They've denied the ability for W7M to deny from up above. So this spacing that BDS have taken is really valuable.
They'll add to their tally. Volps held off the score sheet for 3 rounds now. Consistently the best performer for W7M, and they'll be without him for the remaining minute.
They will, and something to notice right now, I'm not entirely sure where Loban is. He was retreating down to the bottom floor, but 2 defenders are going for the retake, and Solotov is on the cut.
They'll get him. Loban wandering in. Solotov another double kill. 4 kills in the previous round. 2 here. Could a third be had? They'll chase them off of that position. We're so distracted by this top floor control. We missed the diffuser going down. Dodas and Dash last remaining. A third kill for Solotov. EFAC with the final kill. 4 kills in the previous round for the Turk. 3 this time. Quite a start for BDS after a rough first round.
We were distracted with the defuse kit going down below. Looked like W7M were distracted as well. Of course, that's the whole game plan from BDS. You apply pressure up above while the Monty goes down and sneaks that plant. Even if they had found an angle, stopping a Monty plant's very difficult with that shield on his back from up above. It's a hugely important task, but they couldn't get it done. Now we're seeing the attacks come out from BDS. 2 in a row as they're starting to gain momentum.
And a theme we're seeing develop for BDS so far are these attacks that don't want to take a single room extra than what they absolutely need.
Yeah.
Sure, they got punished for it in round 1. They try to break through that garage breach, and they're just completely shut down by the defenders. But then if you look at the second floor, mostly holding angles outside the building. Only when they get the advantage do they actually push in. That round, no clear of the top floor. They get in yellow, they get the cutoff angle, and then break into the site. BDS are not trying to challenge W7M on any broad portions of the map. They get what they need, they take it, and that's good enough.
BDS have been the best attacking team through the entirety of this tournament with a 58% offensive win rate. Now they'll have their chance to complete a cycle. Can they win on the basement, a bomb site that they struggled in round number 1 to win? If they do that, W7M are starting to really stumble. I don't want to see another garage rush. I want to see a full map clear.
And to your point, that was the only round with W7M winning. They got 5 kills in it. They've had 1 kill since then. 1. 6 kills across 3 rounds is a bad tally to begin with. I mean, at least you did win 1 round, but since then, it's been, I think you said it's been biblically good, well, it's been biblically awful for W7M. BDS have the tools to go for a full clear. 2 different hard breachers being brought. You're not just gonna exothermic charge that garage door and rush on in. You need to take control of piano and maybe cut a flank off. That's exactly what BDS has done. Solotov eliminating Loban, and they have more information on the Kaid right now at garage door.
And if you were concerned about Solotov heating up in this game, well, BDS looking like they're about to set Consulate on fire. What do you even do at this point? 5v3 within the first minute? LickyFac has spent that time opening up the garage wall, and now we do see not necessarily a full clear, but BDS going back to the opposite side, looking to take that control, back server. The Monty aided by Shaiko on this Deimos. He always plays this operator if it's left up. 4 in a row now. He uses first death mark tracker, try to hunt down that mute, push them back, but W7M are giving up that space, and that only favors BDS.
BDS so much map control. They're going for this pincer push with 2 players coming in through servers. Of course, that's going to be the defuse kit. W7M need to make something happen. They've got to go for an aggressive swing and find a pick, because if this pincer push comes out and it's a 5v3, I just don't know how W7M are going to hold on to it.
They might have just gotten a read on Volps as well with that Twitch drone, and with the death mark working on dots, that would, in theory, leave Dodas as the last one unaware. A walk-in from EFAC, a second kill. Volps now compelled back to the bomb site, and he sees a target-rich environment, but right now, it's hard for him to hit those shots. Uses a LickyFac with the final 2 kills. 2 flawless rounds over the last 3. A perfect rotation for BDS, and only 1 kill for W7M over the last 3 rounds.
It is dangerous waters for W7M right now. This might be BDS's pick, but 3 rounds in a row on Consulate attack. A good time for this tactical timeout because things are not going right. The only round that went W7M's way were when they quite literally walked into the site and W7M's guns, utility, everything already trained on the breach. Every other time, BDS have been able to misdirect W7M, draw their attention elsewhere, then get man advantage as afterwards to actually convert and execute onto the site. In each round, by the way, as well, to talk about BDS heating up, all of these victories have had a multi-frag from BDS, a Solotov 4K, a 3K, and now a LickyFac 3K as well. These players are shooting straight and they're not cooling down.
Consulate, once again, is probably the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. W7M now are 1 for 3. They have yet to find even a single defense. This tackle timeout is coming at the right time. They can get these last 2 defenses. That's going to be hugely important. If they go down 4-2, 5-1 into the second half, you're starting to look towards map 2 already. W7M needs to change the pace somehow. It always feels like BDS are controlling the engagements. They're taking them when they want to take them. W7M, whether that means getting hyper-aggressive, going for a spawn peek, going for a jump out, taking the pace that way, or slowing things down, playing really close together, making sure you've got solid trades, they've got to pick one or the other.
Now, none of us are native French speakers, but I've got a French word for this moment.
Oh, no.
Given BDS and W7M scoreline right now, and that's déjà vu.
Oh, I was thinking baguette.
Is that one word or two words?
Maybe it's many.
Déjà vu.
I don't speak the language, that's the point.
Ah, gotcha.
But this definitely right now feels like a repeat of what happened at the Esports World Cup. W7M as a team has been slept on. I feel like going all the way back to the actual stage that they played in before qualifying.
Jesse and I have had quite a few conversations about our split opinions on W7M. And I'm humble, I'm honest. I can say that my take has not aged very well given their run this tournament.
Listen, this team has had so many bright moments, even back during the Brazil regular season, right? In Stage 2, they started off the season by beating Liquid, beating FaZe Clan. They had some huge moments right at the beginning of the stage. They had some stumbles maybe since then. They didn't finish first in the playoffs, I think third coming out of Brazil. But even still, it feels like W7M, when the pressure is highest, when they're against the toughest opponents, that's when they've been heating up.
And it's funny you say that because I really feel like they got that ability to survive under pressure very recently. In that final game of the playoffs, when they played Furia to make it here, there was a radical shift, not just from Stage 1 but to Stage 2, where they played with this confidence and this aggression that we really hadn't seen before work out that successfully in big matches. But this is the biggest stage that many of these players have played on in quite a long time. Sure, Loban, Dots, and Dash were on Atlanta, but nobody really thought they had a chance here. But with how BDS have been looking and how W7M have been performing, we're hoping it might be a little closer.
I was thinking maybe we'd see some spawn peaks or something, but it's the clash instead from W7M. Once again, Solotov's going to be making this move up the spiral stairs. This is, again, BDS controlling the pace of these gunfights. They have no idea Solotov's working his way to the top floor right now.
Might find an opportunity. He had one. He let it slip through his fingers. Loban drawing first blood in this round. Bride goes down. He's answered right back by Shaiko. Shaiko taking some serious heat in this position. Swung on by Volps. That's the first kill. He's dropped. Uses answering back inside the bomb site amidst the smoke as it will clear. They will soon see Donez. And with plenty of bullets to spare, looking for Dash, but he cannot complete the kill. A single point of HP for Shaiko. Solotov now to the rescue, and it's all up to the clash. Dots in a 1v2. He will down Shaiko with the electrification. Taking him out. Oh! Whoa! It's the barbed wire that gets the kill? Where did that come from? Barbed wire does damage now, by the way, and when Shaiko's on 1 HP, it's enough to kill you.
That's actually a hilarious way to lose a round, I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate BDS's dedication to the comedy on that one, but something I do wanna say, because I think it was a decent attack from BDS. The plan overall, while we saw Solotov a lot, what was actually supposed to draw W7M's attention was a drop from Yellow Skylight. If you saw Bride go down on the Monty, he hopped over there, and as shields are often meant to do, draw the attention to the defense, and what Solotov wanted to happen was likely somebody rotate across or for there to be a gap that he could push in, backstab the site. But that didn't happen. The Cade spots him, he fires a shot by him, and the defense plays a little more passive, and by also getting kills on the opposite side, W7M were able to win the round, as you can see. But the moral of the story that overall is that was still a 1v2 that Dots had to win. They countered that strategy great, and still they almost lost.
Well, I mean, when you lose the Monty jumping in the Skylight that early on, Bride has no real ability to influence that round. He was a shield vaulting in, most vulnerable, and he's dead. We don't get to see how that Monty would match up against the Clash. We don't get to see how BDS could have kept just slowly they're inching their way up to that CEO office.
People often talk about Consulate as defender-sided map, and sometimes they ask why. And the reason why Consulate's so defender-sided, one of the reasons, is that it's very difficult to get into the map. As an attacker, you've got to swing in windows, you've got to drop a skylight. And W7M, up until that last round, hadn't done much to stop BDS from entering. Finally, they get aggressive on the yellow stairs, they find the pickup onto the Monty, and that exactly is what they needed to set themselves up for a push. They'll go down to the basement for their final round on defense before we get to overtime. And again, we're seeing a pinch push coming out from BDS. They're starting to open the Visa hatches. They've got players that direction, but still the main focus of the breach. Bride with the defuse kit is over by Garage.
I like this from W7M. Predicting where these BDS points of entry might come and able to put Yuzus down to very low HP. Very important player, especially what we've seen Solotov doing a lot of the lurking. Yuzus, Leaky Fact, either of those three players exhibit that play style as well.
And that was Volps tossing the Nitro Cell up through the yellow skylight and almost claiming the Twitch's life. I mean, that's, you're going to play off of sound. You're going to wait till you hear the repel and then hope for the best.
See right now, though, a couple players on this top floor, though. The thing I'm most curious about is, are BDS surely not going to read into this? Those two players up top.
Oh my.
You'd think about going for a cutoff, but Dota just brazenly swings the main door. That's another opening kill going the way of W7M. They're third this half.
Controlling the pace, that's exactly what they had to do. The attack timeout seems to be working for them, but it's not going to do them much good here with Leaky Fact lurking on the Visa stairs. Takes down Loban to equalize that man count. It's going to be a big, important pick. Now, the last couple of roamers, of course, it's just Volps, who's still on yellow stairs. Dota's on this main floor as well. What's the choice? Are we still getting aggressive and hunting for picks, or are we falling back? It's looking like the former.
Hatch is being opened up, as that's Leaky Fact. Not just doing the killing, but also getting utility work down. He and Solotov have combined for 16 kills.
Wow.
There's 5 kills between Shaiko, Bride, and Yuzus. And it's been really interesting to see the evolution of a player like Bride, by the way, as Yuzus picks up another kill for BDS and gives the man advantage to them as well. Bride's been playing a more passive role as they've made changes to this team. His numbers obviously have dropped because of it. Now it's a backside hit! What an inhuman shot from EFAC as Dash falters. Dots is next in line. Volps being tracked by the death mark. EFAC finished off, and now Dots is looking for yet another. BDS have information. They're very close by. Bride getting diffuser down. Yuzus and Shaiko sitting to watch these last two players. Dots miles away, though, and now the clock will run against them. It's a bad thing for W7M. They didn't kill Yuzus earlier on because what an influence he had on that round. BDS take it, and they take the first half.
It's the kind of round that BDS are really known for with the players that they have. Leaky Fact and Yuzus are some of the best lurkers in the world, and how do they compensate for that earlier damage or the struggles on the clear? Leaky Fact lurks up Visa, holds an angle, waits for a timing, and he gets it. That's a play Yuzus could do. That's a play Solotov has been doing this game so far, and it's how they are so good, or can be so good, at recovering disadvantages. The ironic thing is that's something we didn't see from them a lot in the EU League. They had some of the worst recovery percentages of winning 4v5s, but seeing them have success with that to make it a 4v4, then to convert that into an advantage and an execute and a win. There's been a lot of worrying signs for W7M in this series just on this first map. It might be their pick, but everything that I am looking at for a victory is looking good for BDS.
I will say, this looks very much like a map win for BDS so far. They're going to the stronger side up 4-2, that's great. But in a BO5, you always expect to be winning your initial map pick. In a BO3, we say that, but in a BO3, before your opponent gets their first pick, you can ban 2 separate maps. They'll be banning 2 maps. You can probably force it to a map that you're at least somewhat comfortable on. In a BO5, you can't do that, and this really shows. W7M have lost Consulate the last 4 times they played it against tier 1 professional teams. This is not a map that they came into it expecting to win. I thought right with that very first round, maybe we're going to see W7M start to run away with it. Maybe they've got some fun strats in store that can really catch BDS off guard. But for the first half, it certainly hasn't seemed like it.
Bride went that entire half, by the way, without getting a kill. His only 2 deaths coming in the 2 rounds that BDS lost. This, again, goes back to something that Jesse and I touched on in that VP game on Border, and it's Bride is not at the forefront anymore. No. When BDS picked up Yuzus and picked up Solotov, it has allowed Bride to play farther back. A different role on attack, a very different role on defense. And these old Bride clutches where he'd be in a 1v2 or a 1v1 and win it for BDS. BDS doesn't usually allow that to happen anymore. So Bride's numbers are going to look bad. But how many plants did he get down in that first half? 3, was it?
Yes.
2 deaths. 3 successful plants, 0 kills. That's a terrific scoreline for his role.
You're not going to complain about that. Not going to complain about it whatsoever. The real question here is, what are BDS going to be able to do on these starter defenses? Leaky Fact already looking towards 1 player pushing in through admin. They have a lot of aggressive players. Maybe Bride a bit more passive, but the rest all like to get in their share of gunfights. And so they'll do exactly what I imagine W7M were hoping to do on their defenses, which is slowly lure them into the building and waste that time. On the first floor site especially, they have an unconventional first pick, I would think, for your site, but BDS will go to it nonetheless. That's the game plan here.
Volps is sitting within striking distance of Shaiko, and he gets the read on him. Shaiko saw the drone. We've also spotted EFAC up top. As the Monty of Dots will get in ever closer. Loban dies, BDS striking first. They picked this map. They started on the unfavorable side. Now the hard work for BDS ought to be done. What's the saying? I brought my horse to water, smooth sailing from here on out?
Exactly. Shouldn't be a problem.
Of course, getting first pick is huge, and the main hard breacher for W7M as well. Uses slow peeking Volps on the stairs. W7M is on the board by eliminating Solitov. That is a big kill. But there's a lot of bodies that W7M need to find and not a lot of time to find them.
Oh, I mean, what do you even do at this point? We see Dots trying to get into the site, but with never really effectively taking that vertical control. BDS could rotate back up, make vertical angles with that super shorty, or even Bride with that shotgun. They're just catching W7M off guard, even in positions they were previously holding, keeping the man advantage consistent all throughout.
That was a trade, by the way. That final kill was a one-for-one trade, but BDS had players still alive, so they survived it, win the round. W7M called their timeout what feels like ages ago.
No response still. This second half, it looks just like business as usual for BDS. Liquefact, some of the greatest zombie play that we've seen. Notice how he was constantly peeling back. He started off on the very top floor, right? Throwing those Kibas, making some space, seeing the Monty, falling back, never getting into gunfights that he wasn't confident he was going to be able to win. He ended that round on the basement spiral stairs, going all the way from the top of the map to pretty close to the bottom. The way that he was able to find those kills was hugely impactful, and we still saw some more great play coming out around the map from BDS, slowing down W7M, stalling them out, making sure that every inch W7M took, it took a lot of time, and they didn't get any picks for it. BDS were playing so safe.
And I want to contrast what we saw from Volps on the Nook that round with what we saw from Solitov on the Nook on BDS. You had both players trying to creep up right close to the site, get a pick on somebody rotating, catch the defense off guard. When Solitov did it, it was in tandem with an execute that was meant to draw attention away from the spiral stairs so he could get a kill. There, the execute's coming on the opposite side of the map, sure, but Volps is there for ages before the execute actually happens. He even reveals his presence by firing shots. So what happens? BDS say, hey, there's a guy yellow. He's been there for 45 seconds. Yuzu's come flank down the stairs and take a 1v1, and we can trade him out with the advantage. That's exactly what happens.
I mean, Volps droning himself in on Nook is less than ideal. BDS had an escort for the Nook. That's how you play it. Or no drone at all if you feel like the element of surprise is what you're looking for.
Maro on the board for round number 8, but don't get too excited. This is unlikely to be a rush. Typically what people do with a Maro on this site, they'll jump in, bait util, jump back out. They're going to go in and out, try to bait out those toxic babes. But unfortunately for them, there are no toxic babes. It's a Tachanka. Bride can deny so much time with this operator. That's why Loban's going down below. He needs to deny that positioning. If he can get a kill onto Bride, force him into a position where he can't deny that plant, that's going to be the win con from W7M. Because there's going to be so much time denial and plant denial. If they just rely on the Amaru, they're unlikely to get it done.
And this is something I'm really concerned about for W7M because BDS showed in the one defense we've seen really good proactiveness at, well, reacting to the positions held by W7M. If Loban reveals himself, but there's too much time between that and the execute, they could send somebody down below, take him out, deal with that vertical pressure entirely. As the bait comes through, it's instead on the first floor for the moment.
The second time Dots has done that, by the way.
Trying to bait with the sound, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah.
There were goo mines strewn about the entry points to this bomb site. It already caught Dash flat-footed. Volps putting up one of his worst beginnings of a map ever in 2 and 7, and there we go. Dots is in, Volps is dead to use this. Immediately that Gara hook comes out yet again. Down goes EFAC to Loban. Dodes is in, they don't seem to know this. He swings, winding him up. Good news, though, for BDS is you've still got all horses there. Shaiko is down for the count. It's all up to Solitov, and he's finished off by Dash. A great round from W7M, constantly baiting BDS into fights that never occur.
My favorite site to watch in the entire game, I swear. The way they're able to bait out that Tachanka, right? It feels like we're trying to play around with the sound. We get in, we get out, we get in, we get out. Eventually, though, of course, it's Dodes who makes that entry point. Yeah. They heard the Gara hook. They thought, okay, he's going in for a plant. And he did start to plant. I mean, they knew that he was in there with the defuse kit. But that's why they start to swing, and that means Dodes is ready with his gun up. 9 times out of 10, when an Amaru's jumping in that window and committing to the plant, the cover's on the window. Yeah. Because you can't deny that plant without swinging the window guy, unless unless you've got Talk the Babes or a Nitro or something like that. But they were expecting a window player on the cover. The player was already inside, and Dodez, of course, hits every shot that he needs to. 2 huge kills, eventually traded out, but it doesn't matter when the man advantage is there. It's a clean take at the top floor and very well executed by W7M.
It is, but I really think Dodez is the MVP there because I really like trying to bait with the sound from W7M, also trying to bait with the Candelas on the opposite side. But the ironic thing is that really didn't work. Tachanka has 20 Shumika grenades to start, and by the time the Amaru actually committed, he had only shot 4. The BDS and Bride specifically did not blink in the face of that attack, but really it was that play of putting Dodez inside of the room, swinging ahead of the Amaru. That's what made it work for W7M, because the baiting wasn't all that successful, but once Dodez makes that play, that is what made that round.
We'll see the split site for the first time in this map in round number 9. One of the hardest sites to hold on Consulate. You need to be a very coordinated team to lock this one down. But of course, BDS, they are exactly that. W7M have answered with a blitz, with a Finka, with an opening pick right onto Solotov. That's exactly the recipe for success. They may be rushing this straight in through server.
Solotov was 8-2, by the way, at one point. 10-6 now, so he's cooled off a little bit. Lose the roaming vigil, lose the element of surprise on the side of BDS.
Again, he's been their best attacking player, but on defense, where he struggled.
Yep.
Ooh, look, we got a player prone in secret right now from BDS, I believe. Yeah, that's Bride on the drone hole. Maybe waiting for somebody to get up to the window, then hop in. The TCS G2, he could light up anybody that tries to take that angle. At the same time, no Electric Claws in pocket, though, to trick, and Dots might be able to hop ahead in time.
Just wants to shoot the drones, of course, keep that claw hidden as well, but that's not where the rush is coming. They're going straight into the site now.
Oh, and Dot's taking an awful lot of damage. Down goes Shaiko, and the Blitz will chase down Usis. W7M have found that this is maybe an attacker-sided Consulate. Bride doing damage from his position over in secret. It's EFAC against... Oh, never mind! It was him against Volps, and Volps will keep this one close.
Dots, a fantastic play on the blitz, and something that Dots has not been doing so well on. Through this tournament so far, he has just a 14% win rate on blitz. He's played it 7 times, he's lost 6. Finally, we're seeing some great blitz play coming to Dots, a player who has historically been much better on the Montaigne, but he's able to get aggressive. He's able to make that space for his teammates, and of course, starting off with those opening picks on the top floor, hugely important as well. But these last couple of rounds, the key thing that I've noticed from W7M, they're controlling the pace better. It's certainly easier to do it on attack, but typically Consulate, a map that leans defender-sided, you wouldn't be expecting to see both teams survive so much in that, have so much success in that early round by controlling the pace. But both BDS and W7M have really found their stride on the offense by controlling the pace of the game.
And I think one way that W7M are really succeeding, and we were concerned about at 5-2, 4-2, we were concerned about the nerves, right? Are W7M maybe starting to shake in this big moment? I think that round's a great example of it not happening, because they get a freebie 5v4, and what happens? They just keep droning. They're like, oh, cool. We're just going to keep setting up if that's all right with you guys. And then they take another minute to fully figure out what kind of rush they want to go for. They didn't get overexcited. They didn't push it too fast. They still did their due diligence to make sure they could convert that 5v4. And that's really, really good that they're not getting nervous.
Momentum held by the Bulls, but BDS wouldn't be talked about as one of the best if they didn't know how to pull back a map that was starting to slip. They still have a 1-round advantage, 5-4. And after the tactical timeout, they will go back to Piano, this bomb site they started on somewhat unconventionally at the beginning of the map. They have yet to play Basement, which is odd because that was the starting site for W7M. Maybe some disagreements between these teams as to what the strongest site might be. But for BDS, of course, this is where you try to pull the momentum back. Do you get aggressive after a tactical timeout? Do you start to make a move with maybe jump out, spawn peek, something like that? Or are you just going to play your same strategies? I like this Valkyrie camera strat coming out from Leakitvac because this will allow them to play aggro, maybe not against players outside the map, but certainly by playing below with their Nitro Cells, which they brought 3 of, and by making those aggressive swings. Notice as well, no IQ being brought by W7M.
I think especially so far, you talk about will BDS get aggressive. So far on these defenses, when BDS have got the opening pick in the past 2 rounds, it has been pretty late in the game, way after 2 minutes, way after a minute both times. But when W7M have got it in that previous round, it was within 30 seconds. BDS might have already tried to implement that aggression in the previous round, and maybe it didn't work out. Maybe the Vigil got caught. But here, will we see a bit more forward play from BDS? There's a Cade spotted all the way up top. And the Maru prepped right behind it to go hunt down any roamers on that top floor. Lobin needs the element of surprise to work, needs to win these fights.
This won't be a bait in and out. This is going to be committing to the top floor. They're not trying to bait it or anything. The defuse kit will have to go down to the main floor instead. But they're droning it, and they see there's not really anybody up here that they've got to worry about. BDS, for the most part, have completely retreated back to the main floor. All 5 players on this floor.
Layers to cut through now for W7M, as BDS showing their own style of passive defense that you praised W7M for before round 1 even got underway.
Ooh.
I don't think any of us expected a blowout. It did feel like it was trending in that direction, just based on what we knew of these maps, but the attackers are actually the ones with the upper hand at the moment on console. Rarity.
It is certainly rare. It is a bit curious that of all sides, it'd be this one, but Lobin...
I think he went undroned.
He did.
Oh,
he
no.
literally looked towards it as if his instincts were calling just to check that position.
Leaky Fack is sitting inside of Visa and has not been droned out at the current moment.
Scary.
This could completely derail W7M if they don't bother to go back and drone it. And at this point, with time being what it is, you might not have time to drone it again.
It's not the most important part of the map, though, right? I mean, W7M have full top floor control. They're going to go in yellow for the plant, most likely. They throw out their first Candela, but they're not making moves off of it now. They'd like to be able to open up this hatch because it will give them great angles when they eventually have their execute. And now they've also spotted Licky Fack. This is good positioning.
That's what I was worried about, because my big concern was the retake later on. The BDS's big concern is Lobin gunning for a second. He might fall, but he's opened things up for W7M.
Shaiko's been very quiet so far, but he needs to make some noise in this round as the 2 better offensive threats statistically for BDS are off of the board. A great opening for W7N. Dash goes down to Shaiko now as Shaiko's 2nd kill for the round. Uses it on the action. The support play is there for BDS 2. Dodes and Volps. Volps right now, his numbers underwater, and they sink even farther with Uses collecting the final kill. BDS translate their timeout to a round victory, and they're on map point.
And even though they didn't get an opening pick, it felt like W7M, at least for the first half, had some control of what was going on. Sure, BDS were retreating, but at least they got onto the 2nd floor in relatively decent time. They even were able to react to Licky Fack's flank, and then Lobin's able to get the advantage. But the big concern after that, I mean, what do you even happen with that positioning?
Well, we have a call-in from one of the best-dressed people on the desk. With great hair, too. Look at that. Laxing, you saw something in that round you wanted to talk about.
I mean, just W7M as a whole, they need to rely on their aggression here. That first half slipped away from them because they are playing so passive. They are playing that disciplined game where they need to be meeting BDS with this aggression. Even in the round prior to that, the aggression is what got them that round. They were being proactive on those attacks. And this round, it looked like they were going to bring it back, but then they got too aggressive. So I need them to not only be aggressive, but be able to control it at the exact same time, especially with this being on match point.
Thank you very much. So be aggressive, but not too aggressive. Like, be aggressive, but like dial it back a bit. Like, bring it out, dial it back. Very simple stuff.
Maybe a 7, not a 10.
Maybe, yeah, just somewhere average, somewhere in the middle.
It's about controlling the pace again, right? You want to be in control of how these first fights go down. And in that round, W7M, they were in control of the opening couple of fights. They eventually spotted Licky Fack. They had a 2-man advantage. How do you convert, though? If you can't convert with full map control in a 3v5 situation, what are you going to be doing on these next couple of rounds? Because it's only going to get harder from that. That looked like the easiest round for W7M, their best situation that they had found themselves in the late round, and still, Shaiko finds 2. BDS don't fall at all on that round, and it just feels like W7M are struggling to crack these strong sights.
And see, that's the funny thing, because it did seem easy for them to convert, but by the end of that round, they only had 2 drones left as they went in for that execute, and it was a lot of those site positions that had gone undroned. Yellow stairs, Smoke holding the cross from the art run-in, takes down the Ying. Players holding angles inside of the site. That could still hurt W7M here, because we are on basement now. Look, we're down below. What is this known for? It's a labyrinth on that bottom floor. So many corners and server rooms on the bottom floor. If W7M don't drone, that same problem could hit them here.
Could you say lots of nooks and crannies?
Don't even get me started on the crannies.
Already opening up from server. This is a fast push in from Dots. He droned it out, knew that there was nobody here. That's good drone work as well. Finding out Licky Fack. They've got an angle actually in the Visa hatch, but nobody's watching it. The Monty was just holding up above to make sure there was no aggressive plays. There's no way Licky Fack gets a shot from down here, right?
He's kind of trapped at this point. We'll try to ice him out as there goes one of the Zoto canisters. It'll slow down Dots for a second as these 2 teams exchange words with one another. Solitov eliminating Lobin. The player who cracked open the previous round for W7M is no more. Volps on the Monty means he will have a negligible impact when it comes to kills, but plenty of utility work. Right now, he's chilled in the basement, looking to get closer to the bomb site, but slowed down by this BDS defense. Dots eliminating uses gives W7M 1 kill to equalize numbers with a minute left.
That's my big concern, though. They are just barreling right into this lineup. They've got Dash on the breach to at least control some of that backside pressure, but pushing forward, BDS have had all the doorways shut down and cut off, especially with those Zotos, though they're no longer a factor. Now we see a rotate. There's somebody actually on the top floor. W7M get this kill here. They're going to feel a whole lot more confident.
Nitro Cell goes out. It takes Donez down. Volps is still there. He's 1 kill so far on this round. The audience chanting for blood. 1 more kill, the stakes for BDS. Volps now just toiling with this angle. A hopeless and thankless proposition. No diffuser in hand. Not much right now for W7M. They started to put in a valiant effort for a comeback, but maybe a little bit too late. As Shaiko of all players sends BDS up 1-0.
We said it at the start, the last couple of grand finals, BDS have won consulate 7-3, 7-3. W7M, they push it 1 more, but you didn't expect BDS to lose this map. It's their home turf, it's their best map. They win it in every BO5 they play. Not a surprise, but a good showing in some of those rounds, at least from W7M. The question is, can they keep that momentum, or are W7M going to be able to stand tall on their own pick?
That's what I was going to say. W7M were able to at least show they had some fight in them, but when you go 4-2 on your attacking side on consulate, it seems inevitable you're going to take it in the end.
Well, they did. BDS off to a great start. The desk will want to break down map number 1.
Lynx, you're 100% right. They showed some fight in the end, but it's not enough. BDS, just too much class for 1 map. Lax, that one had us on the edge of our seats from start to finish. But what about that BDS attack?
That attack, I mean, you have to give them their flowers. They were just doing such a good job at finding the gap in all of W7M's setup. Whether they were exploiting it or they were just taking the map sites or not taking them, they were always forcing W7M in an unwinnable position, catching them on their rotates. When they would catch them on the rotates, go up in that man advantage, they would almost immediately then slowly start to constrict that site and leave W7M practically in unwinnable positions.
That's when you recognize a great team. A team that won't go head-on in full obstacles, but rather a team that will seize an opportunity if they see it, go in that gap, and punish the defenders by leaving that huge of a gap and exploit it to go then and defuse the plant. Now, it happened multiple times. Either it's the kills and rotating and cutting off the roamers, either it's going for that plant, but consistently, Liquefact on BDS finding that opportunity and calling it for his teammates, that was the huge difference maker in this 2 attack side.
Leo, not only were they adapting on their attack, but their defense, midway through that half, they flipped the switch.
Round 10 was the big difference maker for me. That tag timeout for Suflex, props to this guy. He completely turned the tide. Look at this. At round 10, that's exactly when they close out the 2 rounds that they needed, and that's because they decided, let's go turtle, let's play intel gathering, and let's not get punished by the aggression of W7M.
Their mid-half adaptation was class, but it was their mid-round cane calling that absolutely changed that one in the first half. We got Jack to break it down.
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm over by the screen here now. BDS, they're attacking. It's round 3. They're attacking onto Piano, and what they want to do is they want to drop the yellow and get the kill onto Dash up at top yellow and clear out the top floor. As this is going on, we see Shaiko drops. He actually gets killed by Dots and traded back out. Now, W7M have what they think is a read. They think that BDS are going to try and clear out and take all of this top floor, work vertically. So they move all of their players. You can see Dash, you can see Lobin. They try and get all of their players back towards the Visa side. They want to waste the time. They want BDS to come and get them and then not have enough time to hit onto site. But what do BDS do? They make a mid-round adaptation, a mid-round call. Now, normally we will attribute Liquefact with this, but actually this is going to be Solotov that makes this mid-round call. He ends up droning. He drones out. The CEO, you can see his drones just outside of bathroom here. Drones out the CEO room, knows that it's clear, and then when he does that, he knows that BDS can execute what is called a half clear. And that is where you only clear half of the bomb site and the verticality near the bomb site that you are wanting to control. So he gets Bride, and he gets the IQ to go downstairs and try and start planting, make a big racket, get seen on the Valkyrie cameras, and then he holds the cutoff because W7M, they've had the wrong read. all of the players that are on the top floor, they have to come back and try and challenge the verticality because, as you can see, the plan is going down here. And in the end, BDS get this round win. It starts their snowball of momentum onto the attack, and it all comes, we attribute Leaky Fack as the ideal a lot, but it all comes right there from Solotov and his shot calling inside of the round. That was a key reason why BDS won onto Consulate. Now, we're going to go to a very short break before we head to map 2.
The Europeans have struck first here in the grand final of the Montreal Major. This clash of regions is heating up. We saw a little bit of a fight back from W7M. That gave us hope that now leads us into map number 2. Joining back to us is the incredible analyst team that we have for this event. Minus Fox, sorry, had to do it out there. But this one, we break down a lot of what we saw. Leo, we've seen this map from BDS before, just yesterday, in fact. How will this translate?
So now we're going on W7M speak, right? And the story of the BO5 is that they really need to win that one because the third one will be, again, BDS speak. So they really need that map, right? You look at yesterday, yes, on paper, BDS is supposed to be weaker on that map, but they went 5-1 in the defense side on laps, and they're starting defense again. That, for me, that tells me the story. If they replicate exactly what happened on Consulate, where they play together as a total, and they're ready to trade each other whenever W7M gets aggressive, they will win that map, because the defense side is what matters here.
I think it's worth saying, though, that yesterday when BDS played on Nighthaven, they played lots of mirror, they played lots of Cade, lots of utility, and they made it very, very hard for FaZe to establish map control. I could very much see a world where W7M get rid of the mirror, get rid of the Cade, make breaching easy, whatever they can get rid of that will allow them not to make the same mistakes as FaZe yesterday, which maybe levels the playing field a little bit.
Outside of operator bans, what did W7M have to do to bring this back, to turn it around here on their map pick lags?
I think we were slowly starting to see them mounting that comeback outside of that timeout that we did see from BDS, but they were getting warmed up. That's the hard part about starting out on defense is, sure, it is the stronger side. You should be able to go up and count. Sometimes it doesn't go that way. But what defense doesn't allow you that attack does, that they're going to be able to do here, is work on their comms, work at their teamwork, work on controlling the pace and the momentum of how this game is. And like Jack was saying, if they can get rid of some of these operators starting on this attack side, that will really allow them to control the momentum and overall have the entire pacing of this first half.
Jack, the theme for us on Consulate was the adaptations from BDS, both mid-round and mid-half. How do you break that down? If you're W7M, how do you break through that wall with a team that can turn on a dime?
I think it's about giving yourself the best opportunity that you possibly can. That starts in the operator bands, which I think are going to be very important inside of Nighthaven. I think they're going to be on the attack, so they're going to get much more chance to have the mid-round adaptations themselves. When they get on the defense, they've got two choices for me. One, they really need to lean into aggression in the early round and don't give BDS the chance to have a mid-round adaptation, or they need to lean in and allow BDS to execute and get it to the late round. The mid-round is where they're losing it, so they need to not fight and play their battles inside of that mid-round.
So if we have to summarize, the fact that they will be in attack makes them proactive instead of being reactive. And that's something that they need to be, because they need to control the base. And you're right, when they switch to defense, one of the main things they have to do right now is close that gap. If there is no opportunity, no gap, then BDS cannot take it. Maybe play a little bit more turtle and play layers of utility.
Well, that was the thing. In the beginning of that half, they were playing turtle. They were giving up that map control that BDS then was abusing. Sure, this map isn't going to be that concrete of, you know, giving up that much free space. It's pretty tight and dense. But the biggest thing for me is they need to be playing into their aggression, because that's where they lost that first half, where we then started to see them be aggressive, be proactive on that attack. I want to see this on the defensive path.
Does anyone want to change their predictions now that we've seen map 1? Is anyone getting antsy? Jack?
I think you're looking at me. I think you're looking at me when you
Obviously, it has to be lax. He's the one that needs to change it.
No, I'm not changing. I'm sticking with W7M.
How does this translate onto labs now? How does this all work?
This is a map that they're comfortable on. This is a map that they have VODs on. Again, them BDS beating FaZe was not really a testament for them at all. FaZe looked confused. They looked lost. And the bigger picture to take from that, it really sets in a false sense of confidence, a false sense of reality, if that truly is the case, that FaZe just did not understand how they wanted to play that game, which ultimately makes you look significantly better than what you might actually be when you play a team that actually knows how to play this map.
Yeah, very often you can look at games and score lines that are 7-1, and obviously BDS played that part well. I think they strategically yesterday on Nighthaven got that absolutely correctly, but FaZe fell apart, breaching walls and just trying to take map control, and BDS took advantage of that. So I think it's going to be a much tighter Nighthaven Labs than we first maybe anticipated when we saw this. This isn't, you know, cut and dry for BDS. It is obviously W7M's map pick, and they will have looked at that. You know, if we've gone and looked at that and said, hey, FaZe played badly, then W7M will have done that, and they will learn from FaZe's mistakes.
Now, one thing we saw in the first half, individuals standing up for BDS, it was a solid performance, but realistically, W7M, they found their way on the back end of that map, Leo. Does this give you hope? Does it give you hope that these players are going to start firing?
Absolutely. I was just about to say, when Lax was saying that aggression maybe was a solution for W7M, I spoke before by saying BDS had the better individuals. I'm not so sure. Have you seen the kills from Lobin so far? He's been frying them. He can get that back. And the rest of the teammates, Phobes as well, they can all step up. They have what it takes to win these engagements. If they need to go aggressive, they can win as well.
Well, the wait is over. Labs is ready for us to go over to your tremendous trio of casters.
Thank you so very much. It was a great first match.
Sorry.
What are you doing? We're casting the grand finals.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
This is what you were.
Okay.
It's good to have both of you here, and what a first match we had. I expect the dial to be turned up a little bit on Nighthaven Labs, and I don't know if you'd agree with me.
And, well, you know what the thing about this dial? It goes up to 11.
It needs to. I mean, from what we saw on map number 1, BDS were in control from the start to the finish. Maybe with the one exception of the first round where they tested W7M. They went for a bit of a gimmicky rush, if I may. This needs to be where we see W7M lock in on their map pick.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't exactly have a ton of time left to do it. If BDS prevails on W7M's map, bad things will likely follow. Reverse sweeps do happen, but if you're W7M, teams and players, sometimes even casters, have counted you out every step of the way, but you've made it to the finals. You've cemented your place. Now it's time to prove yourself against one of the best teams in the world in BDS.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Will W7M be able to fight back on their own pick? Will Nighthaven go their way? Do they still have some fight left in them? Montreal Nighthaven Labs begins right now.
The analyst desk stressed how important the operator bans would be, and now we get to find out what these two teams want to take off the board. Traditionally, BDS have banned Buck on Nighthaven. It's been a very odd ban, but it's an extremely powerful operator for both the top and bottom floors and the mid floor. I could still see a Monty ban because W7M have been strong with it, but they'll just go against the grain and take out the Maverick instead. That makes it awkward because W7M primarily banned Thatcher. Do you still want to do it without a Mav?
This makes the defensive bans the most interesting to me because no matter what W7M ban, with that Mav ban, we got to see some hard reach to now go, right?
We should, but that's going to be, of course, the Shaiko counter pick. Deimos taken off the board. Shaiko's most played operator by far. This would be an Azami if we continue the trends, and it will be. The desk talked about whether they're going to be banning out something like Amira, something like Kaid. They're going to stick with tradition. They're going to take out the operator that they hate to play against here on Nighthaven Labs. For BDS, we'll see where they go. Tubarao, a very common ban for this map in particular, but not one that BDS have been hugely fond of over the last couple of months.
Really bad news, by the way, for the people in the crowd who said don't ban Deimos. They have the sign. Terrible moment for them.
Did something happen to Deimos and I missed it?
He got banned.
Okay.
Links. 44% of all the rounds that Shaiko has played at this event have come either on Deimos or Legion. He's a man of few operators, and he always has been. Going back throughout his career, he's had a very limited pool, but that's okay. The team lets him play whatever he wants. He was one of the first players who really took to Deimos. It was kind of him and Doki in the European League that really started playing this operator more than anybody else. Doki, unfortunately, didn't quite make it that far in this event, so it's Shaiko who really leads the charge on this operator.
I'm going to date myself just for a second here, but it was my second Pro League match of all time over 7 years ago where I casted Penta versus B Genius when Shaiko was on that B Genius roster. And all throughout his history, he was the Ashe main. And then he was the Zofia main. And then they started banning Ashe against him. So then he'd play Hibana.
Yeah.
And then he'd play Zofia. And then they started banning other operators against him. And then he started playing Iana. He has a very small operator map pool, but he always excels on whichever op he plays.
It does make it fun, though, because every now and then you get these like new ops. It's almost like a shiny Shaiko variant. Like sometimes they put him on Brava, and I'm like, oh, They're like, Shaiko, you got to drone and hack some utility this round. It's like, all right, whatever, I guess.
New Shaiko operator just dropped.
We'll see what it ends up being in the second half. He's starting off on his favorite defensive operator, Legion, the main op that he plays on defense. They didn't counterbat both of his operators, so he'll have a little bit of comfortability still. It's the top floor to start us off, so the walls are going to be incredibly important. There's a bandit being brought by Bride. He's actually still got all 4 batteries in his pocket, combined with the mute jammers and maybe some mirror shenanigans, although I don't think so. Some good opportunities. They will get a trick off, and now all the exothermic charges are gone from Dash. They're going to have to open this up with Selma charges instead. I expect the job to get done. They brought too much utility on W7M to not get this wall open. Surely, right? There's nobody below stopping
at least
this.
one hole,
what?
right?
No! Nobody's stopping the trick from below. He just tricked the first piece of Heartbreak.
We just had a couple thousand people cheer about a car battery. See? They cheered louder for the bandit trick than they did for some of the kills in the previous match.
Well, that's because W7M were getting, well, only a few.
True.
That's a disaster outcome. The IT wall is so important. It's the most important wall on this entire map. Keeping it closed means the Raptors players are going to be so much safer. Means you don't have to worry about that second pinch coming in from the north. They might get it now, but they're still tricking.
Bro, like, come on, dog.
Still close.
What are we doing?
Well, Leaky Fact will take some damage as Dots gets into the action, and W7M will swing for the fences. Bulb's technically on the board first. EFAC finishing off Loban, uses drops. Dots traded out by a Nitro Cell. It's EFAC to the rescue. Solitov with 1 kill of his own as well, and now Dodez will need to clutch. Doesn't hold the diffuser. 45 seconds remain. He's given his position away. They know he's inside of servers. This is a common plant spot. He's got time at his disposal. Ejects the Black Mirror and will now just sit and wait. Leaky Fact's at 5 HP, by the way. If he can get a quick pick, this might be over. It set him up in a 1v1 against Bride, who just saved the round moments before, but no. The big Frenchman will win the round for BDS. Win the round is a charitable way to put that, though, because I think you could argue that Bride, who went 0-0-0 that round, won it for the French squad by bandit tricking and keeping those walls safe. He got an exothermic charge, he got 3 Selmas, and he got all 3 EMPs used up on a wall that W7M did not get open.
It's almost incredible when you think about, of course, that impact that Bride had, but W7M are like, all right, we're going to bring the Thatcher and we'll be fine, right? And you've got to give Bride credit for that, because the Selma charge, if you're typically what you see, Ace puts Selma charges on both wall, Bandit's got to choose, picks one, other gets opened at least a little bit, right? That timing right there was pixel perfect from Bride to land that Bandit battery in the first place. But I think it also has to be said, once you realize the Bandit is tricking on the wall, sure, you could EMP trick it, but you had that buck.
Yes.
All BDS had was one guy down below. I'm not saying you got to kill him, but you don't even push him out. You don't even try to give you an alternative option in case the EMPs don't work out. It's not the worst from W7M, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You got to ask, where was Loban when that was all going on, playing the Buck? It's been his most played operator throughout this event. He's played double the rounds on Buck than he has any other attacking operator, so he should know how to play this role, but just had the lapse in positioning in that round, and it will cost them dearly. Some good stuff from Bride. 0 kills, but still the impact player.
They were chanting Bride.
They were.
Just the amount of love you get for being 0-0-0.
These are the types of contributions, though, that do not go earned on the scoreboard. You don't see them there, right? So it comes down to general viewer knowledge, or it really falls onto our shoulders to explain to people why somebody who currently is zeros across the board was the star of the first round.
Speaking of shiny Shaiko variants, Jesse, we got him on Bandit instead of the Legion.
All right, he's putting his batteries down early. He's going to leave the trick into Bride mostly. It seems like he wants to just get some impact with the C4, have a bit of the util coming out as well.
He's feeling saucy today. Did you see his tweet at W7M?
He's been saucy
he
for
said,
a while.
thanks for an Esports World Cup Championship. I'll message you in a couple hours, and thank you for the major, too. Shaiko almost never tweets. Oh, my. Volp's got the first kill in round number 1. It was short-lived as it was answered back. Not just once, but about 4 more times. This time, W7M has bought themselves some breathing room. All right.
Brede doesn't even have to get active. Remember, they banned out the cap cannon map number 1. Now Brede brings it out map number 2, but it's his teammates who clean things up. Down into the basement now. BDS will retreat. They know that they don't have to hold the top floor forever. This push from W7M is going to come in through EXO. They need an angle on the main breach. With Maverick banned out, though, can they really get one?
Exactly. That's the whole point of this strategy right now. You put the batteries down early. You don't need to trick. As long as you hold the top floor, you're fine. So W7M, who want to get this diffuser down in the default position, you don't have the breach to watch any of these angles.
Shaiko right now is completely prone. He's allowing the rest of his teammates to draw the attention. He's just been droned out, though, and Nitro Cell will go. Wall looks to be successfully opened up as Dots moonwalks his way away from a Nitro Cell. Any retreat could be in the path of a goo mine. Loban eliminating Usis, and the shield has cemented itself right now inside of Assembly. Diffuser going down as Dotes watches over that small opening created earlier, only good enough for one. Solitov looking for the follow-up, but Dots will say no thank you. He had peeled off of the plants, now it's all up to Brede. He'll have to get some kills, some numbers this round to have the same impact he had before. Brede will drop, gives his position away. Commandy of Dots still holding the diffuser, final 10 seconds. Creep up on this position, buying time for Dots, and there's just too many doorways to cover. The Brede of old would have struggled in that position. BDS falling apart too early in the round for Brede to have much impact.
Time management just perfect from W7M. They didn't struggle in the early round clear. You know, they didn't take too much time with it. By the time they were in Exosuit, there was over half the round still to go. So when they got Dots in on the Monty, he was able to take his time, shoot the goo mine, shoot the camera, shoot the bandit battery. That allowed the angle to be opened up by the ace, and now all of a sudden they're in a great spot for a plant. Yes, Brede above is bad news, but Dots recognizes this. He's aware that, okay, wait, we don't have top floor control. I probably shouldn't plant in the default spot. He instead moves out of position. He waits for his teammates to come back and provide that support. Really good timing coming out from Dots there. One of the best Monty players that we see out of Brazil, and for good reason.
I also think something important we have to highlight, going back to the operator bans, is, of course, Deimos is taken off the board, but Dokkaebi is up when she was not on the previous map, and that's something that I think is really going to help W7M on this clear. They've struggled on all sides of console, let's just get that out of the way with, but for their attacks, still clearing that map was a bit of a problem of the more limited sample size that we saw. But being able to run this Dokkaebi here, it will be a boon for BDS once they get to the attacking side, but at least here, it makes finding players like LeakyFac, like Brede, but LeakyFac especially for round 2, a whole lot easier.
Volps was going to grab the Dokkaebi. It goes to Dash instead. Volps' most played operator is Dokkaebi on attack, and he's got a 73% win rate with the Doke. So keep an eye out if we see Volps pick it right back up. But for now, it's going to be Dash, also extremely effective with the Korean attacker, and they're going to try to find some of these players out as they go for the early pick. There is nobody from BDS roaming on that main floor except for Solitov. If they could isolate him with that Dokkaebi call, that could be great news. I think they've got bigger problems, though. They know how important this IT wall is.
And we have a bandit sitting right on it. Brede, again, LeakyFac shooting the drones to make sure that nobody knows this hard breach denial is right here. They do have the Thatcher, but remember, that wasn't enough last time. They used all those EMPs, and now that the site is right down below him, you can't get Loban into position beneath it. Selma out again, and he's going to be able to time this properly.
No way!
Again!
Another opportunity as Dots falls.
That's the ace too!
LeakyFac, Volps walking in. Nitro Cell goes out. It does not find its target because Usis is there, tearing through all of them. Brede overseeing that same part of the map. Loban now is the last one standing for W7M. Lots of bullets in the LMG. Can he find them? Not really. He sees Usis wins the duel, and again, bogged down in the same part of the map for W7M.
Usis coming into this game, the leading contender for MVP of the tournament. He's been so good for BDS, but he doesn't get those kills with his teammates. Again, Brede playing that bandit on the wall is so important. Again, there's nobody down below to be able to stop that trick. The site's there, so it's a little bit harder this time around. So still, a massive play coming out from the team of BDS.
So, for people who don't know, by the way, the tweet is on your screen. It reads, thank you very much for the EWC. In a few hours, I'll say thank you again for a major as well. Shaiko is a notoriously quiet player. He often says No. To interviews, he doesn't do a lot of side content. He likes to let his actions in the server do all the talking. So to see Shaiko tweet with that much flair and pizzazz, you know he's in a great mood today.
And he's earned it, right? This is Shaiko's 6th grand finals. He's played 5 of them so far. He won 4. The only time Shaiko has ever lost a BO5 grand finals was in Manchester against Beast Coast, and that one went the whole distance.
Right now, they're certainly looking in strong form on Nighthaven Labs. The thing I love most about that round, Jesse, I think, is, of course, you have the bandit trick. We all like it. We all loved it when we saw it in round 1. We love it even more now. But it's that they knew the logical reaction from W7M was, all right, we know you're there. We're just going to swing you. We're going to take that fight. But BDS's structure on the top floor was so good, and especially with Leaky Fat getting that 5v4, the moment they get swung, they just immediately traded down on all of those angles on the top floor. Even when W7M tried to pick up the pace, BDS still have a hand in it, orchestrating the action like they planned all of this from the beginning.
All right, this is adaptation. Loban is down below on the storage window, ready to punish this bandit trick. This is exactly what they had to do. Just do not let yourself get tricked again, and there it is! Perfectly countered by Loban. That's what we wanted to see in round 1. On the Zofia, though, he gets it done.
And it might seem like a lot of utility, but it's certainly a lot more than losing all your Selmas, losing all your exothermics. Leaky Fact strikes first for BDS. Uses on the board before Dodez has kept those numbers very close. 1 minute off of the board. And now a stalemate.
This is looking a whole lot like that FaZe game from BDS yesterday. I'm thinking on Skyscraper, when FaZe would get open parts of control, say Geisha, for example, and then what would BDS immediately do? They'd let it quiet down for just a little bit, then Shaiko or Leaky Fact would peek the breach, see if anybody was out on the window, and take a gunfight there. They were playing with a level of confidence that was good enough to beat tournament favorites, but right now, they're doing the same thing against one of our biggest dark horses, and it's constantly catching W7M off guard.
The push will be coming in through Connector now in the 3v3. The first Nitro damage, but there's the follow of Shaiko. Perfect with the shots, as he oh so often is. Now it's man disadvantage. They beat Bride, but that's not the game. They still need to make their way into sight.
We saw how it fell apart when they couldn't get that part of the map opened up before. They've done that. But BDS have fallen back. There's still more layers for W7M to claw through to get to the bomb site. Dreadmine at the top of the stairs, final minute now. Advantage for BDS. Shaiko not at the forefront of the moment, it's Solitov. He's now lost that visibility through the Black Mirror. Loban, if he can win this duel, the round for W7M becomes far more winnable.
Whether it does or not, we'll actually have to see. I mean, but you still have this mirror window, sure it's cracked, but all the angles inside of the site. Loban as well, just 1 concussion, barely any secondary utility for W7M. We're spending so much time rotating, so much time second guessing, yet BDS have all of these angles.
Looks like Loban's actually concussed himself. I don't know where the plan was there. He runs right into Shaiko, who finds his 2nd kill of the round. The goo mines from Shaiko will now give information to BDS, and Shaiko just does it all himself. 3 unanswered kills. BDS win the round.
And what BDS do better than almost anybody else in the world, and yeah, we'll say it, better than anybody else, is they get aggressive when they're in kind of a bad spot or even just an even spot. You saw twice in that round it happened. First, when they stopped Bride from going from the bandit trick, what happened? Leaky Fact immediately pushed up to the breach, immediately got a trade back to make sure that man disadvantage didn't fall apart. Then what happened in the 3v3? Shaiko does it again, follows up the Nitro Cell, pushes in through Connector, is able to make that happen. Something that Fresh said on the desk is that in the mid-round is when W7M are losing. In that round, they had a great early round, the mid-round fell apart, and they didn't have the numbers for the late round.
And the funny part is, BDS are playing Nighthaven very similar to how they did against FaZe yesterday. They go away from a normal operator ban, they keep so much of that breach denial and the anchor utility with the mirror on the board, and they smoke FaZe 7-1. What's happening right now? Sure, they banned Tubarao, but Bandit's been here every round. Mira has been one of the mainstays. BDS are basically playing a very similar playbook when it comes to the utility they're bringing. And I would argue, sure, we don't know the result yet, but it is tripping W7M out more than it was FaZe yesterday. We or by round 4, that is only when we adapt to an IT bandit trick that's been happening every single round.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, no, but I'm still gonna lose the round because we couldn't execute in the late round.
Can't get fooled again.
They're continuously getting fooled. This is the issue though, right? For W7M, they've played this map a ton throughout this tournament. At the Montreal Major, they've played 19 attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs. They have a 58% win rate on it. And on the top floor, that jumps up to 71.
A big number.
These are great numbers.
That high.
And that's supposed to be the numbers that should push them to at least a 3-3 split. You see the panic in that tack timeout. They did not expect to be down this heavily, this early on their own map pick.
I had no idea what that was.
I think they said I love Pengu.
Me too.
Big dog.
I can reach Pengu from here. He's co-streaming right now.
What's he doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
He got mittens on?
He's got his mitts, he's got his toque. He's
I
bored.
force-fed him a contractually obligated control cookie earlier.
Yeah,
cheer for Pengu!
Everyone say hi to Pengu. Honestly, W7M might need Pengu if they keep getting smoked like this.
He used to be a player, then he was a caster, now he's a content creator.
Well, he's always been a content creator. John W. content over there.
It's more a joke at his expense, but he took it in stride.
Basement defense coming out from BDS. What we saw last time was a bit of a roam, and well, this go around, well, it's pretty much the same thing. Sure, maybe not Bride sitting inside of security this time, but you've got players moving around the top floor, not trying to get too aggressive too early on. If W7M give the fights, they're happy to take them, but BDS aren't looking to necessarily stop them at the entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking mostly at Liquifac. He's all the way over in Cafeteria. That's an easy spot to miss-drone someone, or even what we've seen at this tournament is maybe he gets droned, but then he pushes deeper. They expect him to fall back, but he doesn't. He right now is in a position to go for a real late-round flank. If they drone him and they apply pressure, he can also just fall down the vending stairs and probably make a good execute anyway. So he's in a really strong spot. I really want to see W7M address him. If they just completely ignore him, they're going to be in a very awkward spot for the flank that like comes out late round. And if they lose their fights when they go to push him, that's even worse.
They found that they have very little roam to deal with at the moment, so can use that utility to make things uncomfortable for the defenders as I say that.
Oh no.
I was about to say.
Solitov, a hidden man who might now be found out.
He answers his phone, they're nowhere near. They're not going to hear him at all.
I will say he's so far away, though, that if W7M do hit the site very quickly, there might not actually be enough time for him to drop down. But they've got a Vault camera right on the player in Animus. The C4 calls down. Honestly, I got to give credit to Dodds. He just accepts his fate on that one.
Up. He's like, you know what, I'm taking this one. I'm taking this one lying down. That Vault cam has been up there the entire time. The Twitch drone went through. EFAC got information from it in the first 20 seconds of the round, and it has continued to be a thorn in the side of this W7M execute, as you can hold that entire part of the map without actually putting somebody in that position. Solitov gets spotted, takes out Volps before Dodes answers back, and now the time is the bigger issue for W7M. They found Shaiko. Dash and Loban will go for the direct site hit. Dodes will be up top. 10 seconds remain. Diffuser now going down into the corner. Usis looking for the swing out amidst the smoke. Doesn't seem to know where it is. He trudges on through. He finds it at the last second. He will now need to win a 1v2. Dodes on very limited HP, still above. He'll tear through Loban. 5 HP on Dodes, but it's a single bullet that you need to kill the full HP of the Mira. Does Dodes have a line of sight? It looks like Usis is going to go for the long arm. Through the soft wall. He spots Dodes, and now the peek back is won by the Brazilians.
Denies it from Usis, but what good play coming out from W7M too. Yes, they might have misdroned a player that was over inside a Cafeteria, but they always had their flank drones up. They knew exactly what was going on when Solitov went for that flank. Solitov still hit a nasty shot. Okay, still got the job done, went 1 for 1, but that's far better than getting caught off guard, being distracted, meaning that your whole push gets spiraled out of control and you just fall apart. That was a solid execute, despite the fact that there were mistakes, despite the fact that there were things that caught them off guard. In the late round, W7M were still able to stick to the basement, push in, get your kills, smoke the plant spot, get it done. Use this a split second earlier, could have stopped it, but the important thing is that he didn't.
And I think that is the important thing, right? For this immediate round, to narrow the gap, to start a comeback, to maybe tie this half 3-3. Yes, I agree, that is important. But the problem I'm looking at right now is Solotov was allowed to exist, or at least was unspotted for a long time, was able to hit a flank and get a kill. A Valk camera was inside a garage the entire time, feeding intel to BDS saying, hey, we know exactly when they're gonna hit this. We can take down the thermite with the diffuser. They had all this information, all of this control that they could retake with players stationed off-site. And what ultimately came down to it was, yes, poise from W7M in the late round, but most of that was in BDS's control. If somebody doesn't overperform and get a kill there in the execute, it very well could be a BDS round in the end.
We are going to kitchen and cafeteria for our final round in the half. In the 19 attacks that W7M have had on this map for the tournament so far, not one of them was on this bomb site. Often considered to be one of the worst in the game, teams generally like to avoid it. Even W7M themselves have tried to defend it twice this tournament, and they failed both times. Teams have very low win rate on this site, but BDS think they're different. They're bringing the Clash. They've set them up inside of lobby. They've actually got this wall open behind the Clash to try to make that rotate back into site when they need to. I'm excited to see what they've got.
And I think one tool that really makes this bomb site viable is that Clash, because you can see him moving around bottom house right now. Sure, that air jab goes in, but there's no vert you can play on top of that Clash. You can't really work up that hallway and pinch her if she's pushed deep because the defense can peek out of sight and watch it. She can basically stall time to open the breach on this side, then fall back in the round and in the side itself once you actually open the breach, and do the same thing all over again. This is one of the better sites for Clash, in my opinion, on this map in general, because it's very difficult to nail her down.
You'll often see an explosive entry through this window right here into sight, but there's no blitz, no ying. It's gonna be tough to make that happen if that's the game plan from W7M. All they have are the flashes, which are now being thrown by Dots.
Dodez is in. He was spotted by Bride on that Clash. Dots looking for more than a single kill through this first half. Volps, usually the player on top of the standings for W7M, has regained his form, but ultimately trails Dodez. Dash with one kill, Volps on the board. The only kill for BDS at this point is Solotov, who's still alive for the record. Dots is in, getting the diffuser down. Where are these defenders? They don't seem to have information. Dots falling off of this position. Volps with one kill. Uses as the last one remaining. A 1v3. Critical of the site selection, and things for BDS do not seem to be working out well. Why this bomb site? The question that we asked, and now we can ask it yet again. After W7M sweeps through BDS and ties it with the first half in the books.
I mean, to be fair, W7M were struggling a bit on that attack, and that dealing with the Clash wasn't going their way. Getting control of the top floor, not fully going their way. But again, what W7M have been able to do consistently is go toe-to-toe with BDS when it comes to gunfights, to win fights when they are presented with them, and usually 50-50s. And that's how that round felt like it panned out. They were struggling to get vert, struggling to get control into the site, but they were able, when BDS either peaked or when they rotated in front of them, to win those engagements and actually find an entry. It is a tie game, and I think that should be commended. BDS still felt like, though this round being an exception, they were in large control that entire half.
They get the 3-3 though, and ultimately that is all that you need. Even though there were mistakes, even if it was a little messy, W7M have mission accomplished. This is their pick. This is the must win in the BO5, and especially when you look at the stats, that gets reinforced. W7M have won Nighthaven Labs the last 7 times that they've played it. They're on a 7-game win streak on this map, but if you go back 8 games, they lost it. Who against? The French that sit right across the stage from them right now. BDS have always been a tough opponent for W7M. It's always been a team that they have struggled to get across the finish line on. Right now, you're not thinking about the mistakes. You're not thinking about the issues that have gone through those first half. You just need to lock this one down.
Chico's on Brava.
You called this.
I did.
6 rounds ago.
I mean, he plays the op. It's not like that was... I wasn't...
One of 3 ops.
Yeah, I wasn't pouring in the data.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's
I really am quite
right.
something. But no, I mean, seriously, like, if you look at the operators we see right now on the defensive side, the big thing you want to find with those clutch drones will be the Fenrir. All right.
Oh.
Well, sorry.
What about the Fenrir?
Well, the traps are still there.
Fenrir's dead.
The traps are still there. That's something, at least.
EFAC opening up electrical, or IT wall, rather, and this is the one part that W7M struggled with on attack, and they will struggle with it as defenders as well.
Something I will say I find interesting from W7M, remember how strong breach denial was for BDS on their defending side, and we really don't have it right here. Nothing, no Bandit, no Cade, no nothing from W7M.
Instead, it's Oryx, and it's, you know, mirror windows which are being brought out, even if they are getting popped sometimes by these Twitch drones. Wow! What a shot! The long range also pops the second window. Ridiculous Twitch play coming out from Solotov.
In the lineup.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Solotov, I mean...
Again, the crowd cheered so loud for a mirror window being opened up. We've got some utility players in the house.
Oh, yeah, we do.
They love the Bandit batteries. They love the Twitch drones. They don't care about kills. All they care about is the sweet, sweet gadgetry of a complex game.
Looking for more, but there's not a lot more to find with that Twitch drone. Instead, the guns are up, and Dots is looking for the Raptors.
That's
he
ugly.
doesn't find it.
So ugly.
It's Shaiko who takes down Volps at the same time up here on Raptors. Hunting for another now. Shaiko.
No!
They go for an aggressive swing, but that's still getting punished.
And Brine baits out Shaiko in that position. Only his second kill, but these are kills that matter for the anchor. After a couple bad rounds, BDS gives the crowd something to cheer for, and their first attack is successful.
Well, it was very silly of me in hindsight to say in round 6 that W7M can go toe-to-toe with BDS in the gunfights because, well, that didn't happen in round 7. Dots obviously whiffs that mag on the player Solotov sitting inside a garage, but more broadly speaking, as BDS open up IT, they start looking for control inside a garage. Of course, they get that early pick onto Dodez, but then every single time W7M try to peek inside of the site like BDS usually do, they do lose those fights. Dots whiffs that mag into on top of Raptors. The moment they're able to take down Shaiko, Bride immediately reacts and is able to trade him out.
And maybe it's okay to whiff some of those gunfights if you're getting like 3 bandit tricks in a single round. But they're not bringing that utility. They're bringing the Oryx. They're bringing the Fender. They want to be taking these gunfights. They want to be playing it aggressively. That's why they go for those swings. But it doesn't seem to matter. Playing against BDS, one of the greatest teams of all time. Now going to be a hard task down 1-0 in the second half. For the second round on defense, W7M, they're going to switch it up a little bit. We're seeing the Bandit. We're seeing the Kaid. We're seeing the Yuto play a little bit more. And we're also seeing some counter Yuto. Leaky Fact bringing out the Fuse, not with the shield, as we've seen for the vast majority of this tournament, but the AK instead.
No shield bans, by the way, just in case you can't tell at the top of your screen.
He wants the util here. Look at this. He's going to use the cluster charge to clear out the Bandit batteries. But there's a claw, isn't there?
They missed both of those EMPs.
Yep. Look at that. Bandit batteries on the wall and a claw up above just to try and throw you off. You actually, Jesse, let's be fair here. I mean, BDS, no Thatcher that we saw a lot from W7M.
Yeah.
Maybe missing all the primary util generally, but still bringing it. Could have really liked that here.
Awkward now.
I was going to say, Thatcher's pick rate's been quite low through most of this event, but obviously so is great application. A single EMP would have disabled both of those. You wouldn't have needed to rely on those pocket EMPs. The question is, which of these operators do you substitute from the lineup to bring the Thatcher?
So the pivot needs to be now for BDS. We got to get some kills up here on the roam clear, right? We can't allow them to both keep the main wall closed down on site and also have a man advantage or even going into that late round execute. BDS will start to see them open up some cutoff angles here on the top 2 floors, but the real goal has to be punishing these aggressive players. Loban is upstairs inside a connector. Almost everybody else is on the main floor in positions where they can retreat, but with this information, you've got to be able to get the cutoff. That's what Solotov is looking for now.
Ooh, the smoke grenade actually allows the Fenrir to cross a little bit, though does spot the Legion rotating out of supply. Another kill could go Solotov's way depending on what happens, but Dodez will remain for the time being.
That smoke lasts long enough to conceal the Fenrir, but he'll lose the rest of his team. Volps gone, Loban gone, W7M surrendering the first 2 picks to BDS. We're hoping that maybe this map will tilt towards the attacking side, just as we saw on Consulate. Perfect time for those Rotero drones to go in, losing 1, but still 2 more in pocket. 4 Shaiko on the Flores. 2 rounds on attack, 2 drone ops, by the way. Brava over towards Flores.
Dodez needs to get a kill here. I mean, somebody from either Dodez or Dots, they got to get this pick, start bringing it back, and if he doesn't win this fight, if it goes down 2v5, I think we're cooked. And again, they're just missing all of these shots the moment the opportunity arises.
Two very swift kills. It's all up to Dons, who gets two before Shayko jumps in off of his drone. Look, 3 players from BDS all closing in on this objective. Triumphant round for BDS. They're 2-0 on this second half. Jesse, you called this the most important map in the best of 5.
They have to win it, and now they're down by 2. W7M, they just don't seem to be recognizing the game state, right? They managed to stop that wall from being opened down to the basement. BDS pivot, as we suggested that they would. They hunt down those roamers, and what happens? They get picked off with no remorse.
Issuing a correction here, game does not recognize game.
Not in this round at least. And I mean, you start to look at some of those depths, right? Volp's just unaware of the player on the window, despite the fact that his teammate happened to be there. Those are the sloppy deaths that you don't want to be seeing from the younger players on BDS. Volp's, the IGL, the captain of W7M, this is his 4th grand finals. If he loses this, he will be the first player in Rainbow Six history to lose 4 grand finals in a row without winning even one. You know this is an important game for Volp's. He's got to be better in the early round.
I mean, if we want to look on the upside, they do have one more round than they got against BDS at EWC. They at least get 7.
Really giving scraps to them at this point, eh?
Listen, at this point, they're fighting for whatever they can get because BDS are outplaying them. That defensive lineup from the previous round, the breach denial works great, and it forces BDS to encounter the rest of the lineup. The F-Knots, the Goo Mines, the Barricades. Oh, we can't open the wall down below, do it direct. Now let's clear the site, or clear the roam, and face all of this utility that we've got to work through that's going to slow us down. And it just doesn't matter because they get a 5v3. And right here, the breach denial's back, the F-Knots are back, and yet BDS are still controlling the pace anyway.
I like at least at W7M they're trying something new. We've dropped, of course, the Oryx. We've dropped the Legion. We're saying we're going to play with this electricity. We're going to do just what BDS were doing in the last round. And what worked for us in the previous round, number 8, even if it didn't result in a win. Some of that electricity going out now. They start to open the wall, and there's no trick to be seen. Dodez, far from the wall, knows that he's in danger if he does go for that attempt. That's the difference between these two teams. W7M, it took them 4 rounds to stop that bandit trick. BDS, the first time it's tried, they managed to shut it down.
The funny thing is, too, it's not even like the breach messed them up the first time. They still got it open because there was no hard breach denial. This time they're like, oh, you know, we're going to bring the Thatcher anyway because we think that's smart. They're not even reacting to mistakes they've made or problems they've encountered. Sure, maybe last round that was a bit of the case, but on this side, it wasn't a big deal. BDS are still thinking one step ahead of W7M. Shayko's getting all this free utility inside of the site.
Utility and information. He got a read on 2 defenders, one of which is that smoke of Volps who's sitting idle, and now a 3rd player has been spotted, which appears to be the legs of Dash. This single clutch drone is an incredible nuisance for W7M, and he just continues to harass them while the remainder of BDS get into position.
Banning Deimos might have been a mistake. It feels like the intel is even more valuable than what Shayko would usually get. The first Candela, actually the 3rd in the round, won't be an actual prompt for a push. They're trying to blind the bandit so he can't go for another trick, of course. Out of batteries now. The opening pick goes the way of Dash, and they'll start to breach from rafters. This will be the execute.
At least all of those EMPs are down, so he uses his gadgetries. Not that important. Solitov finishing off Dash. Back to a 4v4 as Gas now inside of the site. Will chase Solitov out of his position, and he narrowly misses onto the smoke. Both of them now walking away quite wounded. Leaky Fact finished off by Dodez, an advantage for W7M, attempting to stave off match point. But when you've got Shayko hitting shots like that, is the inevitable coming, whether you like it or not? Dots has been down, 3 players still upright for BDS, but what a brazen play by Lobin, leaving just Dodez alive as he's punished. 1v2 on the Bandit. Full HP, Dots, irretrievable at this point. Solitov's been down, it's Shayko and Dodez in a 1v1. Shayko finishing him off. Dodez will swing around the bomb chassis. Maybe he thought the downed player was the target that he was looking for, maybe not, but W7M will keep this matchup close.
This scoreline wasn't enough on Consulate to ultimately mount a full comeback from W7M, but as you said earlier, Jesse, at least it's something. At least it is something that they can think about to make them feel like they have a chance. I was a bit worried by that W7M lineup, especially dropping the Mira. You don't have a lot of ways to necessarily contest Garage. Obviously, they reinforce the rotate late. Then you can play the breach denial from it if you want, but BDS were, again, sure, Dash gets the opening pick, but BDS were getting so much control. They had entered Garage, enter Connector, had in intel on players close on the door with that clutch drone to get Solotov in that position in the first place. Again, they are making these moves, but the credit we can give W7M, at least here, they were reacting. At least here, they were firing back. BDS might have had control for a lot of it, but W7M wrenched it away at the last second.
Dodez performing in the clutch as he's needed, but it's Lobin who makes that aggressive play. Jumping out to Raptors and down into the defuse kit made the clutch possible. Otherwise, they could have just gone and planted in the other site, wouldn't have been an issue, but Lobin sees the opportunity and he takes it. When he was back in the Atlanta Major Grand Finals, Lobin was the one that carried, at the time, Los to that position where they managed to go so far in the tournament and nearly get the victory. This time around, if they're going to put up a good fight against BDS, if W7M want any hope of winning this final, they're going to need to rely on big plays and smart decision-making, just like what we saw from Lobin.
Bandit tricking to be had. It was a big problem last time. They pull it off this time. BDS learning from their mistakes, something that Lynx, you were critical of W7M for not doing.
And also, if you look at the difference there, before W7M on their attack, they would just put the exothermic up and then move on. Put the Selma on, then throw another one. That time, it's simultaneous. We see an exothermic and a bit of a hard breach charge. And sure, you lose the hard breach charge, but you open up a big hole in the assembly wall. And exchange, I'd make that deal. I don't know about you.
I'd make that deal.
I think it's a pretty damn good deal.
Damn good deal.
Dodez, what is this positioning? There goes the Nitro, but it won't find anybody. It does stop the wall from opening. That was the cluster charge, I believe, from Liquefact. So, you know, you deal a little bit more of that util damage. He gets a safer position as well as he falls off of that. This has been an awkward round from BDS. They're trying to use these cluster charges of Liquefact to make the impact. Opening these castle barricades, they'll start to pop these open now. It'll be the Animus push or coming in from the main breach. Regardless, the smokes are going to be hugely important when they go for this defuse kit.
It's going to have to be the smokes in all honesty because, yeah, it's been a bit awkward, but with the Twitch, the Fuse, and the Brava as well-defined electronics, BDS have brought everything to clear out what is a very daunting util setup. The Vulcan packs have by and large been detonated. Sure, there might still be barbed wire, but BDS are starting to probe for picks on the site. Dodez punished for his over-aggression on the assembly breach. All of that work they put in to clear the utility on site, now they turn the attention to the anchors, and they're already seeing success.
Dots is far enough back that he'll see them coming, but just as what happened with Dodez, just because you see him doesn't mean you win the fight. Dots eliminating Liquefact. Numbers again go back to even. First Blood has really not been that influential because the trades about 20 to 30 seconds after the first pick have equalized the playing field for both teams. Whether W7M or BDS strikes first, doesn't matter. The other always keeps it close.
W7M have a winning hand here. 4v4, 2 toxic canisters left, and a C4. So long as they can hold this neutral advantage, they should be able to close this out on utility.
Friday thinks that he has the coverage. Uses and Shaiko side by side holding cross. Bullet fire going out. Friday off of the plant, and BDS remarkably all make it out alive. Now from above, Volps assessing his options. Dots, as well as Lobin with 2 very big kills. It's all up to Solotov in a 1v2 as W7M goes for the counter punch and for the most part lands them. Here's the bigger deal. Got to shake Solotov off of this spot above. It looks like it's Lobin tasked with dealing with him. All the while Dash getting on Diffuser, firing through the floors, missing his opportunity. Dash falls off, and Solotov has no info. He's got to go for it the last second, but pros don't think. A slight misplay by Solotov, and W7M have tied the map.
I thought they were going to lose that. Even though Solotov is so focused on the Goyo up above, down below, the diffuser, he still falls off. He second guesses the counter diffuse, and that does give time for Solotov, once he wins that fight, to open up that hole, to use the pistol and get that kill. But still somehow, as if given a second chance by fate, he's still able to stick it, and Solotov has no idea. He is none the wiser. That round came down so close, and it was such a winnable 1v2 for Solotov, but a must-win round right there on a must-win map for W7M.
It's those little moments. It always feels like W7 able to hold it out. Even in the post plan, that felt like it was going to be BDS running away. They had top floor control. They had the fuse kit down, but it doesn't matter. Dash sticking it the entire time. He knows how important it is to stop that plant, especially against a player like Bride. Maybe he fumbled the smokes. Maybe he wasn't able to stop the plants, but he still made up for it. Jumping on for that disable. The player up above wasting just enough time to be able to distract Solotov was perfect for W7M. Solotov has often been called one of the best attacking players in the game. He's one of the best Twitch players, I would say, in the entire world right now, and he rarely misses with that DMR and with the pistol. But when you don't have the information, when the panic starts to set in, when the pressure is this high and you're on a stage this big, mistakes are gonna happen.
Oh! I was just about to I caster cursed him in my brain. That is brutal, because you'll see why. Solotov has been on Twitch every single round up until this point, and what does he swap to? Zofia. Why might be one reason. We're on Kitchen and Dining where Dots is bringing the clash. We saw how W7M, even though they won the round, struggle to deal with that clash on their attack. If you had those concussions, that's a whole lot easier, but it won't be the case now. Of course you get the 5v4, but because that operator specifically is gone, and now Shaiko's taken off the board, this is the best we've seen them so far.
And there's another opportunity here for Lobin, who lets them wander in. Great trigger discipline. Waiting for the next player, though.
So scary.
What a shock that is for Efak! Lobin with 3 kills. An incredible round as Uzis is the last player on BDS. Not a single point of damage has been done to W7M. Uzis outside with 1:40 to go, and he might just take a timeout.
Yeah, I think he knows this one's unwinnable. Lobin styling on him. I mentioned earlier in this game, they're gonna win it by Lobin making the most genius decisions, the aggressive plays, right? Sometimes it's not always the safest play, but Lobin trusts in his ability so much that he knows if he goes for these swings, if he knows he keeps pushing up, even if he's alone, he's gonna hit those shots, and he does it time and time again. Look at the BDS players now, Lickifak, trying to talk to this squad as they know this round is is completely over. Uzis has no hope in the 1v5 jump in barbed wire, in a Banshee. This is really going to be the time to talk to your teammates, try to reset, get one for the stat line, but it really doesn't matter. This is a battle between two teams going at it with brilliant IGLs. We've seen it from Uzis, and we've seen it, of course, well, I should say, we've seen it from Lickifak, and we've seen it from Bulps. The two IGLs, the two captains of these teams, the youngest players in this server. How can you talk to your teammates, even without a tactical timeout? And they'll use an official one too, to reset, because W7M have gone back to back to back, and they look to be dominating this second half.
Now, 3 rounds in a row, and that site setup especially, something I wanted to highlight, was enabled to allow Lobin to make that play. The Clash was watching the office window hop in. The only ways they could approach him were from the electrical side, where I believe somebody else might have been, or they had intel on, or from the breach, which is where exactly he was waiting. The strategic setup from W7M that round was excellent, and the onus really is on BDS because the opening picks after the first 2 have completely slipped away. In the 3 rounds W7M have won, Lickifak was only able to get one in the basement attack, and even then they were still able, W7M were still able to hold out through that diffuse plant to take the fights on site and still win it out and neutralize that earlier advantage. Sure, maybe that's luck. In this case, it was skill for W7M. But here, when they're able to basically win a flawless round, just taking the fight to you, that's not a W7M we've really seen up until this point.
BDS in the last major grand finals, they had to ban this map. They were fearful of it from Beast Coast. Now they decided we can let it through. They had a very strong semifinal performance, 7-1 over FaZe Clan starting on the defense, but you're not against FaZe Clan. You're against W7M, and this is their bread and butter map. This is the one they love to play more than any other in the entire pool, and they're showing that now. It's not always the cleanest rounds. It's not always the no-mistake siege that we sometimes see from some of the top European teams, but it doesn't matter, because it's the mid-round decision-making, something that Fresh said had to be a little bit better for W7M coming into this one. That is standing strong for W7M. They are now 1 round away from winning their first map in a BO5 against BDS in their second attempt.
Important operator comes out for BDS in this moment as well. Remember, I said Bride does not often play the shields. If one's brought, he will play it, but this is not a mainstay of their attacking lineups or their strategy. But it's here in round 12 that Bride, for the first time this half, decides to bring out that Monty on the second floor specifically. What is usually that player going to do? Maybe try to take control of Garage, pressure the players in IT. Fortunately, C4 won't go out and find much of anything, but this is an important change to bring this operator at this point to try and brute force some of this control and break through W7M's setup.
2 Nitro cells remain in the hands of Dots and Dash, but that Nitro cell in particular is usually quite good when you're fighting on Catwalk. The backup claims Breed A, and now it's Dash with his Nitro cell gone to do the rest of the damage with the gun in hand. Dealing with the fuse shield. 2 shields now for BDS that can stack up.
This is not the angle you need, though. I mean, you want this to be bigger so you can walk on in. They're still playing around Catwalk, too, with Dodez up here, ready for the swing. Licketback found a kill with the pistol. Can they find another one? Flick, taking down Saltop, but it's at least traded. That's still going to be a 3v3. The wall is open, but it's not the greatest of breaches. You can reset now if you're W7M. You've given up IT. This is okay. Volps, you know he wants more, though.
Of course he does. I didn't even notice. Licketback, of course, bringing this fuse a few times now, but actually going on the shield this time. Not only bringing the double shield, as you said, Parker, but also now some redundancy since Breed A has fallen. You can still try to take control of Garage from this position. Only problem you have is we're actually seeing that pocket reinforcement from W7M have impact. They're not playing Garage late. They've reinforced it off, and now BDS are out of hard breaching. They cannot open up an angle directly inside. This fuse is going to be extremely important because you're just pushing through doorways. They might be able to clear this out, but if they don't have any impact off these cluster charges, it's going to be a brutal execute.
I never liked the fuse kit coming this way. There's not great plant spots when you're coming in from Raptors. Yes, they'll have the util clear, but it's going to be important to get kills so you can push deep through this site. No smokes are available for them to try to get a plant down, so they need to find kills.
They still have some of those cluster charges, but W7M might have just secured their first map, unless, of course, the biggest Frenchman on the stage has something to say about this. Full HP on the 3 remaining players from W7M. 30 seconds left. Cluster charges go out. EFAC now tussling on that catwalk, and he's finished off by Volts. W7M sit BDS down. A struggle for the Frenchman. But the Bulls take map 2, and we're tied 1 map apiece.
We are not at EWC anymore. They struggled to get 7 rounds against BDS, falling short at just 6. And now here, not only do they surpass that, they win enough to close out 1 map against one of the best teams in the world.
That's it for map 2. We might have a long best of 5 ahead of us. But what does the Devs think about that match? Let's hear from them ourselves.
Thank you very much for that, Parker. Very interesting second map. We were pretty much predicting a very quick finish for BDS. We prepped all our notes, and then all of a sudden, W7M turn up.
I mean, realistically, this should have been a much better game from W7M, knowing that they're familiar on this map, knowing how to play this map, but throughout this entire series, or throughout this map, they look lackadaisical. They weren't getting camps. They weren't problem solving. This was not the W7M that we saw going against Virtus Pro, so thankfully, they got this win. It's not a marathon. I mean, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon now. They reset the bracket, kind of. They don't have to worry about it. They can go into Clubhouse, but they need to be better.
It's absolutely crazy. You know, they started the game awfully, right? Obviously, BDS got themselves up, but I think it was very, very, very important for W7M. They managed to achieve that 3-3 split. There was a basement round, I think it was round 5, I want to say, where they managed to pull that round back, basically from the brink. Solotov was on a huge roam, didn't work out, and in the end, they managed to get that one, and they got it over the line this round, as you see in here in the replays, and then they got the final round to get a 3-3 split. Off the back of that, W7M then made that adaptation onto their defenses and managed to get aggressive, get in the face of BDS, really don't let them set up. We saw Solotov get spawn peaks, we saw mad aggression out of low bin, rat plays, and it really worked to treat.
And that's what I said. They need to rely on their aggression. This is what got them so far, along with adapting. But when they are showing no aggression, you're only shooting yourself in the foot at this point. So if they can maintain this aggression, if they can maintain this composure, we will see a better W7M.
Now, BDS, sorry, no, you go. You believe me, your point is going to be more valid than my point.
Go on, Rob, what was your point?
No, my point was nothing. Okay. I'm not even going to bother.
Look, ultimately, I think, obviously, W7M got the victory. I think it maybe should have been a BDS victory with the way that game started to pan out. I'm surprised BDS have thrown that from this point on. However, the most important thing right now for W7M is the fact that they got the victory. It doesn't matter how or why or where. They're on the board. It's now 1-1. They won their map pick, and we will now get at least another 2 maps.
Yeah, we reset to a best of 3, which is the best part about it. But we've got Chef Leo on standby.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jack just said right there. Basically, if we look at that victory, W7M in terms of fragging power is winning the game. But strategically, there were some issues. If you look at the beginning, we're on route 4 right now, and it's been 3 consecutive rounds that they cannot problem solve a simple bandit trick. So this time, they bring the entire lineup for it. Nomad is covering the jump outs. You see Thermite, Thatcher, Zofia get ready to get rid of that bandit. And it's exactly what happened. They do it perfectly, right? So you expect them to take that and win the round. Look at the reaction from Liquefact right there. He goes aggressive. He's not letting them that mind control. He wants to get that man advantage back. Look at Bride right now. He just died, and this is for you, rank stack. When you're dead, go on that camera. He's calling from IT Bulletproof for Liquefact to go aggressive there and get that man advantage back. It's 4v4. Liquefact will get traded. Look at what Yuzu is doing. Exactly the same thing. They're not giving them any space. They're always fighting. Now at this point, it's a 3v3, and I want you to pay attention one last time to these guys that are dead. Liquefact is already on lobby stairs cam. But that's a default cam, right? Why is he on a default cam? Because Dash, solo from backstab right now, is just coming in between here, the guys, and backstabbing, but he didn't shoot that default cam. And that's a big issue, because then look at Shaiko and Yuzus once again, going to play aggressive and getting that frag. Once again, an issue consistently for W7M, getting rid of that information. They can close off the bomb site. They've went from a 4v5 to a 3v2. Look at this beautiful setup. Once again, Yuzus, solo tough, Shaiko, triple crossfire. They can do it, and it's exactly what happens. They get the first pick, and Shaiko will get that last pick here. Consistently fighting for that manpower. That's BDS playing together. That wasn't enough for this match. Now we have a match, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1. The third map is coming after a short break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
The Brazilians show signs of life here as Labs goes 7-5, a very close affair. W7M are not done in this series, and such a crucial map, such a crucial moment in time for them to turn their performance into a win. We're now moving into a third map, but before we get there, Lax, we're going to break this one down, and I've got to ask you said something in the pre-show that really stuck out to me. It's that Club is not always a great map to take against great teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BDS, they come off that loss. They were in control of that last game, and now you find yourself on Clubhouse, and to me, I don't like this pick out of them and giving this chance of a 50-50 because Clubhouse is a very default map. It is more structured. It does follow the basic fundamentals of Siege, but the fact every team knows Clubhouse. They know how it works. They know the functionality of it. You aren't going to do anything that's going to catch anyone off guard. And the fact that now, like Jack said, that W7M bound to win, that creates so much mental fortitude going into this match, and that creates hope. And this is not a situation for BDS that you want to be spawning hope for the likes of W7M.
For me, it's not only about like winning that map, it's the way they did it.
Yeah.
They did it with confidence because they were winning these gunfights, because they were going aggressive and gaining that control. And for me, doing it that way is the best way to bring back hope and be like, yeah, we can actually beat these guys.
Jack, you're very good looking, but unfortunately we don't want to hear from you. It is time to get underway with map number 3. We head to Clubhouse with the incredible trio.
Thank you so very much, and thank you to the beautiful trio on the desk, and then you, Rob. There's a zookeeper running around looking for you. You've escaped your enclosure, so we have to put you back in there at some point.
He really
Sorry,
is
Rob.
he's just like, he's so big, man. Like, it's kind of, I get scared a little bit. Like, I'm pretty short, I'm pretty small. I love Rob, but sometimes I have to look up at him and I get nervous.
He walked by the casting booth in the middle of the previous map and made monkey noise.
The ground literally shook.
Yes, it was quite crazy. But anyway, Clubhouse as our third map. There will be no sweep here. Nighthaven Labs won by W7M. They picked the map. Jesse, you said they were on a 7-game winning streak on that map. Make it 8. But how does Clubhouse shake out for these two teams?
I mean, this is the map that BDS chose in their last BO5 against W7M, and they won that one 7-2. So if history repeats itself, it looks good.
Well, are they going to prevail? Which of these teams will go up to series point? Because a win here means you're at 2 of the 3 needed to secure a championship. Clubhouse is ready. Let's find out.
W7M's favorite operator to ban on Clubhouse historically has been Thatcher on the attack, but with the way bans have gone in this series, I wouldn't be surprised to see a shakeup whatsoever. W7M will get the first ban of this map, and on attack, they will choose to take out the Thatcher. They're keeping to tradition. Let me try that again. To tradition.
Nailed it. 3rd time's a charm.
BDS, this is the question. They've not been banning Shield so far today, but this is a map where they tend to ban the Monty quite a bit, so it will be where the Monty comes out for the first time.
And big thing I'm looking at right now, Deimos on the board for Shaiko on a map with a lot of important soft floors.
Yeah, this has been really standard bans from both teams. Fenrir is one of the more common ones for BDS. Mira's common as well. The reason I thought maybe we wouldn't see a Mira is because it's also W7M's most banned defender. So now that BDS have taken it out of the pool, the question for W7M goes, well, what do you want to remove? Do you take out the Uzami, who's so powerful playing on Raptors and around the map? Do you take out the Fenrir, which has been played so much so far just through the series? Maybe for the Valkyrie as well? There's lots of options, and they'll ignore all of them. Maybe some respect paid to Bride after the tricking that we saw on Nighthaven Labs.
They wanted none of what they saw in the previous map.
Montreal, are you guys unhappy or happy with that bandit ban?
You know, there's some mixed voices out there.
Remember, they do love car batteries.
They do.
Half the people in this arena cheer every time they go to the mechanic. They're like, yes!
It's obviously a great map for Bandit. Playing up above, you see that often on the CC wall, but not today.
You know, Jesse, I think now would be a great time to talk about your car battery experience when you and I went on vacation together last year.
What happened?
My car battery died because it was minus 40 below in Banff.
But when your car battery dies, Parker, you go to a mechanic,
and
right?
I said to him, there's a mechanic about a 10-minute drive away. I can drive you there. All you need to do is buy a new battery and
I
swap it
called
out.
the mechanic, to be clear, and he said it was almost Christmas. He said we're booked up for a week.
All you need to do is go and buy the battery and sub it in yourself. Anyway,
Parker, I'm a gamer. I can't put in a battery.
That's true.
I don't play Bandit.
You needed Bride.
I play Kaid.
You needed Bride.
I did need
to
Bride.
put the battery down. Anyway, Jesse ended up stranded.
Yeah, it was
for
cold.
a full day.
It was a cold winter vacation, I'll tell you that much.
He literally went through like a rom-com plot. It's like ridiculous.
It hit minus 43.
Yeah,
Well,
it was cold.
It was very cold.
Well, W7M are freezing going into map number 3 with a win 7-5. And also, finally making good on a lot of those opening kills they got. The majority of the opening kills did go W7M's way. 8-4 on Nighthaven Labs. But it really took until that second half, even though they got less of them, to at least convert them somewhat more consistently.
And we'll start in the basement with Bandit gone. Dots will choose the Kaid instead to keep some of these walls closed and some of the hatches as well. They really have extended all throughout this map. Leaky Fact, I hope he knows where the Bandit battery is. Looks like he does. Be able to throw it right into the middle and stop both those batteries. Open up the wall now with the Hibana. It's going to be a long round. The full clear is going to be very important. If they can get some picks in this opening couple of seconds, then that could be a big advantage for BDS.
Dot still has one of those Electric Claws in back pocket, but if you're defending downstairs, you can't waste both of them up top. I have to imagine the Kaid wouldn't even be playing upstairs at this point. You're either going to want to keep one of those or even two of those church walls electrified, or maybe even a hatch.
Hello.
Wow.
Lobin, a statue upstairs taken care of by Shaiko. Solotov, the first one on the side of BDS to die, as we saw through much of Nighthaven Labs. The team that gets the opening pick very quickly gets traded right back. So far, Clubhouse no different.
See the setup from W7M. Again, just meant to burn time for BDS. Dota's already with one, I think, on somebody. Yeah, trying to lurk in through Oil Pit. And the hubris on Licky Fack. He thinks he can get away with it. Again, a Dokkaebi call to try and aid his efforts as well.
Another kill from Shaiko now as the Deathmark look to
He
have
gets
gone
it.
out. EFAC finding Dodez, and Volps has no choice but to run into the bomb site. That was Dots to get that kill. Dots has gotten both of them, by the way. BDS thought they had an opening to the map from Blue, bursting into the bomb site, and now they've been knocked down to just 2 remaining players as Shaiko will test his reflexes up against Volps, but he allows Usis that information to find the kill instead. Nobody on BDS holding that diffuser. It's been surrendered over by Blue. So Dots will need to go for the final 2 kills on this round.
But with one more Deathmark tracker, they can hunt this guy down. Even if they don't want to pick up the diffuser, they got the advantage, they've got the intel. Dots has really got to find a way out of this.
Nitro Cell will make him vulnerable for a second, and there's no way Shaiko's letting you do that. BDS take the round.
There's a reason we saw the Demos ban in map number 2, and Shaiko just showed us exactly why. Maybe it should have been banned again in map number 3. The Demos proving so valuable. The first pick, that's just good droner, right? Yeah, Shaiko gets it in with the, with the AK. He managed to find that opening pick, but it's right after that. It's finding that second roamer. Once the Fenrir is isolated on the top floor, the Deathmark comes out. He hunts him down with the pistol. Shaiko managed to get a second kill in the round by clearing out Dash. And then late round in the 2v2, he gets even more value out of the Demos. There's the second roam clear pickup. Then once they get down to the 2v2, it's nice play by Dots. He's got constant information on where Volps was playing. Does he go for the swing? Does he get the kill? No, he's baiting the whole time. It's Usis who goes in through Moto instead. Shaiko can play Demos in any way, shape, or form. On the roam clear, he's the one getting active. He's taking the solo gunfights. He's confident in his aim. But when you're going for the execute, when you're in the 2v2, you just gotta call for your teammate. The information that Shaiko gets off that Demos is so valuable. He got a 3K in that round, but really deserves credit for 4.
And that's what I think is so threatening about this BDS squad when they are performing well, is even though Licky Fack is gone, even though it's just Shaiko and Yuzu's coming, they still know how to make that right play every single time. When Shaiko knows when to step back and basically initiate for one of his teammates instead of taking all the action for himself. Dota's getting a little bit too much action early on, put down to very low HP, and that's extremely important. When you're the Azami holding Rafters, sure, there's Kibas and Magnets here, but with a Capitao on the board, that you will really wish you had that HP.
Often you'll see a Doc playing up there in Rafters, and that would be great for Dotes to have because, as you said, the Capitao Firebolts are going to make Dotes' life very difficult. He has Wamai Magnets instead. If they can fail to burn out those Wamais, if we can keep the Magnets up for late into the round, that could be huge for keeping Dotes alive. But BDS know this is coming. They're going to have flashbangs to clear out those Magnets. They're very aware of the situation. So if those get burned out and the Capitao Firebolts come out, it's going to make it very tough for Dotes to stay alive.
It will make it very tough, but with that Bandit ban, it's going to be relatively easy to open up Plat Wall, especially since there's no hard breach denial on the board whatsoever. So sure, it's just the Maverick that'll be the one to open it up, as most of the hard breach charges used on the garage wall. But once this is opened up, Dotas will be in a difficult position, and that's why they have Volps playing there. To have that extra MP5 to watch anybody from below trying to burn him out with those Capital bolts, or even to challenge on the breach if he starts getting pinched.
Still lurking down below. They're in no rush to find these picks. They're in no rush to clear out Rafters. They know that if they can get the opening pick cleanly, it won't matter how much time is left on the clock, and Shaiko gets it right there onto Lobin, still his favorite operator, finding the impact outside on the CC window.
4-0 with 2 of those death marks in pocket as well. No mute jammers to stop the marks from working, so the longer this round goes on, the more value they will have, providing, of course, that BDS maintain a good amount of player numbers. They're now hunting down the castle of Dots as the Capital, aforementioned, will walk, well, maybe not yet, look to walk in and deal with Rafters.
I am curious, if BDS continue to struggle on clearing out this position, Shaiko's got 1 Deathmark tracker as well, and he already spotted the castle playing top red. I think if we see them really struggle, he'll use the last one on the Wamai. So they're fully focusing on Garage as we reach 40 seconds left.
This is a great hold for W7M. BDS running into their demise. Dash and Dots tearing through them. Shaiko last one standing, and it's Dash and Dots to get all 5 kills. Tackling Garage was too much for this BDS team to muster. Even with all the utility, they couldn't deal with those Kiba barriers. They couldn't flush out the Azami nor the Wamai. And when the timer started to tick away, they went for a brazen rush through the only opening they had, and it was a very easy defense for W7M.
Not a common problem that we see from BDS. Stalling out, not be able to deal with the utility that existed up on top of Rafters. We worried about the fact that there was no dock, but the combination of Wamai and Azami kept W7M safe through the entirety of that round, and Dots continuing to perform in the late round. Back-to-back rounds, even though it wasn't enough to win on the basement, his anchor play has been exceptionally good today.
And to talk about Dots, the castle, playing that top red position, what I thought BDS were going to do was use that remaining Deathmark tracker to try and track Dots on the red stairs. So once BDS started running through the breach, you see where Lickyfact wanted to go up, you'd instead have Shaiko with that Deathmark, pushing up the staircase, having the advantage on the fight with the castle, and either A, he looks to Shaiko to take that fight, or B, looks towards the breach, and there's a very high probability he gets shot from one or the other. Instead, they just send Lickyfact up a little detached from the rest of the push in through plant wall, and obviously, as we all saw, it doesn't work out whatsoever.
Map 1 in a BO5 is must win for the team that picked it. Map 2 is must win as well. Map 3 should be opening things up. This is where we get to the final 3 maps in the pool. It's pick decider. Both teams should be very comfortable on these last 3 maps, and I think that's what we're seeing through the first 2 rounds. Yes, it feels like BDS in the early round in the roam clear have been very good, but when it comes to the site execute, there have been some fumbles. Even though they've managed to win it in the very first round, W7M late round have seemed like the better team. So keep an eye on that as we continue to go through this first half. Can BDS find a big enough advantage using the Deimos, using their drones to get these opening picks? Or are we going to see very even late rounds where W7M are consistently coming out on top?
Good use of this IQ scanner and the secondary EMPs from BDS so far. They have not been tripped up by the electrical claws one way or the other. They're quite thankful, I think, in this moment that that bandit is banned. They can take this early round and not worry about it whatsoever. Shaiko with the first kill on a Dots.
Is that Shaiko's 3rd opening pick as well of the matchup? Or, well, of the map, I suppose, because matchup is too vague.
Yep. Bit of a broad term.
I mean, it still applies here.
Ooh.
Shaiko's just doing these on his own, by the way. A tremendously gifted player when enabled by his team, but on his own, he can do so much damage as we've seen through these rounds so far.
And now we're finally seeing the mute jammers coming out to counter that Deimos play. It took 3 rounds with W7M trying to use that utility now so they can't get Deathmark tracked anymore, so they can shut down some of this information that Shaiko has been so good with throughout this tournament and throughout this matchup on Clubhouse. That's going to be the key.
See the Dokkaebi call go out in response. I was curious how Lickyfact was going to try to deal with that prox alarm, but they just rush in. They're trying to get the kills.
I mean, this didn't work out so well for BDS last time. Dash good enough for 1, but he's answered right back. Lobin is there for insurance. Solotov and Uzis on the board. Not just Shaiko carrying the load in this round. Oh, what a play by Volps. And now they'll be hunted down by Shaiko. He's got yet another player from W7M to get through first. This time over by Weight Room. Shaiko on 5 kills so far. Actually exceeding the rest of BDS combined. We'll have Solitov for backup. With 30 seconds to go, clock management for BDS has been a bit of an issue. Volp sensed that there was a play to be had as Solitov wrestled with that bulletproof camera. Nice shot by Shaiko as he vaults in, and it's him and Volps in a 1v1. The runaway as now Shaiko gets ever closer, grabs the defuse kit. Volps over by the door. Shaiko will try to draw him out with very limited time. Off he goes, and Volps wins the duel with the shotgun in hand. These are pronounced struggles on attack for BDS.
Shaiko continuing to be the linchpin for BDS. He's the one that has to be shut down, but it's Volps to stand strong in the final 1v1. These rounds are coming down to the wire, and I really love the way that we were able to move into 2v2. Yeah, maybe the Deimos tracker got the early pick onto the gym player. Maybe things started to fall apart at that point in time, but it didn't matter because Volps was so smart about his positioning, making sure he waits for that plant to start, playing it with the shotgun. He knows he's got the better weaponry. As long as you're confident in a battle against Shaiko, yeah, he's great, but he's got a pistol. You will be winning that in those situations. There's some great teamwork coming through. You saw BDS, we're all pushing it together. That's hugely important, but it's just not enough in round number 3.
And not only in that round did obviously W7M take some time to get comfortable, Volps in that 3v3 to feel confident in his positioning, but it really is starting to feel like, oh, Ashen, I'm sorry, you're not gonna buzz my head, I apologize.
Saw SSG in the crowd for a moment there. Still sticking around despite their earlier exit in this
why you gotta say it like that?
Stage.
Why you gotta bring it up? It's a sore spot for me.
Because why is it a sore spot for you? I don't care what you think of the teams.
Oh, I care what I think about them.
You could be an SSG fanboy when you're not casting a Grand Finals match.
Okay, all right.
SSG know firsthand what it's like to go up against this W7M team, and they should know better than anybody. Being eliminated by this Brazilian squad, it's no easy task. Even for BDS, in a matchup that they are heavily favored in, don't have the ability to take this easily. W7M are an extremely strong threat, and they're proving it now on Clubhouse. Maybe sometimes the early rounds getting away from them, but they're so good at this late round decision making. There's never a round that you can count out for W7M.
Certainly not. Solitov looking up towards the rafter for the moment. There's one player playing there. Dota is providing support for Dash to just keep putting this electric claw on and off, waiting for BDS to get sloppy, just to put some hard breach on the plat wall. It's not going to happen. We just don't really care about this side of the map. They'll fire some shots up above, but Solitov might be wasting his time on this side, but BDS as a whole not slowed down by this whatsoever. Is that a dirt run out from Dots?
It sure looked like it. Shaiko wondered if he had an opportunity to collect the kill. Shaiko has been doing a mighty fine job of that in the early rounds. All 3 first bloods drawn by the same player. He needs a stronger supporting cast, though, as gunfights have been hard to come by for both Solitov and Leakyfac after having 2 outstanding maps, but a slow start for them on Clubhouse.
Oh, look at this creep from Dash right here. Just spots the Shaiko. Oh, no, all right. There's a lot of damage, but on the counter swing, not working out. C4 able to finish it off. What I wanted to say was that when W7M go in these fights, look at how much damage they've done to BDS's drone economy. 3 drones remaining. We've been at that number since 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining.
That's why I said these struggles are so pronounced. Every time it seems like BDS are running behind the clock. They've had some serious struggles upstairs.
Oh my God.
Solitov uses Leakyfac, all of the dominoes falling down, and now it's Brede outside again. Brede's application, the way that he is played by BDS, is very different from the way that he used to play on that old Vitality roster, the old Supremacy roster, back in the day when Brede was among the greatest support players in the world. He still might be in that conversation, but when you bring in other offensive threats, your reliance on your anchor to win 1v2s and 1v3s over and over and over again, it's gonna go down. And because of that, Brede's numbers have suffered. Now he finds himself staring down 4 players on the side of W7M, trapped inside a dirt tunnel. He could just be a gentleman, sit outside, let the rest of your team talk through this. I suspect BDS might call their timeout, providing, of course, Brede does not pull off the clutch to the century, gets a single kill. Traded out by Volps and W7M are up 3-1.
And Volps is starting to look mad. Really, we're seeing them use teamwork to counter this Deimos play. Yes, there's information from Shaiko as he's entering in. He's got a track, but what happens? Well, Dots is pushing up, and he's able to find that pick anyways. Launches out that C4. Then Volps, in the mid-round, makes those adaptations, makes the aggressive swings, playing on the Azami. The youngest player in the server, the captain for W7M from Sao Paulo, 6-1 to start off this clubhouse game. He has been all over the map, so hard to pin down. That's no doubt going to be one of the things BDS talk about in this tactical timeout.
That's the phrase that I think of when I look at that defense in W7M, hard to pin down. So much damage done to the drone economy, and the only thing we had that really shields information is the Vigil, who was running around. We didn't have a Mute, we didn't have a Mozzie, anything like that. This was just BDS physically droning the building and W7M staffing enough players off the site that were constantly finding those drones.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's okay if you're BDS because you know that you're getting value out of these drones. This has been a factor for the last couple of rounds where their drone economy's been kind of bad, but at least they're working picks off it. The very first round when Shaiko goes in, finds that entry without using the tracker at all on Deimos, that's still coming off of good drone information. I think when you do lose those drones, though, the thing about Deimos, he's only tracking one op at a time. Yes, you can find out where one player is at, but if W7M continue to move off that, if they keep making aggressive swings when you're not tracking those other players, you can really bait the Deimos in. We're seeing W7M play really well around this operator that they know Shaiko is going to be bringing every single round.
That feels like one of the first times this series that we've really seen W7M comfortable against BDS. On Consulate, would you see Dash be able to work his way into a position and take a fight against a BDS player with no real follow-through and no information? No, they would have shut that down on attack or defense. Even on Nighthaven, the early half of that game, it felt like W7M were constantly punished for those kinds of plays, or when they went for them, they whiffed half a mag and BDS won the fight anyway. But this go around, as now W7M have won 3 in a row, they're being able to make these plays, and BDS not only aren't able to counter them, half the time they aren't even aware they're about to happen.
The crowd still seems to be on the side of the French, maybe not too unsurprising in Montreal. Round 5, we're back to CCTV cash, and we really do see W7M keeping things tried and true. The same off lineup, but BDS, no more Capitao. No more of this garage-focused execute. That went so bad last time that they're going to go conside instead. They're going to work their way on this jacuzzi wall. They're going to use these drones that they have to work themselves picks, and they're going to clear through this side of the map. It's not maybe the most amount of control compared to taking rafters, but it's going to be a bit easier and can still set themselves up for success.
But overall, the information, not only the drones we have present are obviously finding value in terms of the players they're spotting, and yes, if you do lose 7 of your drones, as long as you get a 5v3 afterwards, you could call that a win. But look at, they're bringing in the Grim. We've not seen that operator so far, this map so far, and that's another way to get that intel. When you spot the player logistics, you put a B down in the middle, and they're either forced to push towards the jacuzzi breach or pull back instead. It forces them to make a decision, and if they decide to get aggressive like W7M have been doing in the mid-round, they might have to walk through those Bs. Also, if BDS do take too long to get into the execute, you're really going to appreciate that you're able to be red, put one CCTV, push one cache, and inform the gunfights you're taking far better than what we saw before.
The quietest rounds that we've had between these teams, I do wonder if part of that timeout taken by BDS was to assess that, hey, if we get into early altercations, things don't tend to go our way. They've already been very lethargic rounds from BDS on attack. It's hard pressed for them to get any slower. But maybe if they're a little bit slower and a little bit more calculated, better use of their utility, better use of their drone. You mentioned the drone economy links. It's a lot better right now. A minute left on the clock, 6 drones still up for BDS.
The first is a track as well coming out. Soltop will find a kill on a dash right afterwards, and they're starting to fall though. Still 4v4. They've not actually cleared anybody out of this gym extension.
This goes back to my point. The trades usually work so well for these teams. W7M had equalized. As that breach opens up, Volps was a little bit too close to the front line, and Leaky Fact posted up outside, still governing over this breach, has found 2 kills from this spot. In bursts the buck. Shaiko in as well. Nitro Cell from Dots will take care of Uzis. The tracker now going on to Dots, and somehow Shaiko has lost the plot. Loban's last man standing with 10 seconds to go. A Nitro Cell will go out, but it's a bit too high. A big round from the team captain himself, and BDS convert their timeout into a victory.
It It was looking a little worrisome, though. We have to be honest. They do keep a lot of those drones alive, but we're only getting Platwall open with 1:10 seconds left. Solotov getting that opening pick was great, but overall, W7M still had most of their resources actually on the site. Really was W7M disrespecting that breach that was their ultimate undoing. Volps, I think, waiting to either impact it open a run out or just catch somebody off guard. Has that done to him in turn, not expecting maybe a lot of people to be on that side. And then the same thing again with the player in Garage.
And who's sitting on the other side of that breach as it opens up? It's LeakyFac. LeakyFac won a major in his rookie stage, one of a very small class of players who can say that they've accomplished that feat. When he won his last major in Yongshiping, he was not the same player he is today. Now he's leading the charge for BDS. Their IGL, their main caller, he's very vocal on this team. He still has the ability to step up when it matters the most. He can still hit some of the most ridiculous shots you've ever seen. He's an aggressive IGL, he's an aggressive captain, and he's the guy who's gonna bring them back into a game when they're down 3-1 and things are starting to slip.
He was that key player for their final in Manchester. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get it over the line overall, but in no small part, that series was as competitive as it was with the rest of the team in the dumps through the 5 maps because of LeakyFac's performance.
After the quarterfinals, we rode home with the BDS players, and I remember a conversation at the very front of the shuttle, breaking out between a couple of the BDS players. They said, if we beat FaZe, we'll probably win the whole final. And as soon as that was uttered out of a player of BDS's mouth, from the back, you heard LeakyFac go, ha 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 ha, you're not really talking about the final, right? We're gonna lose to FaZe, you're really talking about the final? And it's about that bringing the team in, saying, no guys, we're not gonna overthink this. We're not gonna immediately jump to the finals. Let's take it one step at a time. And reining his team in like that, especially being the youngest player on the squad, I think is super impressive.
But look at that step right there. Taken by W7M. I was curious, with the presence of the Maverick, are we going to see any aggressive C4s? And right as I think that Dots makes that a very harsh reality that BDS have to face. They still have the Hibana on side, but without that Maverick, this is all you have. Just those X-Kairos, and the holes you can make with that Hibana a lot smaller than you can with the Maverick trick. It's also an advantage for W7M. They're second so far. Only 2 opening picks they have so far, and yet before this they were 3-1, now 3-2, as BDS look to try to power up Red Stairs off the back of this intel.
The player you just spoke of will send out those logic bombs. Hot on the heels of these defenders. Almost some friendly fire done at the top of Red, as Volps looks to hold down the fort. Dota's eliminating LeakyFac. There's another over in that position, as now Solotov has crept into this position, and boy, oh boy, what an immense amount of damage done by Volps, who so far is impervious to these attackers. Uses catches Loban in a rotate, and now over towards construction. That's where his focus will go, as Shaiko still has 1 death mark. He's got Diffuser as well. Shaiko holding the case is an unconventional sight, but when Bride dies early, somebody's got to take up that damage.
I was about to say there's not a lot of time, but maybe one of the only options you have in this 3v3 is to try to use that death mark from below the revolver too to hunt down that player in cash, but they're getting so tunnel visioned on this, so concerned about Volps in this spot. That's not even the player Shaiko decides to track. It's Dota's in a different position entirely.
I mean, he doesn't need that information, does he? Unfortunately, he gets to Volps a little bit too late for Usus' sake, and now he has to retrieve Solotov, as the last 2 players from W7M will have 30 seconds to ride out the rest of this round. Death mark has expired. Dota's in dash. It's been Dots and Dash who made some serious noise side by side. Dash is still upright. There goes the timer. Nitro Cell tossed out, but it doesn't seem to have been pulled just yet. BDS being winnowed down on HP. Dash walking up, and he flattens both players. It doesn't look like it was much of a challenge. And again, BDS on the wrong side of the timer.
Dash, ridiculously good play with the TCSG inside the site. That looked very similar to round number 1 when we saw the 2v2 coming out. Shaiko's on the Deimos. The first time, Shaiko was able to bait players out. He's able to call information for his teammates, clutch up in the 2v2, but not this time around. They know that game. They know the tricks that BDS like to play, and W7M are able to counter that and get the 4-2 split. You've also got to give huge credit to the way Volps played inside of Cash. He wasted so much time. Yeah, he was stuck. He was dead to rights. He was never going to get rid of Cash unless he killed every single player on BDS, but it didn't matter because they were still getting the kills. They never lost that man advantage, and they were always wasting time out of BDS.
Yeah, Volp's definitely the MVP right there, but also a small thing on that attacking side. You can see the comms from BDS getting a little muddied. It's a very small moment, doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, but when you walk up that red stairs, it's a bit of an angle heist for Shaiko, walking in front of LickyFac as they're both looking at and trying to take down the same guy. It's a small example, wouldn't really mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but as you see them struggle to clear out that one guy in cash, death marks can't work. Multiple guys looking at it, still doesn't work. Volp still gets out of there with multiple kills. BDS's problem solving is really taking a hit on map 3.
I wanted to blame comms as well for why Brede didn't hear the Nitro cell get ripped and then tossed right onto the opening that he was working on. There's really no reason why a Maverick all by his lonesome shouldn't hear that C4 get ripped at very minimum. So again, maybe the comms are starting to get a bit chaotic for BDS. The one saving grace, I suppose, for the French team is that... Wait, did he just...
No, he hasn't seen him yet. There's no way that's a misdrone, right? Okay, he sees the feet. He knows now, and it will be an escape from LickyFac.
I was going to say, I mean, it's defense on Clubhouse. Historically, one of the most friendly maps for the defenders. We have seen a bit of a puzzling attacker-sided series of maps up to this point, but could just be the BDS were on the wrong side, and the matchup will tighten as it goes on.
I mean, it feels like the attackers on Club, they'll always have the opportunity, right? It's on them. You know what the D is going to do, but can you work past their problems? And that's really what we haven't seen from BDS. W7M setting up such good problems for BDS to solve, and then also clutching up in the late round, making the most brilliant moves. That's been the difference maker for W7M. Might be harder on the attack now.
And look at this. Talked about BDS's drone economy. It's fine if you lose 7 of those drones, so long as you get something for it. And W7M, a minute 30 in, 8 drones gone, and what do they have for it? Loban worked his way into kitchen, and he couldn't even cut off LickyFac's rotation back down to the bottom floor. Sure, they've cleared the map. Sure, they've got that middle floor control, but over half the round is gone. You've lost most of your information. You've barely got anything off of it, and you still got to open up hatches. You still got to set up for an execute. Sure, they have all of this utility, the flashbangs, the yings, and that could make it work. That could make it okay, but still, W7M are getting set up in a really, really difficult spot.
They got to do something with this Ying. There's so much util in sight. There's going to be C4s, Kiva barriers. You don't have the information. The Candelas have to come out and get you some massive picks because there's no Warden in sight. There's no Wamai in sight. There's no Jaeger. The Yings are completely uncontested, but they're going to have to get something off of them.
And you can see one player playing close on the Moto door. That's the exact kind of position that is meant to punish this damage of the intel economy. Nobody's going to drone that late, and it might catch W7M completely off guard.
The first assault will begin over on blue stairs. Now it's Loban. He sees one of the defenders from BDS, but right now good patience for this BDS team. An opportunity for Shaiko has now gone away as he'll rotate and re-engage. Loban's attention there, but there's 10 seconds left. First casualty comes in. Solitov is down as well. Uses the only kill so far for BDS. He's got 2 to his name.
What?
What just happened? I mean, when you've got the whole lobby alive with 10 seconds, things are gonna get messy, but that was a real mess.
And that shows the coordination, the trade game that came out from W7M. They managed to come in through the blue secret stairs. They managed to drop in through the kitchen hatch. They used those Candelas pretty early. They didn't immediately resort in kills, but they caused enough chaos that W7M were then able to clean up after the fact. They found those bodies of BDS that were just not looking at the right angles, managing to make sure that when they did lose bodies, they were always trading them back. W7M, that's just the difference in coordination, in teamwork, in comms. Areas that BDS usually don't get the disadvantage in, but in this game, it feels like W7M are the better team.
It also feels like an example of W7M getting back into this because going into this round, the 2 lowest rated players in this map so far were Dodez and Loban. And even though Loban only gets about 1 kill, he still wins the 1v1 against the guy in blue. Look at this right here. Sure, he might be 2 and 5 before that, but the fact that him and Dodez both pinching blue, able to win their respective fights, it makes what should have been in every single metric on every planet a BDS round for what they had, but them hitting shots and Dots hitting a spray transfer like that, taking down one element of the crossfire and then the other once they swing. W7M are just not losing these fights anymore.
ridiculous game from Dot so far. He's been one of the players that comes into games and doesn't expect to be getting all the kills. Only he and Bride enter this matchup with a negative KD through the tournament so far. You expect that from Dots, of course, playing on the hard support, playing on the shields. He went 66 to 74 coming into these finals. It feels like his anchor play, though, today on Clubhouse has been through the roof. And then, yes, of course, in the second half as well, having good impact when they're in these late rounds. But it just feels like Dots has powered up to a level that I've never seen him play at before.
It's funny you say that too, because it's Dots and it's Dash. In the main Brazil league, he was dropping something like an 82 EPS. He was by far and away the worst rated player inside of the Brazil league. What's been happening at this event? He's fragging alongside the best. I mentioned that Loban and Dodez were the two lowest rated players this map. Dash is right there alongside Volps and Dots. Both the bottom two players on this roster. They were the bottom rated when they were Los. They're typically the bottom rated now, but that floor is so much higher now that Dash is shooting back. Dots is having impact. It is insane.
Well, we might not be in Manchester anymore, but we decided to import a Brit who now lives in Australia. Tom J. Sherlock and his cohorts leading the charge on these chants, trying to keep the energy high for those that cheer for BDS. The crowd started off hot with map number 1, but has cooled since W7M have come online. And I mean, if I was a fan of BDS right now sitting in the audience, I don't know if I'd be cheering all that much either. But a huge shout out to our content creator and our cosplay community keeping the energy alive on this side of the arena.
One thing that Loban said coming into this game is that he loves the NA crowd. He's been used to getting that treatment, right? In the grand finals of the Atlanta Major, he was the underdogs on Los. The whole arena was rooting for them, and it felt like they really were able to use some of that momentum, at least to get to that grand finals and put up a good fight up against W7M, their now new org. Here in Montreal, you don't quite get the same treatment. It's the city of French. We see BDS really trying to lean into that, but so far, the home crowd advantage twice now hasn't worked out for BDS.
No, it is not really. W7M up 5-2 on BDS's pick. On Consulate, sure it was a warm-up, sure it was the first map, but let's be honest, with the play BDS were bringing, it was looking dire. On Nighthaven, for half that game, maybe not dire, but it wasn't looking great for W7M. But once they started stringing those rounds together toward the end of their map pick and then build off that momentum on Clubhouse, winning 3 rounds in a row, going up 3-1, briefly interrupted by BDS, then immediately getting back away with the action in round 7 to now move up 5-2. There is no shield being brought by Dots. Instead, it is Volps on the Blitz. Dots might not be comfortable on that operator all the time. Maybe he prefers the Monty, but Volps wanted to get in on the action quick.
Wasn't it Volps as well on the Monty that we saw back?
Yeah, he played a little bit on, on cons. I think Nighthaven too perhaps played a little bit of it? Or it was banned on Nighthaven, never mind. We did see Volps picking up shields every now and again, and I think a big part of it too is that Dots is a big Maverick player. He probably plays more Maverick than anybody else in the world at a highest level, so you want him on that op when you can.
Solid top between a rock and a hard place. And nowhere to go but down. W7M, after that brief tech pause, have come back in with the same gusto that they had previously. They have another opportunity now as well. Zofia AR is not what it used to be, but in the hands of Loban Neomai, it looks like a laser.
And the person he's tangling with, Lickyfac, bringing in for the first time this map, one of his favorite operators, the Solus. Even after the changes that have been dealt to her, he still likes bringing that Specchio scanner, shotgun SMG-11 combo, and likes to go for those lurks. The problem is, when you've lost Solotov early, the Azami especially, by the way, Kiva Barricade's not going to be a factor as big, but now Lickyfac is going to feel a lot less pressure to be able to go for those lurks and the disadvantage.
And I think it's very kind of you to say changes to Solus when they are just unabashed nerfs. Solus's pick rate, once so dominant, has fallen off of a cliff. And now, seldom played, but often used for pocket strats. I know it might be a comfort op for Lickyfac, but ultimately the value brought from the gadget isn't what it was. Hold on a second, this is just a jump in?
They're in.
Dots with a kill onto Bride. Shaiko falters as well. It's all up to Usis, who takes down Lobin. Dots on very limited HP. Usis has his work cut out. Is he even confused as to what he sees? The Buck runs in. A failed knife. He didn't select Commando Pro at the loadout screen. And just like that, W7M on BDS's second map sit on map point.
Just ridiculous stuff coming in through the breach all at once. It caught us off guard to an extent. Really, we saw that Solus was playing inside of construction. Maybe could have gone for a drop, but it doesn't matter when your whole team dies. You're not going to be able to deny that plant. He decided to get involved in the gunfights instead. Dots, ridiculously good play on that Maverick. Again, his favorite operator, most played at this event, the one that he tends to dominate on. Walking to the breach, found 2 opening picks that caught BDS completely off guard. It's those 2 quick frags that really start things off strong. Obviously, the entry pick on Assault off as well, hugely important, but it's these 2 from Dots. 1 right into 2 that got the momentum rolling. From that point forward, there was no hope for BDS.
That's what makes it for me. Aside from that final pick and 1 into chaos from Dots pushing in, all of those gunfights were from W7M holding angles, waiting for BDS to peek, waiting for them to over-rotate, and then punishing them for it. W7M have obviously been shooting back, and I think as this map is very much trending towards a W7M victory, Dots will be a big contender for MVP with the work he's been able to put in on this back line. But W7M are just completely smoking BDS at every turn, and now it's looking like they will need to come back in the next 2.
I mean, it seems like map by map, side by side, everybody on W7M is having pretty good impact. It's not just one player. Volps was nowhere to be seen map number 1. Went big in map number 2, and a great start here in map number 3. Dash and Dots have had an amazing clubhouse so far. Like, it's back and forth. Time and time again, we always talk about when you get to the very top level, you need every single person on the team fully committed and functioning, and for W7M, that has been happening so far today.
Something to keep in mind for this attack, this is something W7M have run before on Clubhouse and CCTV. They've run in the Brazil stage, they ran it against SSG. They will set up the OSAs outside, watch the breach, put the smokes in, throw the ROU projectors. Don't know exactly where from here, but again, if BDS have watched these VODs, they might have to react to it in the moment, but with no Warden present on the board, this could still catch them off guard.
Get back, slowing this as much as he can on the tuber out. Knows that there's going to be an explosive entry coming. They felt nothing over by construction. They felt nothing over by rafters. Very little map control being held by W7M. They're all just outside the building, waiting to run in as soon as this breach pops. They're moving the Sens over now. Gotta be careful if you're Dodes. You don't want to get blown up by your own exothermic.
They've got a nice opening now into the bomb site behind those 2 OSA shields. Sit outside on the balcony. Will they be watched by more than one player? Bulbs on that Sens will get into position. Any of that smoke, if you want to call it, that will come with it could allow them some coverage deep into the night. Sun is set on Montreal. And W7M hoping to use the cover of darkness for a plant. Shaiko with the first kill. Dodes answers back. A second from Dodes outside on the balcony. A drop in from the Capital. What is going on with Dodes? Only 2 remain for BDS. They've chased Usis off to the top of red stairs. Bride is still upright as well. Those are the only players that remain. Case will need to be retrieved by W7M. Final 40 seconds. BDS looking to hang on.
I don't even know what you do at this point. You might be able to hold off on the site. I guess W7M are out of their Dokeby calls and flashbangs, but all you're going to really be hoping for is to deny this diffuse recovery.
Grenade will go in. It'll give Bride a little bit more of a line of sight towards that open chasm, and he swings onto Dodes. Vintage Bride showing up in the server. Lobin will now need to go through the vault as he hits a goo mine. Running out of time. Flash goes in. Bride from 2019 showing up in the server.
Montreal is on its feet with the support play coming out from Bride. He may not always get the most kills on BDS, but when he needs to, the spray transfer, the SMG-11 shotgun combo, it's better than anybody else. There's a reason why he's talked about as one of the best support players in the entire world. Yeah, he focuses on the plan and the attack. Maybe his numbers don't always look the best, but in the anchor situation, when W7M are looking red hot, when the map is on the line, Bride's the guy you want, locking things down in sight. You got to give credit to Dodez. You know, he had that opening couple of picks. He got the man advantage for his team, working around those Sens walls, and of course the Osa shields as well, but it just doesn't matter when Bride's floating in the sight. Ridiculous stuff coming out from the main support player of BDS.
Talked a lot about how Bride is used by BDS, but that was a situation that reminded me of the old day where you've got utility blocking pathways into the bomb site. You've got the timer working against the attackers, and Bride is on an SAS operator, and my, what a beautiful sight it is to behold. It was a good look for BDS, and it might energize the team, but they've still got quite a climb to get to the level that W7M is on.
And that's what I'm thinking about right now, is that it needed to be a Bride clutch to close that out. He had the great position, he had the opportunities, the timings, everything like that, but W7M again had one player in one position when every single angle of a crossfire held by BDS, when they tried to swing, get that trade, he still wins the fight, anticipates the angle. W7M are still just playing a step ahead of BDS. Now as they move to clear out the map, they put the blitz through that top floor. It is a basement defense from BDS. Once again, they are not trying to hold off more than they can keep.
Yeah, W7M, they don't want to waste a bunch of time on this roam clear. They're going through very fast on the blitz. They're face-checking things with this operator. And there's no roamers to find up top. Why? Because Likifak is all the way inside of Strip, the one place that you really can't get back to sight if you're playing here. If he's been droned out at this point, and the drones are all over right now looking for him, he's going to have an impossible task of getting back to the bomb site. They seem to know he's here? No. Now they do. Okay. Can he get a pick or two before he gets cleared? Because he's not going to survive very long in this round.
Walls look like they're closing in on his position. Of all the operators to face head on, it's going to be the blitz.
Comes the train.
Oh my! Well, the shield has to hurry. Impacts will go out. That's at least dropped some of his HP. Leaky Fat got one, but he was traded out. Solotov also dies. This is looking mighty good for W7M.
Looking mighty good, not only being able to hunt down Leaky Fat, but remember how close this round came last time. The opening pick happened with about 10 seconds left. It was most of the time a 5v5 throughout until we got to the execute. W7M had brought a Ying, and that was what shifted the tides in the end. But now with a 4v3, even though they lack that execute utility, the blitz might be on low HP, but if he can misdirect on one side while the attack pushes in from main stairs or blue, as long as Volps can draw enough attention, he can close this out.
Volps didn't even have his hand on his keyboard. I don't know if you saw that. Sitting inside of escape tunnel, waiting for somebody to give him the call. He still doesn't have his hands on his keyboards. What are you?
He's calling.
He's doing what needs to be done. Time ran against BDS when they were on attack. W7M in critical danger of that happening to them as well now, as there's only 20 seconds for them to pull off this execute. Volps will wait for the signal. As now down blue stairs, Loban will go. Uses inside of Church. 1 kill for each team. Time still running out. Dots with diffuser, it's been dropped. Uses his last alive. Nobody from W7M can fence the case and get it down. As Hughes is guarded in Church. W7M were so close, the blitz was right there, but a second or two behind, and BDS are very happy for that.
And a brief momentary victory pales in comparison to the fundamentals. Ultimately, the same problems that W7M had in round 7 faced them again right there in round 10. Late time. Not a lot of intel on the positions for where those defenders are holding. And what worked well in that first attack on basement did work well here. They were able to react in the moment, especially with that blitz, to send him in, to get those picks. But they're both still low time executes. If even one thing goes wrong, if even one gunfight doesn't go your way, the defense can still close out that round and win it on time, and that is what happened there. Low time is still low time, and if one gap exists, BDS can win it.
And right there, it's Bride again in the clutch. He's able to push up deep inside of Armory and stop the players that ran down main stairs. That was the brunt of the push. That was the tip of the spear. It was 2 players with the fuse kit coming down main stairs to try to make that happen. There was a lot of distractions. There was a blitz in Dirt Tunnel. There was a player in blue, but it was the main stairs that was going to be do or die for W7M, and they died. Bride pushed up and got that so important pick. Then we saw Doss get isolated, of course, over towards Moto as well. It really just felt like DDS knew exactly what was happening in a tough round to figure it out. There was a lot of distractions with W7M coming in from multiple points of entry into the basement, but BDS covered all of them, and that's the reason why they're able to hold on. W7M got to match point a little while ago now. Is it starting to slip?
It just might. They were up 6-2. They had 1 basement, then gym bedroom. And now if they drop this one at well, that exact same pattern will put them at a 6-5 scoreline.
I mean, this is what Defender Clubhouse is like, though.
Sure.
They can give you hope, but the Defenders usually have that distinct advantage. Nitrocell tossed out now, hoping for an early pick on the side of BDS. Allow them even more opportunity to win this round. It's not worked. No damage is done to the attackers, and now an entry into server's been opened up.
It has been opened up. But again, Leaky Fack, ratting inside a garage beneath the window. Will W7M drone this? It's always, you always open up cache. You always at least clear it out, pay some attention to it. But if nobody drones Licky Fack, as the site players get a lot of the action, draw a lot of the attention, with that 5v4 especially, are they really gonna notice a Cade in garage?
Bride got that opening pick, by the way, continuing his hot play, and he gets yet another. From the same spot, he tossed out the Nitro Cell. Now it's Volps to deal with him inside a bathroom. Volps has a cross that's being held by the Azabi. Solotov says no thank you. Dash drops. A flawless round from BDS. And this is the loudest the crowd has been in quite some time. 1 round separating these 2 teams, 1 round away from overtime.
Bride may be from Paris, but he feels right at home in Montreal, keeping them alive in this game. W7M, it looked like this map was a foregone conclusion. It looked like they were stealing it away from BDS. It's their pick, but it doesn't seem to matter. Clutch after clutch, late round performance after late round performance. Bride is top fragging the server since the rehost 6-2. That's ridiculous. This is the guy who's supposed to go plant. He leads the entire tournament in plants, more than doubling anybody on W7M for amount of times they can get the defuse kit on the ground. But on defense, in these anchor positions, he has been so clutch for BDS, and now they're just 1 round away from forcing overtime.
This is the kind of fight that BDS didn't seem like they fully had in them in Manchester. They could win the leads they were given to them. They could maybe start a comeback, but overall, they needed to be dominant on a map, or else Beast Coast were able to find a way back into it. And right here, 6-2, it's Bride who's getting BDS back into it. When it's all seemed dark, as you said, Bride is the one holding out. That time, though, he's starting it off. He's getting a C4 pick on the Mav outside the building. He gets a face check from the Demos. He said, get the hell out of the round. I'm not even thinking about you at this point. I'm thinking about map 4. I'm thinking about this 4-round comeback. A flawless that forces W7M to burn that tactical timeout. And now, let's go back down to that bottom floor. Wait.
Not quite, Lynx.
Not again.
This...
No. 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 No! Thank God SSG are in the room right now, because they're going to start shaking at the side of this one.
It was bar stage that SSG were eliminated from the tournament on against W7M, if I am correct. This is the bomb site that is so rarely played on Clubhouse. SSG thought they'd pull it out against W7M. They didn't find success. BDS, they think they can do it better.
Jesse, we might have to duo-cast this because Lynx has become a pile of clothing on the floor.
I'm on my knees, bro.
No.
Not again. There was a 1v5 Bolts was in.
This is...
Have we learned nothing?
To put it diplomatically, not the friendliest sight for the defenders, but why, oh why do BDS go here with so much on the line?
To be fair, SSG don't have Bride. Bride's been the difference maker all map long for BDS. Did you check the numbers?
Yeah, I crunched the numbers. Bride is not an SSG player.
Sorry, Forrest. That's still going to be one thing, though, that does separate BDS. They're playing this typically how we see players on this site. The Echo is extremely common on this map. You can play in a ton of different spots on the Echo to try to hide and win that late round plant denial. There's almost no other way to deny plants on this bomb site. It's very tough to deny from above. It's very hard to hold horizontally. So you've got to be bringing some of this other utility to get the job done instead.
The loadout for the Echo is going to look very similar to what we see out of, say, a Warden or, say, a Smoke. You've got a shotgun, and then you've got the SMG as your secondary. In this case, it's a Bearing 9 as the secondary for Echo, but will function the same way. You can do great damage at close range, and you've still at least got something.
And you can see the early round working out quite well for BDS. They've soaked up a minute and a half on W7M, opening up the CCTV wall, and now with those Kiva barricades and moving further back on the top floor, they are burning out this time. They are wasting resources and wasting precious moments for W7M to acquire control. When we saw SSG fall here, it was from a lot of exterior angles, losing fights. The BDS have not even gotten one yet, and W7M are fully buying into this roam clear.
1 minute remains in an incredibly pivotal round between these teams. BDS prevail, we go to overtime, W7M win, and next up is Cafe, and BDS's comeback will be all for naught. W7M chased the timer on the previous round. Their pacing is not much better this time, but they get the opening pick. Down goes Shaiko. Volps now having to deal with the Yokai drone, and the follow-up from EFAC wins it for BDS in that engagement. He'll go for a flank. Solotov tearing through Dodez. Dots now has control, looking for a drop. The castle barricade will shut him out for the time being, and he finds no greater luck in that position. Time. They're only 20 seconds away from tying this up. Volps killed by Solotov long range. Loban and Dots forced to go to the same area. But behold the field, it's what Solotov will lead. BDS pull off the unthinkable, and overtime is on the menu.
It's late round clutch after late round clutch after late round clutch, and they didn't need to clutch that time. They had the man advantage. It's not Bride, but Solotov who stands up instead, holding one angle. Knows exactly where the push is coming from the whole time. W7M never had control. They managed to get the top floor eventually, but the man count was always favoring BDS. The Yokais were there late round. Even if they'd started a plant, it just felt like they were in total control of the pace of that round. W7M never had the time to go for their strategy. It felt like once they saw those castle barricades, they were panicking. They didn't even expect to see them. Maybe they droned them out, but it wasn't accounted for in their brain. And then Solotov playing inside of Kitchen. Never did he face pressure. Never did he move from this one spot. He just held one angle, and he knew he was protected because the castle barricade was still holding down the bathroom doorway. They funneled them in like sheep, and they brought them to the slaughter.
W7M basically just pushed linearly that entire time, starting off plat, and even once they got control, like you just said, they then all just funneled through the same door. It was like a group of three always stuck next to each other. They walked into the line of sight. Not only are BDS back into it, but they've completely won the crowd back. The energy is there for the French right now. The momentum is on their side. We were up 6-2, and BDS have won 4 rounds in a row. If Bride doesn't clutch it, that round back on CC, we're not even here. It's 7-2, and we're going to map number 4.
And if Shaiko had gotten that spawn peak, this crowd might have just blown the roof off this place, but playing it more passive instead. Knows how important this is. They forced it to overtime. That's great. Job's not done. Don't get too comfortable with this situation. Everything can still spiral out of control. Shaiko is inside of Garage, the only player not falling back to the basement. He's got Oil Pit to retreat to if he needs to. Leaky Fact moves up the Secret Stairs as well. Both of them are just here inside of Secret. This could be a big bait.
And Shaiko, he's just going to lure those drones in. He's going to shoot them. Leaky Fact hiding behind there. Oh, Loban. Is he going to take the bait? Drone goes in. They know the Azami is up close, but they don't know about the player around the corner. He checks it anyway. Popping up for a second. There's the blitz to follow up.
Excellent clear by W7M. Defanging this defense by BDS. Shaiko had to peel off. I imagine frustration will get sent through the ranks of BDS after that unfolded. If I was Leaky Fact, I'd be mighty mad.
What a player of Loban to be able to step up in this situation when you've just lost 4 in a row to be sent to overtime, then steps up and finds both those players in secret. Loban always makes those plays in the high-pressure situation. He's not afraid to lose. You know why? Because he's used to it. Losing in Atlanta, losing in EWC. Now he doesn't want to face it again.
And I mean, when you're worried about losing this map, letting it slip away if you're W7M, this is the best church attack you've had so far. We had one round, it was a 5v5 for the vast majority, and then another 1vx from Yuzus, and they still won one of them and almost won the second. But now that you have a 5v3, you've had half the time to clear out this site control. Might be important utility destroyed, but W7M still have this lead.
BDS have just gotten rid of a lot of that hard destruction by shuffling around the Electric Claw on Kitchen Hatch. To the point now where there's very limited opportunities to open this back up, and it's electrified yet again. I mean, you still got the X-Kairos in pocket. And now, whatever remains of that blowtorch for the Maverick, but you're not gonna start blowtorching the kitchen floor, right? That's lunacy. Right now, 2 players from W7M in through Dirt Tunnel. Volp's the first one in, and he's spotted flashing away. Uses with 1 kill. The Blitz doing all the work. It's all up to Solitov to hold this team at bay. But there's too much to handle. The comeback at some point had to end, and W7M will take the first round of overtime, moving to match point.
Every single time, W7M take every single solitary second planning that attack on the basement, and every single time I'm sat here thinking, there's no way they pull it out again, right? There's no way they get away with this again, and I might have been vindicated on that second attempt, but on the third with that 5v3, a lot would have to go wrong, and a lot would have to go right for BDS to end up clawing that round back. They have the Blitz to then sprint in through Dirt, they have all that control, but I mean, Loban right there, checking Lickyfact behind that position, then Shaiko getting punished just for trying to help out his teammate. If we needed a round for W7M to restore confidence after a 4-round choke, that was the exact one we needed.
Free Day's usually great in the clutch, but it's hard to clutch up when you're full blind and there's a Blitz sprinting at you through Dirt Tunnel. That was an awkward situation for BDS.
Clutching your pearls at that point.
You really are, and so for that team of BDS, now you're starting to look at this like, okay, 2 more. We've been in this situation before. We were against match point. We had to win 4 in a row. We did that. Now you just got to do that, but half. 2 more to be able to force this over to map 4 with a lead. But it's not going to be easy. W7M back with the momentum. We saw it from Loban getting aggressive in that early round, shutting down the players on Secret. Volps taking the exact same spot that Shaiko started the last round in. Will make the same decision to fall off. I'm looking at these roamers, though. If Volps makes an aggressive move, if Loban goes for a play with the Boss G, that could be all it takes to throw BDS off guard and steal the round right here.
I understand that you're trying to paint a positive picture for BDS, but W7M are the defenders, and the defenders have had their way with this map so far. BDS's issues on their first defense, not great, but I mean, hey, hang on a second. Things tend to go upside down in overtime. BDS with the very first pick. Lickyfact with that DMR, and there go the second, or the first logic bomb rather. Mute jammers scattered around. Conceal some of these defenders for W7M as Dodes goes for an engagement on the breach, almost loses his life, gets away. W7M will reset with 2 minutes still to go.
A reset indeed. Volp's playing an important position to allow the Legion to get back to site, allow those roamers to make their way back. There is Lickyfact, I believe, holding off the cutoff in Lounge, but bar itself is clear unless Shaiko is fully paying attention to that side. Will hunt 1. Though the Deathmark tracker will expire. W7M, while losing 1, have done a good overall job. Dodes actually still holding this top floor. He's got support inside of Logi.
There's another logic bomb. Will Solitov be able to find the back? Yes, he will. Down goes Dodes, immediately answered back by Dash. Again, these trades working so effectively for both teams. Volps also on the board. Do a 3v3. Neither of these teams have been able to get ahead of each other. Dash with the opening to give the numbers to W7M. BDS trades it right back.
Ridiculous first 2 minutes. That roam game was messy for W7M, but it got the job done. You've cleared this down to just 2 players now. You dealt with Shaiko. You dealt with Ligifak. It's just Bride and Usus that you've got to worry about in the 2v2. Dots still setting up Vulcan canisters. I guess it's a better time. There's no better time than now, as he's starting to set up the site for where the push might come in. The last couple players of BDS now have to take their time and make a decision. We've got 2 bodies. Where do we want to push them? The Moto hatch is open. The secret hatch, I believe, is still closed. You've got a couple of options for where you want to go, but Moto and main stairs would be the safest. It's going to be double Moto as they start the drop now.
Not a lot of time with BDS getting ever closer to the bomb site, having to wait out those flames of the Vulcan canisters. Fire now from the Capitao, as fire will meet fire. Volts can easily derail this push, playing behind that bomb chassis. Diffuser going down. Dots getting swung on. Usus has dropped. It's all up to What a performance by W7M. BDS with an impressive comeback, but W7M will break their spirits, and they'll go to their own map, seeking the trophy here in Montreal.
Complete and utter cruelty from W7M. They go up 6-2, allow them to get 4 rounds just to snuff out that hope in rounds 13 and 14. That is the kind of malice we expect from a future major champion, and they're just 1 round away to get there.
Well, BDS will need to win 2 in a row to make this happen. I mean, it's definitely doable, but what a dogfight it will be to break down one of the best maps we've seen on the main stage. The desk is ready.
Thank you very much for that one, Parker, and for that game. Again, we are just breaking the mold entirely. We thought that was entirely W7M's map. Very quickly did BDS start to snuff that out when it was on the defense, Jack. I mean, what's the theme for this match?
The full theme for this match in my mind, there is one word: composure.
Absolutely.
And that is what was encapsulating absolutely everything. As we go through these replays, you know, we saw, I think both teams, I won't say strategically, Gabe, was like amazing. I think they were making mistakes, lots of them. It was getting to the late round very, very often for the attack. They were slower than maybe they usually would be. And it was coming down to these big late round moments. Yeah. We saw clutch after clutch after clutch, 2v2s, very often won out by the defense. And I think that's why we saw W7M. They tore into a lead. BDS brought it back. And then I've got to call it out. That first round in overtime, the decision from Shaiko and Ligifak to make that little double play was a huge gamble, and it didn't pay off.
I mean, I was talking about hope being a big factor here for W7M, and they almost walked away with it, going 6-2, but it just shows the resilience from BDS, being able to bring that back. So that's good now going into this next map. But I mean, for W7M to be able to come back, get the win, and then close it out in this overtime is so massive for their own mental, and especially in that last round. Phillips here, I'm glad we're able to take a look at this.
Composure.
They both ran at each other, and then he ends up getting it. I mean, yes, this has been a game of nothing but composure, but everyone across the board, there's not one single person that you can call out here that isn't putting up a performance, that isn't playing up to snuff.
I also want to I want to end the bar stage debate that is raging on. I think that was a genius move by BDS to go bar stage. Reason being, W7M, round 11, all they'll have been talking about is the site that they expected BDS to go to that was unlocked, and suddenly they'd hit them, wham, bam, different site that you're not expecting, and they got it over the line. As much as that site is not as good, I do think it was a good move.
Jack, I've got to say, the line between insanity and genius is so fine. It's not funny. We saw it in round 12, genius. In round 13, that double play in blue, we were sitting there going, you are insane for taking that.
I mean, look, if it comes off, we're both sitting here saying they've won the round.
Big brain.
The way that the game had been going for 12 rounds was that the attack was slow. The attack was making mistakes. The attack was not getting into that late round and was not winning in the late round. So when BDS took the aggression in the early round and tried to do that little rat play that we've seen, in the blue side very, very often, that's not that's not an unusual thing.
No.
It cost them, and that cost BDS their defensive round in overtime, put them on the back foot, and W7M was able to see it out.
I've got to say, I think it was at round 9 maybe, was at 18% cost, and then won a 1v3, wasn't a 1v3, but it was.
I mean,
from cash. It
they were all
basically
trying
was.
to pinch him. He absolutely decimated them. But when you saw those stats lines, he's actually at the bottom of this BDS roster, which, you know, he is playing that support role. He isn't the main fragger on this team. He isn't the main one that gets talked about. He is the one that's able to hold it down. But we need to see him start coming alive, especially going into Cafe. Now they're on the back end here. They don't have a lifeline at this point. They need to be getting Cafe.
He's a very good player and can stand up even to newer heights. But two players, Jack, that did very well and have done well so far this series, Solotov and Volps. They've been toe and toe, neck and neck. I mean, wow, the stats pretty much tell that exact story.
Yeah, pretty much on top of each other. I think Solotov, I think both me and you agree, Gabe, is that one of the least talked about players
yes,
on BDS.
Absolutely.
I thought particularly map 1, this is series stats so far. Map 1, he had a great map 1 on the Consulate.
He had a 4K and a 3K back to back.
Yeah, and then he hit, especially in the second half of the game on Clubhouse, really came alive again. And then Volps, I think, has been pretty much a big moment player in this game so far. You know, we saw him hopping on the blitz. We saw him being quite versatile for his team as well. And yeah, I think basically two of the most important players so far in this final.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that you can ask for is that your IGL of Volps is the one that is putting up this performance, the one that's leading the charge as well. And that's a tall ask to be doing. And the fact that Volps is able to do that, lead these guys while they're also performing, is a great way to be going into this Cafe.
Well, it's been notorious for years. It is hard to IGL and be the front man, but it is time for us to go to Leo with the breakdown.
You know, I was thinking of the win conditions that you guys were mentioning on the desk for W7M, and I feel like I hear aggression, I hear Volps, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about. We're on round 4, and we're on basement on Clubhouse, and they want to be disruptive. W7M wants to be disruptive. The reason for this is Shaiko has won the opening kill in the first 3 rounds. So they want to be disruptive towards the entry to get that opening engagement. It starts with this setup here, a natural crossfire between around stock and blue with kebab areas. They put them on the windows of blue, on the stairs of blue, on the entrance here, so that they create effectively a safe zone with a crossfire onto red stairs, onto stock doorway, onto garage doorway, which will be a mousetrap for Shaiko. And a third layer is that Vigil upstairs roaming around freely with that Boss G to be another layer of disruption. If we look at the gameplay and the footage, you see that safe zone they've created. The Kaid is now aggressive towards Shaiko. He wants to get that pick. Shaiko was not expecting that, and he's going to get killed by the C4. Now look at the reaction from Likefak. He's the great IGL we mentioned. He sees that opportunity, kills the anchor, and calls, guys, rush site now. Rush site now. This is a huge extension. And actually, Volps is the only guy that was blue helping. So he's the only key to the bomb site here. And if you look at this, Likefak has a long angle onto him. Solotov rushed, following the call from Likefak, and they have a perfect 2v1 on this player. It would be okay. It would be a round winning condition here. But it's Volps. And you're gonna see one of the craziest 2v1 I've ever seen. He escapes that 2v1, prefires the first one on left, prefires on the right, it gets away, that 2-pinch, he kills them both. That's Volps for you guys. He's the win condition here. And then last but not least, that Vigil up top will get rid of that Hibana. That's W7M for you. Yes, there is great strategy. Yes, that was a great way to deny the entry. But the talent on that team, Volps, is there to help them go across the line. It's 2 maps for W7M, 1 for BDS. The pick from W7M, Cafe Dostoevsky, is coming after a short break.
W7M have bet on the right bulls. This roster have turned things around here in this grand final and are now looking to potentially close this out in 4. Clubhouse, disappointment from BDS, but Leo, ultimately, that is just how this story goes. What do we need to expect from Cafe?
You have to move on, you have to go on that map, and you have to think, what do I do here? I'm going to start on the defense side. That's the strong side for BDS. So we expect them to start strong on this one, especially because that's what they've shown on Labs, that's what they've shown on Clubhouse, and they've been struggling in attack so far. I don't know how you find it, guys, but I feel like they're very static. They're waiting for opportunities. Yeah. They're not creating those opportunities. And that's a problem for me. Compared to Consulate, where they were proactive, they're being reactive all the time.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a mental warfare at this point, because when you look how BDS has been playing so far, it looks like they've always been in the driver's seat. They always look like they have an understanding. They always have a solution. But this is the first time where I'm seeing where they kind of look lost. They don't know what they want to do. They're waiting for something to happen to them. And W7 is either giving it to them, and they aren't taking advantage of, or they just aren't being fed anything at all, and then they have to forefront an entire attack and to lose it as a whole.
Jack, how important is this now moving into a potential final map for W7M? There are so many elements that come together, but sometimes it's up here.
Well, that's the thing. It all gets very real now. So the mentality, the pressure all gets very, very real. W7M chasing their first ever major as a roster. They're finally on the map where they win this map. They are major champions. Does that add a layer of pressure? Does that free-flowing, that aggressive style, do they think twice about doing it because they don't want to lose? And it's a big pressure moment for them. But also, these guys on your screen, BDS, it's huge pressure. It's huge for them right now, because if they lose the Manchester Major Final and the Montreal Major Final, they're going to be heading into Six Invitational with a reputation that they bottle it, and they don't want to be doing that. It is huge for both of these teams. Everything just got real right now.
All I want to add is that W7M as an organization have won everything with their previous roster. Imagine 2023 belonged to these guys. SI 2024 belonged to these guys. They bet on your new roster, and they're on the verge of making history by gaining another major in 2024. That's completely crazy.
I mean, realistically, now going into Cafe, what we were seeing out of W7M on this Clubhouse is exactly what I need to see in this early game of Cafe. They cannot let their foot off the gas where they were towards the end of the game. Realistically, they could have won that 7-3, 7-4, but they started to get in their own heads, and this is why you were saying this is a mental battle for both teams. This is about composure. But again, you got the win here. You're the one that can sit here and relax, play your game methodically, be more concise. I want to see this W7M be the exact same W7M that we were seeing against Virtus Pro.
Come on, users, open that strat book. Come on, it's the moment. I need you to get your strats going, because like you said, the comeback happened on Clubhouse when BDS was in defense, and they will start in defense. It's the moment to take the lead for them.
How important is that defensive side, by the way?
For me, it's super important. For me, that's what determines if they're going to lose it or if they're going to make it. Because if they win that map of Cafe, they come in with a fresh momentum of that victory into Chalet.
And that defense, like you say, is so important. BDS get like a 3, 4, 5 round, because it is the defense and the comfortable on there, they can kick on and they can take us to a map 5. But if W7M get like, say, 3 rounds on the attack, this pressure gets monumental.
Well, guess what? It's time to get underway. This is potentially the final map here in the grand final for the Montreal Major. We go to 2 of the best dressed people in this arena, and Parker.
I saw it coming from a mile away, just like everybody else sees you coming from a mile away with that awful 3-piece suit and beard. So I appreciate it immensely. Thank you so much to the desk and also Rob for being a part of this show. This might be the end of the road for both of these teams. If you're BDS or the crowd here in Montreal, you don't want that to be the case. But let's get one thing out of the way before we get in. Crowd, are you ready for what could be the final map? It seems like they're ready for it. Cafe is on the board. Could this be the end? We'll find out. Map 4 on the board. Now, before we get into the operator ban phase, something a little bit odd. BDS has opted to start on attack. I feel that's something worth talking about.
It was their choice. This is the map pick of W7M. So BDS got to choose attack or defense first. This is going to be a tough task, starting on the least favorable side on Cafe. We start with the Brava ban, another one of Shaiko's favorites as we talked about throughout the day so far. BDS have typically been banning Ying on this map. We see a lot of Monty coming out from them as well. The Brava ban is new for W7M. We haven't seen that coming out. It'll be Monty once again. This is the second time we've seen BDS ban the French Shield.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking at this, the Brava being gone, one thing BDS love to do is take down any electronics on white stairs, red stairs, and then lurk up them. Without that tool, that's going to be a whole hell of a lot harder.
Another new ban, BDS banning Maestro? One of the least picked operators in Siege. Maestro can be very good, top floor, bottom floor. He's got his uses. This should be an Aruni, maybe a Kaid. It will be Kaid. W7M ban a lot of different ops on this map, so Kaid makes a lot of sense coming out from them. The Maestro ban is the one that's the most interesting for me. I suppose with Brava taken off the board, you kind of do have to respect the Maestro.
And especially when you're thinking about holding that bakery site, what is one of the best operators to counter a freezer site execute? It's going to be those Evil Eyes. You can put one looking at the single door. You can even put one looking at the window, and they're still so very difficult to deal with, especially if you soak up a lot of utility clearing out bottom white or VIP. I think it's a smart ban from BDS. It's something we've seen W7M run.
Well, it's incredibly rare to see a response ban. Usually teams go into games with their bans pretty much predetermined. They know what they want to take out on attack. They know what they want to take out on defense. I don't know if BDS would have banned that Maestro if W7M didn't ban the Brava. Brava is by far the best counter to Maestro in the game. She is so effective at stealing those Evil Eyes, can turn Maestro from a powerful operator into a liability by giving that utility over towards the attackers. I really think BDS saw that ban. They said, we've got to respect it. Let's remove the Maestro and take any shenanigans out of this first half.
It's a hard line to draw for BDS right now. How much do you give that respect to W7M? How much do you disrespect your opponents? Try to get the confidence back in. But all that is pressing on our minds right now, BDS seem to have it made for them in Manchester, and now they are needing to win 2 maps in a row to redeem themselves from an event that was lined up for them. All they had to do was hit that ball and knock it out of the park. And yet for 2 maps in a row, 12 rounds and 14 rounds apiece, W7M have been able to claw a 2-1 scoreline, and redemption is starting to seem farther and farther away from BDS.
Cafe is not going to be easy for BDS. W7M were on a 5-game win streak on Cafe until they lost it yesterday, losing to Virtus Pro 7-4 in the semifinals. BDS hoping to repeat that one. They've got that history. They know what W7M like to do, but it won't stop Lobin from acquiring the opening pick onto Solotov.
Just immediately looking outside of that window, catching somebody rotating. It's the exact opposite start you want for your BDS. Even if you go down 4-5, if you at least give them a bit of a fight, at least if you get a bit of control, there's some solace you can take out of that. But Lowen's peeking a window and catching Solotov rotating. BDS will need to look for the next minute 50 to try to find that momentum, try to regain their footing.
One of the win cons for this BDS team will be Shaiko actually showing up. Round 5 onwards of Clubhouse, he was invisible. So if you've got supposedly one of the best players in the world and somebody who is in constant conversation to be the GOAT, not doing what needs to be done, you can't rely on Solotov. You can't rely on Leaky Fact to get all the kills. You need a concerted effort.
It looks like with losing the opening pick, BDS have really stalled out. They want to go for a bakery push, but they haven't been able to find the Yokai drone just yet. The track might do it for Shaiko. Prompt the push, but no, he jumps on drone instead. They are in no rush to get these picks, but they've got to come eventually.
Oh my, and Lobin thought he had another player lined up by the window. The Capitao shows his face for about a second. Lobin manages to get away as now Volps is taking quite a beating. BDS struggled with time over on Clubhouse. Uses off to the races with Leaky Fact not too far removed. Dots with 1 pick.
And now with bakery control, users might just have a spearhead into the site. Shaiko still got 2 Deathmark trackers to power these remaining players, and 40 seconds to do it. They might just have it.
And the shield will run in. Shaiko eliminating Dots. Uses funneling all these kills to the remaining players. Uses found 2 for his troubles. Dodez and Dash now at the back of the bomb site. Case in hand for Brede. Dash very far removed. And now it's Dodez being watched by Shaiko. Down goes Dash. Dodez last man standing. He wins the engagement, but now toppled over by the shield. Brede gets the kill. Uzis looked like he had it working, but teamwork makes the dream work. BDS takes the first round.
Yuzu saw the Shields getting a little bit of a beating in the next update, and he said, I gotta get as much play on this as I possibly can. Brings out the Blitz, not a player you associate with Blitz. Coming into this final, Yuzu's only played the Operator twice here in the Montreal Major, but it didn't stop him from having the perfect timing, entering in through small bake, recognizing that Lopen had fallen off, gets that 2K entry, and secures the final kill as well. That's what you need from the best player on BDS. Yes, Shaiko's been amazing. Yes, LickyFac is one of the best players in the entire world, but at this event, it's been Yuzus who's been the most consistent. Ever since getting picked up from that old M&M core, he has been one of the main players to talk about, and throughout both Stage 1 and Stage 2 regionally, he's been their shining player. For Yuzus to step up, have that impact on the Shields, that's going to be what brings BDS back into it if they make this run.
And it's funny that you say that, because I wholeheartedly agree. He is that shining star on BDS. And it's funny that often the conversation is Shaiko one of the GOATs? When I feel like every single stage, every single event, and damn near every single map, it is Yuzus that has been one of, if not the most impressive players in the world on a wide variety of operators. We saw him briefly flex the Dokkaebi in that prep phase, one of his best operators in the game, and he's going gridlock instead. No calls on the board for BDS, despite the Dokkaebi being available, but Yuzus not only has that skill, he's got that flexibility to bring the important ops the team needs.
Oh, it was Volps on the last map that really started to turn things around. W7M, they need to rely on him again, but he falls off. He goes down the red stairs and will retreat from the window that's now being blown open by LickyFac. Bomb site's top floor, don't forget. So Volps down on the bottom floor may go undroned, especially playing on that Vigil. It can be very hard to hunt him down and punish that aggressive play that often you see from Vigil players. BDS will start on the roof, as every good attacking team does on Cafe. They'll start to work their way in towards Cigar, but watch out, because Volps, he's not going to have an impact early, but late round could make a massive flank.
Especially if Dash playing around this Shaiko, well, ironic I'm calling out Shaiko and BDS is in the lobby, that's gonna get confusing. But him playing in this position by the Humidor, by the new balcony, if he calls anybody pushing in through red, even after this castle barricade gets destroyed, could try to summon up Volps from the depths and help provide support to that player up top. Both Ash charges getting burnt on destroying that castle barricade, I will say. That's very important. We've got a mirror on the board. You would have liked to have that second one to crack one of them by the execute.
Yeah, they were hunting down the player in Humidor, cannot find the kill, so instead all the utility will net them some map control. Not much more beyond that. People often forget that the Ash charges, along with the Kali Lances, can destroy those black mirrors. Every time there's a brief pause in our casting, somebody screams about BDS.
I mean,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
They'll need that support to get back into this. A minute remaining now, as you brought up. Ash charges being useful for cracking those mirror windows, and W7M thankful they can play behind them at the moment. Can hold behind these black mirrors as BDS spend more time clearing out this utility. The setup overall is still solid for W7M, and LickyFac might try to be the one that throws a wrench into it. White stairs control. There's two players lurking down below.
Shaiko and Dash now doing battle, and oh my! I don't know if LickyFac knew how close he came to certain death.
It's just out.
30 seconds left on the clock, and there's still 10 players alive. Nitro Cell will collect Solitop. Yuzus dies at the hands of Dotas. Big opening now for W7M. Retake from above. Shaiko collapsed upon from two separate players. W7M's coordination looking mighty good at this point. Now it's LickyFac dropped. Brede looking for a single kill. He finds one, but that window might as well have been a clown car. Every single player from W7M wanted a piece of the last body on side of BDS. And one round from W7M to tie things up.
And that's been the mentality from W7M all throughout this series. They started a little bit slow, way back on map number 1, but since then, they've started to get more aggressive in the early round, and yes, they're gonna let BDS waste their own time, okay? They're not going for spawn peaks, not going for jump out. You even saw that from Volps at the start of that round. He's being cautious. He's making sure that he doesn't take the first opportunity. He's waiting for the best opportunity. They bide their time. They don't get in early fights, but as soon as BDS enter the building, as soon as BDS are ready to go for their execute, that's when W7M swing, and they don't stop. Yeah, they're in in the 5v3. That doesn't mean Loban's not going to push forward in through Cigar and take some massive aggressive risks and still make sure that they pay off. It felt like every time BDS stepped in the map, every time they had some kind of map control, it was being punished. And at the end there, with everybody flying out the window, sending everybody at BDS, that's just a continuation of the same strategy they've been going for through the entirety of round 2.
And it's a continuation of the problems that maybe there was the briefest interruption in round 1 for BDS, but similar to what we saw on Clubhouse overall, which is on the attacking side, BDS giving W7M a lot of freedom to make plays or not providing enough problems where that W7M need to rotate and leave. The only reason Dash actually had to leave Humidor was so he could C4 the Lion on Cocktail Repel, not punished for it despite Licky Fact around the corner. Another example, Loban was in bathroom playing behind that mirror window the entire round. The only reason he feels the need to move beyond it is because W7M have the advantage. There's somebody in Cigar, he can rotate out and make a play. BDS are not pressuring, just like on Clubhouse, not pressuring these W7M defenders and yet giving them all of the freedom nonetheless to make plays against them.
Cafe was the map that started the comeback from Beast Coast in the grand finals of Manchester. It could complete the comeback for W7M here in Montreal. Still 1-1. We're very early, but W7M showing that they're not going to give up easily. BDS need to win this one if they want to force a map 5. W7M one away. Here's the entry point from Shaiko, playing his favorite operator, again attacking onto Cigar.
Could be the comeback completed for W7M, or could be the beginning of the comeback for BDS. How coincidental that on the map where they ultimately started to lose the major in Manchester, the other side would happen. They'd start to win the Montreal major after taking map 1. It's been 2 in a row for W7M, and this is, most importantly, W7M's map. They don't exactly have the best start now in round number 3. That was Leaky Fact striking first and giving an advantage to BDS much quicker than in previous rounds. BDS have tussled with the clock. They have struggled to keep on top of the clock. This round, it looks like they might be a bit better positioned.
A bit better positioned, certainly. A bit better, but not completely well positioned yet. There's still somebody playing below Newbow, but there we go. That's what we need to see. Round 2, Dash gets away with that, gets a C4. There, BDS are punishing him, and they immediately sprint it off the back of it. Now, Licky Fact will look to deny the verticality from below, so once they get that control, BDS will hop in, look to put this diffuser down, and convert the 5v3 that's been gifted to them by Yuzus.
Looked like Bride was going to be fodder for that Nitro cell on the castle barricade, but there's still an option, Hitting away at it. I don't know if the Nitro cell
I believe it was shot. I think it was shot from above because it's not active anymore in the top right.
Should have blown up by now.
Yeah, I believe it got cleared out. They had the ping on it. They had to clear, so that wasn't going to be a problem.
Right now on red stairs, 3 players all in close proximity to one another. BDS got that earlier pick, a second followed, and now they're just looking for the remaining 3. Make that 2. What is happening? BDS pulverizing W7M. These rounds have been so lopsided, and it's a flawless 3rd round for BDS to regain the lead.
There's still this hesitance, though, from BDS that is very puzzling for me. Good round win. Ultimately, if not a flawless round by the end. They get all the kills, and I think that 5v3 is quite good. But they spend so long setting up, they get Licky Fact down below immediately once they get that advantage, and yet there's still so much worry about players all the way on the top floor. They've got Solotov watching for the retake, and yet they're still nervous. They're giving a lot of respect to W7M, but they take a long time getting set up, and ultimately it is that coverage right there, holding off on that window, then Licky Fact pushing deep, that makes it the best. But through all of that journey we just saw, through those flawless rounds, there's still a lot of very slow decision-making for BDS, even if they are making the right ones.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a site where you don't need that much map control, right? What did they have there? They had red stairs. That's the map control that they took, and that's the map control that they needed to win the round. They were able to spend a lot of time on the mining window. They were able to spend a lot of time clearing out red stairs. They got the pick on the player inside of Cigar. So they clearly were using their time effectively still. They knew what the game plan was.
True.
If they had to clear through all of top and then all of basement, yeah, I mean, that's terrible pacing, but they know what they're doing on the side of BDS. They're still using that clock effectively, so I'm not so concerned. On a bomb site like Cafe Basement, last time they went for a complete bakery. They didn't want to push the top 2 floors at all. If they go for the top-down take now, that's where I'm looking at the clock. This is one of the slowest sites to push if you're going to clear all the way from the top down vertically. At the same time, though, I'm seeing a Blitz, I'm seeing a Capitao. This is a great operator lineup if you do just want to go in bake.
Yeah, if you want to just go and bake, that'd be the exact thing you'd want to do. Hard breach charge opening up outside of the small bake window. This is the exact same play we saw last time. They punished the guy playing small bake and bakery as well. Yuzus that time on the Blitz, but that Blitz getting that double as they lined up for him. They're clearing the utility now. That castle barricade destroyed to provide a connection between small bake and bakery itself. I'm almost curious, though, what are BDS going to do to try to bring this back? Because as Loban just runs out white, again, they're getting set up for this play, but W7M are still feeling that confidence, feeling that ability to make these plays.
That was the play right there by Loban to catch Leaky Fack up top on Repel. Things not getting any better for BDS. Still so much of the round remaining. Dota's the only casualty. Hold on, Shaiko and Yuzus working as support for Brede, who's made his way up towards the bomb site, but still not in it just yet. Brede has been excellent so far through the start of map number 4. 4 kills through 3 rounds.
Ooh, but look at this. The drone might be looking into the site, but Volps is just tucked around the corner of Small Bake. If he waits and bides his time and never gets droned, he can go for this retake bakery, and Shaiko needs to be good on that coverage.
Volps looking for an opening. Brede eliminating Dash. Volps off the bomb site. Loban, right now the last real line of defense as Volps now gets hounded on these red stairs. Flashed, pushed off of his position. Underneath that default, or underneath the bulletproof cam. In goes Brede. Now Volps wondering what could be had. A nice shot onto Shaiko. Brede also dropped. How did things go so badly for BDS? Volps bails them out. Where was the coverage on red stairs? One player inside of the site, he gets most of the work done. Volps bats cleanup, and again the game is tied.
BDS, a very similar push. Once again, it's bakery focus. You've got a blitz, different operators being brought across the board and different players on those operators. We saw Brede this time rocking the blitz, but it didn't seem to matter. W7M were still very aware of what was coming through. As soon as they saw there was nobody up top, they said, that's fine. We're going to play these positions down below. We know there's going to be a push heavy inside a bakery, and that helped them get those first couple of kills as the information was always there. Great shot coming in to start things off. And then, of course, Volps hiding inside of the bottom red stairs, making the play that was needed. A beautiful shot onto Shaiko, and then they never gave up the top floor control either. Those smokes from the Capitao, it's a very common strategy. Smoke off the kill holes above. Capitao, the only operator in the game that can vertically smoke the ceiling above you, but still, the angles were there, and W7M were able to come down and stop that plant from happening. Really good stuff late in that round, and you really got to give credit to Volps for just where he was able to position himself.
Absolutely. I mean, Volps just holding out by that small bake, undeniably instrumental for W7M's success in that round. Now as we go back up to that top floor, just like we saw from BDS, that time might be the exact same attack, or defense, excuse me, from W7M. We've got the castle barricade on the cigar double door, where we saw a mute with a C4 playing last time, who then rotated later in the round to then get a kill on a player playing on the cocktail window. What I want to see here is BDS paid attention to that utility, but actually clearing out and fully pressuring that cigar player. It felt like he was able to just leave at his own pace, then have impact later in the round. I want to see utility expended there and somebody ready to cut him off. You got to punish somebody for playing that aggressively.
Psycho back on the op that made the start of Clubhouse so successful. It's going to be difficult, though, with Loban having such a fortress inside of Piano. If he plays this cautiously, which he likely is, then he can waste a ton of time. Not a great batch of util to clear this out. You've got the Habana, that's probably your main op to clear these Kivas, and also the Ash. Is he going for a jump out? Surely not. He knows how important his life is. He can waste so much time just by building up this fortress.
This is why we see teams, though, ban Azami a lot of the times on this map. It is exactly for plays like this. You can use the Kiba barricades not only to play close, but allow you to rotate around relatively safely. He falls back within a minute, sees there's no real opportunity to go for a pick or go for a jump out, as BDS are playing very close together on these repels. So he falls back behind that shield, that secondary layer of defense. He's created the fortress, but as he steps out just over the top of that Kiba barricade, a huge pickup from Solotov.
They blow out the foundation on the fortress and it completely crumbles. They answer back with 2 though. Just as W7M has been doing through this entire series, BDS has been unable for the most part to string together a lead. Leaky Fat gets a kill from the grave, but W7M are well poised to jump up to the lead. Uses in a 1v3 to pick up that diffuser. Not a lot here for BDS to do.
probably just going to go for a pick here. I mean, you could take this as another technical timeout. We've seen that a few times from BDS this series. I don't think that's the game plan. He knows this is winnable. 1v3. He's just got to find 3 heads. Information's not great. He's going to be full blind. He's dropped Cigar, but he's still going for the mission.
Oh, could not find that dread mine. And you talked about passive defenses from W7M all the way back in map number 1, Lynx. And it looks like we're going to see it yet again as they've got multiple reads on them. They're flanking through Piano as well. Dash on the ground with the bailiff, just inching his way up, finding the final kill. And the Bulls take the lead.
Good work from Solotov, able to, of course, punish Lobin for creeping out from behind that shield. But everything after that, it is just hard to even believe this is the same team that was playing on Consulate. Hard to believe that it was W7 who seemed so scared, so nervous to step toe-to-toe against BDS. On paper, one of the best teams in the world, and yet since then, they start to find their confidence on Nighthaven. They start to let it slip on Clubhouse. They haven't missed a beat. Of the 2 rounds they have won in a row, challenging every single angle. Dots right there. Then, of course, Volps up taking that fight, but peeking the skylight. How often we see Shaiko on this very map for years now, taking fights and hitting that little sliver of a head, peeking out from above that skylight. And yet it's Volps doing that to him here as he holds that same angle. W7M, it's 3-2, it's a close game, but the momentum still remains firmly in the Bulls' camp.
One thing W7M do better than anybody else is staying in rounds where they start to lose the advantage, right? Yes, you're going to lose Lobin playing a zombie inside of Piano, but there's immediately 2 swing outs that regain that man advantage for W7M. That's something they've done consistently throughout this tournament. They have the highest round recovery when they lose the opening pick of any team at this event. They win 44% of rounds without the entry. Usually that goes down to about 1/3, 33. So for W7M to be so proficient in regaining that man advantage, it's a big reason why they're in these finals, and if they win, it'll be a big reason why they're champions.
And it must be extremely frustrating for BDS to never really gain much of a lead. The only time we tend to see BDS get a huge numbers advantage, it leads to a 4-player or even a flawless round in terms of survival. So for BDS, if you are consistently doing battle with your adversary and you can gain nothing from it, every single round is going to be exhausting. Every round will be a dogfight, as it has been so far. A nice vault out, by the way. It cost Lobin his life, but Leaky Fac dies too. Leaky Fac has been having some struggles to get on the board early as we've gotten deeper into this best of 5.
And losing your Grim, with how close and how hard it's been for BDS, as you said, Jesse, to claw back those advantages or convert what they have. If you had those Bs to get intel, Laundry, or anybody maybe swinging deep from inside a library, you would have loved that. But now that it's gone, not only do you die, but it's really great from W7M. On that hop out, Lobin, of course, dies, but when the other 2 players go for that peek, there's somebody allowing him to retreat and making sure he can't get peeked from New. Everyone from BDS pushing this exact side right now.
Volps being hunted down as Dash got 1 pick traded off by Solotov. That same frustration that W7M must feel. BDS feels it a lot. W7M now not able to gain this advantage until an impressive shot from Volps. They'll try again as Volps still right now inside of Train. He's got to read through the hard wall. 1 creeping up over by Engine. Grenade goes out to move him out of this position. Volps plays this so smartly. Shaiko doesn't usually lose these duels. All the while, Dots and Dotes are still very much alive. Volps is just leading them down the Primrose path. Brede next in line. Volps has been done some serious damage. It's Dots now with 9 HP to be found on Brede. That is it. W7M looking for the first half. Very little remains on the side of BDS. Brede holding the diffuser, but hard-pressed to imagine the case going down with the timer being what it's at. He had a brief opportunity onto Dots. The Type 89 has a great fire rate, and now the creep up. Brede has no time to peel off it. The first half is in the book for W7M, 4-2.
Volps is a player who has bounced around between organizations, has struggled to stay on a team for a long period of time, but always pushed the squad that he's on to the very top. Youngest guy in the server, but still able to play out of his mind in clutch, high-pressure situations. Sitting inside of Train there, just finding the picks as they come to him. The enemy team, BDS, they never cleared the top floor, but always we saw Volps ready for the swings, ready to shut them down. The way he played alongside Dash inside a Train around mining was just fantastic. He started his career back on that W7M team that lost to G2 in the 6th Invitational. Then he left that squad, went over to Team Liquid, had another disappointing SI, then moved back over to the new roster of W7M at the start of the year. He's their captain now. He's kind of taken over the team and has done so much good work for the Bulls. He's going to have so much credit on his shoulders if they make this happen. But wow, what a defense now. 4-2.
What a defense, what a performance from Volps, and that last round, I think, really seals it for me, not necessarily the matchup, but for Volps specifically and his impact right there, because that entire time, W7M have never left him on an island, even though he's got a death mark tracker on him, even though he's got 2 different guns being trained on him. There is multiple angles being watched to support him and, in effect, trap BDS inside of mining. The coordination from W7M, of course from Volps' calling, but as a whole, the ability for no defender just to be left alone or unsupported has been fantastic.
Takes a lot of trust as well.
Yeah.
You have to trust entirely and completely in your teammates to be able to hold that position while you just wait. Because a lot of these less experienced players want to get active in the gunfight. We'll circle back to the word that we used to describe the defenses from W7M. We talk about how they're patient. They're a very patient team on defense. They play very conservatively. Now for the remainder of this map, they're going to be on attack. And what can they muster? Adrenal Surge goes off alongside Logic Bomb. Dots punished by Uzus. Uzus then traded out immediately by Dodes. Yet again, W7M refusing to allow BDS to have an advantage. Brine's now been picked off by Dash. Shaiko locked inside a code check, flashed out of his position. Solitov down for the count at the hands of Dash. Shaiko gets one before he runs away. Now over towards Whiskey, connects with a second. Looking for a third long range. He'll have another opportunity. It'll slip through his finger as now he charges over towards the bomb sites. He's got some reads inside a bait, but Dodes has the cross. Missed opportunity for Dodes. Just over top of Leaky Fact. Half of the round still to go. And yet we are in a 1v1. Loban and Leaky Fact have collided multiple times on this map. Now they swap sides. Leaky Fact just needs to sit and wait. But Loban asserting himself, not giving up any ground whatsoever. Both tussling inside of the bomb site. A pixel angle was held, but Loban is exposed to Leaky Fact as long as he has information. The Frenchman will creep up. Loban off of the plant. Leaky Fact sees him, but Loban wins it through the wall! Quieting the crowd. W7M's lead will grow. They are 2 rounds away from the championship.
They seem to make miracles right when they need to. W7M are coming to form, and great calling. In that final round, they recognize the BDS. They're active on their own game. They're split across the top couple of floors. So what do? They say, guys, let's just hit it in through Bakery. They had that Ram. Usually, you think Ram coming in, throwing to Kitchen, that's going to be doing a bunch of vertical destruction. You're going to be working through the floorboards just for the sound cover, just to get the teammates in. Everybody on W7M working as a unit to clear through that site. They leave Loban in the 1v1, but it's always that trust. It's always the one player that needs to step on up for W7M that gets it done. They might not care if the crowd's on their side or not. W7M have forced a tactical timeout from BDS. They are 2 rounds away from being major champions.
At this point, it seems almost unthinkable that BDS gets out of this map without overtime, which means that the job for them is even more daunting and even more difficult than it shows on the screen. BDS will have very limited opportunities to get back into this game. W7M at every single turn just seemingly outfoxing their opponents. BDS will find a great opening, they'll drone in, they'll use utility work, they'll get a pick, and then suddenly somebody from W7M is right there to punish them for it. This W7M team has only improved As time has gone on, they were one of the first teams to qualify for the main stage in the playoffs. And I feel like there's not disrespect, but the old W7M roster casts such a long shadow that these new 5 players don't get the respect that they deserve solely based on the team that came before them.
It's not just old W7M New Furia that is looming over Montreal at the moment. It is Manchester. That final that seemed set up for BDS when they let a dark horse from North America get too comfortable and work their way into a final that they had no business winning going into the event, but absolutely earned by the end. They're on the brink of letting it happen twice. A team that didn't even make Manchester in the first place, that was shaking in their first playoff match, that had to bounce back and take down Furia just to get here. They have looked so good, and yet BDS, they need to win 5 rounds in a row on the defense to stop themselves from losing again to a team that nobody, least of all them, saw coming.
Sometimes the last rounds are the hardest, though. W7M, they find the Solus. They're going to jump in and take this fight immediately. Yuzis finds Lobin. That's the stop, the push that they needed on the side of BDS.
Dots has found an opening to get the diffuser at least to the halfway point, and with 2 minutes to go, the first pick for W7M will come out. Dash dies to Solitov. Dots goes down now as well. BDS with a very slim advantage, but they have to worry about the clock. Adrenal surge from Dodez. Damage has been done to him. Volp's still at full HP. He's got 1 EE, 1 D left. He'll be able to paralyze these defenders, but he takes the hatch the wrong way. They certainly went for broke. Dodez has enough bullets, but he doesn't seem to understand that BDS is on the case. The French stay alive for now.
They've been here before. It didn't result in a map win, but they were down 6-2 on club. They were down 6-2 on defense. And they were able to march back and tie the game. That doesn't mean it'll happen again, but every comeback must start with a victory somewhere, and BDS get it there, repelling the rush from W7M, who coordinated quite effectively. The blitz hopping in through the single window, able to get the diffuser down despite the disadvantage, and ultimately that kill acquired by users on the top floor, paying its weight in gold as that man advantage was so tight the entirety of the round.
One thing's for sure, BDS are not going to go out easy. This is, again, them switching to the stronger side. They had the choice of what side they wanted to start. Was it going to be attack or defense? They chose to start on attack. Now they've set themselves up to potentially go on a run in the second half. They're on defense now. They can start to win more and more rounds as they go through their site rotation, try to catch W7M off guard. When you're in a high-pressure situation, as W7M are in right now, it's those attacks sometimes that get the most difficult. This is something that Pengu has said many times. When you're in high-pressure situations, attacking is so tough because you're the one who's got to move. BDS, we kind of clowned on them for maybe picking attack to start, but was it the genius play to just start this comeback?
You don't get to the places that BDS has consistently gotten to without throwing off the pressure that is on your shoulders. The one thing that really defines these top teams is your ability to stay in the game mentally. Shorthand that we use is mental fortitude. The resiliency of a team to not let the pressure and the weight get to them. I mean, it's quite the Herculean task for BDS at the moment. But as you pointed out, all comebacks have to start somewhere. BDS had a good opening. W7M went for the throat on that previous round. It was a really nice attempt, but ultimately ended up being a Hail Mary. No way, Shaiko! The jump out to take down Dash answered right back, and that might be an opening for W7M to gain more map control.
It's the exact kind of play you need at a moment like this. Willing to take risks, willing to take gambles. Maybe the sledge isn't the operator you would have liked to take down, but at least keeps W7M on their toes. Look at what Lobin's been able to accomplish, though. He's walked all the way into Pillar. If W7M go for an execute, whether it's reading or fireplace, he's got the security to know that nobody's up close that's gonna swing.
It's a huge cross that'll be held by W7M in a very pivotal spot to be seated in. Now going to drones because of that quick burst of action. Well, there was plenty of time left. Volp's just charging in, by the way, upstairs. Banshees be damned. Solotov eliminated by Lobin. He got ever closer to the bomb site, and the fade away as he gets the pick and immediately turns around. BDS right now barricaded over towards Reading. Both teams will trade, but W7M coming out ahead. Uses last man standing, and Dot sends him away. The March of the Bulls, 1 round away from being Montreal Major champs.
Shaiko out the window. They clearly want to do something to disrupt this momentum, but they can't find it. W7M now, if there's one person who's not going to shake, it's Lobin. They've been so good in this positioning, always maneuvering their players in spots where they can get the cutoff. Lobin, never do they know where he's at. He's been able to use this nook to sneak into spots where BDS don't seem to expect the player. He's cleaning up kills all because of that. The reaction time as well to be able to stop Shaiko as he goes for that jump out. Yeah, he took down one, but they immediately traded that one back, and then Lobin had the impact late. Everybody came together on W7M to collapse around the bomb site at the end there.
2 really great plays. Number 1, they took control of White Stairs. Shaiko jumped down in that position. There was nobody there to retake the spot, and then Lobin found his way over towards Pillars. That means you've got the 2 quickest pathways to the bomb sites cut off by the attackers. All they did was push in. The last 3 players of BDS were all trapped inside of Reading together. You usually only want 1 player in Reading, let alone 3. At that point, you're fishing a barrel, and W7M blew up the barrel.
You could just see reality setting in on BDS's face, specifically Brede. Just a bit of stunned silence, shrug your head and try to move on to the next. But W7M are not letting up. They are not leaving any gaps. They are not just giving away for BDS to move back into this series. The crowd yearns for 1 more round, but it's 3 BDS need just to keep Chalet, a dream they can hold on to in a moment like this to stop another major from slipping through their fingers.
Brede's been one of the most important players in this tournament so far, and of course holding down VIP is a critical job. His play just behind the VIP shield, it's actually going to be enough to deter W7M to go the long way around. They're going to clear the top couple of floors. They saw how much pressure was being committed by BDS on the main floor. They saw how many players were down there, recognizing that means there's probably no roamers on the top 2 floors, and they'd be correct in that. So they're going to take these floors for free instead. They've still got the buck. They've still got the ram. Just because they didn't find that opening pick over by VIP doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to find a way in through the top couple of floors. They're going to go to a backup plan, and this is one that could work really well for them, especially still knowing Brede's position inside of VIP on the Ela.
Hounded by the Death Mark that has now flown the coop. Nades will go out, and that should claim the deployable shield. The Deimos wanted a quick follow-up, but the Guzman mine thrown out by Brede will serve as an alarm system, and W7M will have no choice but to fall back. Half of the round now burned through. BDS have already used their timeout. This is do or die from this point onwards. This particular round, you lose, it's not do, it's die. That's it.
You've got no more chances. You've got no more backup plans. 1 round slips, and you are 0-2 in major grand finals, back-to-back, and W7M get their vengeance. A minute remaining, but the top floor has been gone for a lot longer than that. Look at how much utility they're clearing with how much time they have left. They've already got the VIP shield. They're already clearing out the Vulcan packs. W7 are basically accomplishing everything they want well ahead of schedule.
You've allowed W7M to settle in at this point. You have to hope and pray, if you're a fan of BDS, that the anchor players and those holding down the avenues to the bomb site are well positioned. Because right now, as it stands, this will be a freezer drop. With the Osa holding on to those shields to try and grant an opening for the diffuser to go down. The freezer drop comes in. Dot's absorbing an awful lot of damage. He'll set things up, and he'll have to pull out a goo mine before the job of getting the case down can be done. Lobin defending against it. The first domino for BDS. EFAC dies. Brede goes as well. BDS have lost Shaiko and use this. BDS are finding out the hard way right now that when you mess with the balls, you get the horns. Same organization, different roster, same results. W7M, major champions.
Even for those from Brazil, revenge is a dish best served cold. They drop through freezer, they're here in Montreal, and they get the job done. this org, the history that's behind them, and now with a brand new set of players, they accomplish one of the same feats that their old team did. An impressive run capped off in the most perfect way possible over their old rivals of BDS.
But for BDS, an old rival, but now a foe dispatch, 2 major finals in a row. They have let a team no one expected take a major away from them. If they won this, they'd be the favorites going into Boston. They'd be the team to beat. Now, they've not earned that title. That legacy we were basically creating for them before it even happened has failed to be grasped 2 times now. If you wanted to be the favorites, you aren't anymore.
We were talking about the legacy of this organization when it was a different set of players, and we thought the legacy was on the shoulders of that roster. But there's just something about that logo, something about the name that, well, it's enough, and they keep winning. They might have missed Manchester, but they make it to Montreal, and make no mistake about it, W7M was the best team here in Montreal. 3 events, 3 different winners. I am excited to see what SI brings for us.
We're in for a good time in Boston, I'll tell you that right now, Parker. BDS, they've been to every finals, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna be an easy run in Boston.
They've been looking at this trophy all weekend, and now it's rightfully theirs. Folks, W7M are your champions. Ian, let's hear from you and the winners.
My word, it was dubbed the last dance, but the beat goes on. Are you ready to raise your trophy? Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast R6 Montreal Major Champions is W7M! I need to talk to you guys. You have been confident from the beginning of this process, Lobin. And I think some of the key attributes that brought you this glory here from your roster was just tenacity and that determination to never give up. Are you at all surprised by this win, considering many saw you as the underdogs against BDS?
Yes, I don't really know what to say. I think it's the best feeling ever. Like I said yesterday, it means the world for us because we've been to 3 finals already and we lost all of those. So we are so happy right now, and yeah, we just want to feel the moment.
You've got some incredible support down here from W7M fans. And of course, watching at home, what do you want to say to them?
First of all, to the English people, thank you, I love you guys. E pros brasileiros, aqui é Brasil, porra, deu nós, carai!
I need to speak to Volps. Where's Volps? Come on over here. Come on. Give it up for this man right here. I can tell that this means everything to you. You, of course, went through a pivotal roster change. You've come close to a major before in the past. You've finally done it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, but I want to say thank you all, you guys. We deserve it, and that's it. I don't know what to say.
Well, there was a lot of, pressure and expectation on you as a roster coming in after all that was achieved by the players that came before you. It makes it even more magnificent that you've managed to do it so quickly when maybe nobody expected you to.
Não entendi, Lobão.
Ele falou que os jogadores que vieram antes era uma pressão muito grande e a gente conseguiu fazer isso. Ainda depois do que eles fizeram, deixa mais absurdo a coisa.
Yeah, it's absurdo.
Jump in, Lobin.
So I think the feeling is the same. But like I said with Eldinho, he's always said that we're here to make our history with our roster. I know they have the pressure because we have 3 titles here and it's gonna be a 4th. Like you said, yeah. And yeah, I know it's an amazing achievement from us, and it shows how big we are and how big this org are.
And do you think this is just the start of another run of trophies? And how much are you looking forward to the 6th Invitational in Boston?
Of course. We feel, I said a lot of times that we feel like the best team in the world. We show it here, but we have to show it again and again.
Do you know what I want to see again and again? You lifting this trophy. So I want you to do it again. One more time, Montreal. Give it up for your Blast R6 Montreal Major Champions, WCEMI! What a story! What a journey! It had all the drama, the twists and turns this major did. It had everything you come to expect from a Rainbow Six Siege major. I know the fans here love every second of it. I know that you watching at home were glued to your screens this entire process. From us here, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for watching. The talent of our players just seems to get higher and higher, and we will be back. We cannot wait for the 6th Invitational in Boston. But